a few
She
people
said she only here for a girl birthday.
Most of
They
us
ought
have
to share.
original roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy, go to nativeblackancestry.com.
They don't want you to remember this. You not enslaved, you not indigenous. Fuck how they painted the Indians. You in the war with the French and the British. Raised up the children to worship their images. Shit get way deeper than your pigment.
And gentlemen, boys and girls, let's get this party started. Let's go ahead and queue up the live stream on TikTok. Give me just a second here. We will title it Native Black Americans Are Winning. All right, and we are now live on TikTok as well. If you guys haven't checked me out on TikTok, I got a couple different TikTok pages. One of them is called Mike TV. The other one is called Native Black Ancestry. But as you can see, thought-provoking questions prepared for everybody this evening. You can answer these questions in the comment section, or if you'd like to request to join as a guest on TikTok, you can do so. If you want to call in on YouTube, I'm dropping the StreamYard. I want to hear what everybody has to say. Golden Heart says, do we get funds every month for being in the tribe? It depends on what tribe. Some tribes literally give you thousands of dollars a month. It's called a per cap payment. Some tribes don't give you any kind of cash payments. Really depends. Great question, though. Great question. But guys, speaking of questions, as I said earlier, I got some thought-provoking questions queued up for you all this evening. Question number 1. Do you know what a freedman is? That question is very important because tonight's broadcast is kind of like a round 2. Part 2 of a celebration of the freedmen's victory within my tribe. My tribe kicked out the freedmen in 1979. And just in, July 23rd, 2025, they have now had their citizenship rights restored. So it is a time to celebrate, and it is a time to educate. Shout out to Kelly over on TikTok. Kelly says, just became a member today on your site. Well, thank you for your support, Kelly. People like you help me keep the lights on and keep pumping out the content. Golden Heart says, someone who has never been a slave. Yeah, if you're answering question number 1, it's much more nuanced than that. Sometimes a freedman is someone who was enslaved and then they're free. Sometimes the freedman title is just used as a tool of racial reclassification to strip them from their indigenous roots. But yeah, question number 2. What do you think about Creek freedmen having their citizenship rights restored? Question number 3, why do you think people on reservations discriminate against Black tribal members, but not the white T ones? Question number 4, we all know about Native Black American revolutionaries, but can you name a Native American one? Question number 5, can you name an African revolutionary? Number 6, can you name a Mexican revolutionary? Number 7, why do you think Africans are obsessed with Native Black Americans? Number 8, why do you think Mexicans are obsessed? And number 9, why do you think the people on the res are obsessed? Guys, we're going to not only highlight the anti-Black sentiment on the reservation, but we're really going to highlight the sick obsession that the natives on the res have with us, our people, our culture, our history, our heritage. The sick obsession that Africans have with us, our people, our culture, our heritage. I mean, the sick obsession that these Mexicans, these Latin Americans have with our people, our culture, our heritage, our history. It's weird, y'all. It's really, really weird. But you know what? It looks like we already have someone calling in. Let me see who this is. Someone's calling in on TikTok, y'all. Oh, it's Miss Kelly. We got Kelly coming from the back to the front. Kelly, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, I'm calling in from...
Oh, and you know what? Hold on, Kelly. Pause right there. I'm having some audio issues. Let me quickly try to sort them out. Somebody on TikTok says bad audio. Let me get some more feedback from TikTok. Are you guys able to hear my audio okay? Or excuse me, on YouTube, somebody says bad audio. But TikTok and YouTube, give me some feedback. Are you guys able to hear me A-okay? Also, Kelly, you were coming out of the wrong speaker. Let me try to change my settings around real quick. Give me just a moment here. This always happens to me at the start of my live stream. Why are you playing out of that speaker? Why don't we now say something, Kelly? Okay, hold on, Kelly. I'm sure everybody else can hear you. It's just me. Let me hit one more switch over here. All right, now say something, Kelly. Wait. Kelly going once? Can anybody else hear Kelly? Is Kelly talking right now? Let me get some feedback, y'all. Let me get some feedback. Can anybody hear Kelly? Let me try to play some audio and see if I can hear it.
Pain, but still look thirsty. Rock forever 21, but just turned 30.
Oh no, I'm hearing my audio fine now. Kelly, are you there? And actually, if you're having some audio issues now, then what we'll do is I'm just going to disconnect you and try to request to call right back in. We'll get you back up here, Kelly. And yeah, Golden Pearl, I'm not sure what you're talking about with the audio. Everybody else says that they can hear me A-okay. Let me give Kelly an invite so she knows she can rejoin. Give me a moment here. Here we go. We got Kelly back. All right. Kelly, are you there? Miss Kelly going once. Oh, it's doing the spinny thing, guys. It's doing the spinny thing. It's trying to connect. It's trying. I've got patience. The night is young. Really, we're not even supposed to be getting tonight's show started until we get the likes up, y'all. Everybody on TikTok, let's get to 2,000 likes. As soon as we get to 2,000 likes, we will officially get this party started. Kelly, I'm going to disconnect you and re-invite you again. We'll see if that sorts out the audio issues on your end. First, I was having audio issues. Now she's having audio issues. Come on, guys. We're going to get it together. I promise. And let me know, chat, where are you guys tuning in from? Let me know what city, what state. I always like to know where people are viewing me from. I know some folks tune in from the UK. Some folks are watching from Africa. Lord knows I'd be having some Africans call in. It'd be like 3 a.m. in Nigeria, and them Africans be calling in. Golden Heart on YouTube says, how do I join the Cherokee or Saponi tribe? Well, what you're going to have to do is trace your family's genealogy and find an ancestor that was listed as a member of the tribe on the tribal rolls. And Golden Heart says she's tuning in from Las Vegas. Okay. And yeah, Kelly, it's just still spinning, so I'm not sure if you want to try to call in again or whatnot. But guys, what we're going to do is jam out to some music while we get the likes where they need to be on TikTok. As soon as we get to 2,000 likes on TikTok, we will officially begin tonight's presentation. Until then, let me see. What music do I feel like listening to? Let me see. What do I feel like listening to? I already listened to a lot of Kendrick earlier. Don't want to listen to Kendrick. Who's on the roster? Let's see. This is a classic.
Street Science, you're on the air. What do you feel when you hear a record like Tupac's new one?
I love Tupac's new record.
Right, but don't you feel like that creates tension between East and West? He's talking about killing people. I had sex with your wife, and not in those words. But he's talking about, I want to see you deceased.
To live and die in LA, California. What you say about Los Angeles? Still the only place for me. It never rains.
Shout out to Miracle on YouTube. Says, I texted you, Mike. Check it out when you can. I got you. It'll probably be like tomorrow morning. Got a lot of unread text messages I got to sort through. Man, I'm behind.
To live and die in LA, where every day we try to fatten our pockets. Us niggas hustle for the cash, so it's hard to knock. Everybody got their own thing, currency chasing. Worldwide through the hard times, worrying faces. Shed tears as we bury niggas close to heart.
All right, and we got Kelly calling back in again. Let's see if we can get her on the line this time. All right, it's just spinning, Kelly. It's just spinning. The Wi-Fi is not Wi-Fi-ing, Kelly. Oh, no. We want to hear from Kelly, but it's not working. For everybody tuning in on TikTok, you can check out the replays of these live streams on my YouTube channel, Mike TV. Also, make sure to tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. We will officially begin tonight's presentation once we hit 2,000 likes on TikTok. Until then, we're going to jam out to some music. Let the folks gather around. Rodriguez says, Somerville, South Carolina, a.k.a. the Low Country. Okay. South Carolina in the building.
Friend that was ghost in the dark. Cold part about it. Nigga got smoked by a fiend. Trying to floss on him, blind to a broken man's dream. A hard lesson. Court cases keep him guessing. Plea bargain ain't an option now, so I'm stressing. Cost me more to be free than a life in the pen. Making money off of cuss words, writing again. Learn how to think ahead, so I fight with my pen. Late night down, sunset, like in the zen. What's the worst they can do to a nigga? Got me lost in hell to live and die in LA. On bail, my angel sing.
I swear, I don't know what's going on with TikTok tonight, y'all. Normally, y'all would have been got the likes where they need to be. Normally, we would have been started the show. We 10 minutes in, y'all. Come on, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. As soon as we hit 2,000 likes on TikTok, we will officially get started. You know, I got to get a little boost, get in the algorithm. TikTok is real finicky. Sorry to YouTube. YouTube, thank you for your patience. We will officially start once the folks on TikTok tap the screen a bit more. But this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. We're going to be live streaming for several hours this evening. We got a lot of information to get through, so buckle up.
City of angels in constant danger. South Central LA can't get no stranger. Full of drama like a soap opera. On the curb watching the kettle bird helicopters. I observe so many niggas getting 3 strikes, tossed to jail. Swear to be right across from hell. I can't cry cause it's home now. I'm just a nigga on his own now. Living life thug style. So I can't smile right into my peoples when they ask for pictures. Thinking Cali just fun and bitches. Better learn about the dress code, B's and C's. All them other niggas copycats, these is G's. I love Cali like I love women.
All right, we're getting the likes up on TikTok slowly but surely. As soon as we get to 2,000 likes, we will officially begin tonight's presentation. Shout out to everybody tuning in on YouTube. Make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I've got tons of historical resources available for you all. Actually, here we go. Here's the website if you haven't checked it out already. You've got access to a book list of my primary sources. A lot of these are suppressed titles. Some of them you can't even get in the States. You got to order them from the UK. I've also got a digital, I can't talk. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. It's been a long day. Let me get some fists and feathers in the chat if you guys were here yesterday. Yesterday, I pulled an 18-hour shift, y'all. I'm still tired, dehydrated. I went in for a 2-hour massage today. It still didn't fix my fatigue. Let me get some fists and feathers if you were in for the marathon we did yesterday, 18 hours straight. I started off the day with 12 hours of back-to-back genealogy consultations from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then I did about 7 hours and 40 minutes consecutively of live streaming. And your boy is still tired as hell, hence the Red Bulls. But guys, again, you can check out the digital archive I personally curated on nativeblackancestry.com. We've got a lot of historical resources, a lot of documentation, ex-slave interviews, Indian slave ads, obituaries, book excerpts, newspaper clippings, you name it. And you can download a lot of the stuff to your phone, to your computer, share it on social media, all that good stuff. But yeah, TikTok. We are almost to 1,000 likes. As soon as we hit 2,000 likes on TikTok, we will officially get tonight's presentation underway. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Dashco, you are tweaking. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, YouTube. Somebody in my TikTok chat is tweaking. Somebody named Dashco. They said, don't disrespect Tupac. He is African American. That sounds like a comment from a foreigner. I wonder, are you a Mexican foreigner? Are you an African foreigner? Are you a Siberian Husky? You know, I do have some questions for the foreigners this evening. Lord knows I have some questions for the foreigners. So Dashko, maybe you want to come up and answer. I mean, why are the Africans so obsessed with Native Black Americans? Why are the Mexicans so obsessed with Native Black Americans? Why are the folks on the res so obsessed with Native Black Americans? I wonder. But I feel like Dashko fits one of those categories. I feel like Dashko definitely fits one of those categories because you clearly don't know the history of Tupac. Shout out to Jamari on TikTok. Jamari says, first of all, Tupac is indigenous to this land. He's FBA. Yeah, he's literally named after a South American indigenous rebel leader. So why don't you take that African off the title you put on him? Let's talk about it. Literally named after a South American indigenous freedom fighter, Tupac Amaru II, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I think his name was Tupac Amaru II or something like that. Let's talk about it. Oh, Lord, let's talk about it. Crane Maker says, yeah, some people think the OG Americans, Black Native Americans, passed off a long time ago. Yeah, they've been trying to perpetuate that myth. You know, a couple Europeans sneezed and all the natives disappeared. Let them tell it. Let them tell it. FBA or nothing says, while Trump also started tariffs on the same day we started boycotting, they need to worry about that. Oh, yeah, I don't really follow politics in the news like that. Not at all. Not in the slightest. But yeah, guys, we're well over our goal for likes on TikTok, so we could officially get tonight's presentation started. I'm seeing a lot of trolls in the chat on TikTok. I welcome you. I welcome you all. You can answer these questions. If you disagree, you can come up for an impromptu debate. You can ask me questions about, you know, tribal history, tribal benefits, tribal citizenship, since most of you trolls don't have any ties with any tribes. You're just, you know, spectators. You're just spectators. Shout out to Edward on TikTok. Edward says, I shared your info with my parents. They proved to be afraid of the truth. Oh, I got you. Dashko is still crashing out on TikTok. Dash says his mama name is African. He took the Italian name Machiavelli. So what? So let me get this straight. You were trying to convince us that Tupac is African because his mother's name is African. Let you tell it. All right. Okay, guys, we can't even listen to a Tupac song without these tethers tweaking in my chat. Damn. We can't even enjoy a Tupac Shakur classic without the tethers tweaking and crashing out in my TikTok live stream comment section. This is baffling. This is weird behavior. Guys, now you see why so many questions that we're asking tonight is centered around obsession. Let's talk about it. There's a reason why we're discussing obsession this evening. Lord, oh Lord. Let me cleanse my palate. Let me just play a little more Tupac to shake off the bad mojo from the tether in the chat. Lord.
Cause every nigga in LA got a little bit of thug in him. We might fight amongst each other, but I promise you this, we'll burn this bitch down, get us pissed to live and die in LA. It's the place to be. Let my angel sing. To know it, everybody wanna see. To live and die in LA. It's the place to be. To live and die in LA. Without Mexicans, black love, brown pride in the sets again. Pete Wilson trying to.
Wait a minute, time out. You Mexicans might have been cool in LA in the 80s and the 90s, but y'all done lost y'all rabbit ass mine as of late, okay? Hey, I'm a Cali native. I'll be the first one to tell you the Mexicans of 2025 aren't the Mexicans of the 80s and the 90s. Come on. Aesthetic Overdose says, hey, this my shit. Shout out to 205, says vibes. Aesthetic says all these groups want to walk hand in hand with us now after looking down on us. Yeah, you've noticed that, huh? And shout out to everybody sending gifts on TikTok. I appreciate it. We are now going to officially open up the panel on YouTube and TikTok. If there's anybody who would like to answer tonight's questions, you can see them on the screen. If there's anyone who's at work or unable to join the panel for any reason, you can always answer these questions in the comment section. when I send these invites out to people who are watching, if you can't join, you don't have to give me an explanation or anything in the comment section. Oftentimes you guys are like, I'm sorry, Mike, I can't join. Just decline the invite if you can't join. It's all good. Just want to get this party started. And again, if you're a naysayer, a detractor, a troll of sorts, you are welcome as well. We want to hear from everybody. We would love to hear everybody's answers to the questions on the screen. And let me put those questions back on the screen for YouTube. There you go. Now you guys can see them. And shout out to Victoria. Nice to see you. I saw you yesterday. You had some great questions. We got a lot of familiar faces. Shout out to everybody tuning in. That's a reoccurring viewer on TikTok and YouTube. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. And I guarantee we're going to have some Africans call in. I don't care about the time zone difference. These Africans call into my show at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning. The obsession is real. The obsession is real. Oh, and I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to give you a little bit more context on the questions about the revolutionaries, because Raglan says native revolutionaries, Geronimo, Crazy Horse, Sitting Bull. No. When I'm asking about revolutionaries, I'm talking like 1990s to present. Maybe we can go 1980s to present, but I'm talking modern times. I'm not talking about going back into antiquity to find some African revolutionary. I'm not talking about going back hundreds of years to find some Mexican revolutionary. I'm not talking about going back hundreds of years to find some legend of some native plains revolutionary. I'm talking modern history, modern day. We can name Native Black American revolutionaries from the 1990s, the early 2000s, 2010s, 2020s. But I can't think of a single modern African revolutionary. And y'all better not say, oh boy, in Burkina Faso, Trudeau, whatever the fuck his name, who be wearing the the shiesty all the time. Y'all better not say whatever his name is, Ibrahim Trudeau, whatever. Y'all better not get up here and try to claim he's an African revolutionary. Man just literally did a coup. Since when did hey, I'm gonna save that for later. I'm not gonna be too petty right now, but man's literally overthrew the government and did a coup. And some of you Africans, it's like, yeah, Ibrahim Traore, he's a revolutionary. Like, Native Black Americans have rebels and revolutionaries that don't have to do a governmental coup to get put on. But I digress. We'll see what the people have to say. Let me get caught up with the comment section. Art Mancy says, you not sleepy. No, I am sleepy. I'm so sleepy, I'm delirious. Okay. I got the energy, but I'm delirious. Legacy says, you mean Dr. Umar? No, what are you talking about? Mr. Doctor, the school's never coming Umar? No, he's definitely not a revolutionary. Definitely not a revolutionary. Aesthetic Overdose says, in real Black history, we have so many revolutionaries. LOL, shoot. I was one in high school. Heavy. Dang. We got revolutionaries in our family. Talk about it. But yeah, guys, let's see who the first person is to come up on the panel and answer these questions. I know we tried to have Kelly call in earlier. Kelly was having a little technical difficulties. We'll see if anybody else wants to come up. The night is young. A lot of you guys have a lot to say in the comments section, but come up on the panel, okay? I don't buy it, I promise. I will check you if you come incorrect, though. Lord knows, I always end up having to check a couple people. As the night goes on, there's always like at least 2 to 5 people that have to get checked one way or another. But hey, somebody got to stand on lineage. And what is up with everybody trying to join tonight? You guys have the jankiest Wi-Fi. I'm just kidding, but I'm not. I got 2 people on the panel right now, and both of their Wi-Fi's aren't connecting. It's just spinning. Light Brew on TikTok says, what do you mean by obsessed? Light Brew, respectfully, if you don't know the definition of obsessed, just go ahead and Google that, brother or sister. Not sure which agenda is, but just go ahead and Google what the definition of obsessed is and come back to us. Damn, now we got 3 people on the TikTok panel and all of them are spinning. No one's able to connect. Hold on, y'all. We got to figure this out. We got to figure this out. I've had several people trying to call in on TikTok, and no one's getting pushed through. I know all of you guys aren't calling in from McDonald's Wi-Fi. What's going on? What's going on? Light Brew says obsessed over what? Light Brew, if you don't understand that question, I don't know what to say. Question is kind of straightforward, you know? It's pretty straightforward. Obsessed means obsessed. If you're obsessed with the people, that means you're obsessed with the people. All facets of their being. How they talk, how they walk, how they dress, how they act, their culture, their heritage, their history. I mean, obsessed is obsessed. Let's talk about it. And yeah, guys, I really don't know what's happening. I got like 4 people. I got 4 people on the panel on TikTok right now, and everybody's just spinning. Everybody's just spinning. Nobody's able to connect. I'm thinking this has to actually be like an issue with my live stream. I doubt like all these 7 or 8 people that have tried to call in are all having technical difficulties. So guys, what we're going to do for the people on TikTok, I'm going to end the TikTok live stream and I'm going to restart it immediately. So for all the 40 plus people watching on TikTok, just refresh your screen, go right back to my profile, Native Black Ancestry, and the new live stream will have already begun. All right, now that I ended the TikTok live stream, I can speak freely. TikTok on some bullshit, y'all. TikTok be glitching all the damn time. You would think with how much money they're making off of content creators, they get their shit together. And then don't even get me started on the censorship. Your boy can't even say white people. The Mayo folks got it so down pack on TikTok, you can't even say white people. We got to say white tea people and shit. It's sad. It's sad. But what do you expect? The app's ran by the commies. All right, now I got to watch my speech. I'm live again on TikTok. Here we go. Let's redo that TikTok live stream. We're back on TikTok now. You know, it looks like we got somebody on YouTube calling in. Ren, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm from New Orleans, Mike. Over here in Texas, though.
All right, well, New Orleans, let us know what's on your mind.
I was just going to answer your questions right quick up here.
Go for it.
Do you know what a freedman is? Well, I know that there are 2 types. So they tell us. They're the ones that were supposedly freed enslaved people, or formerly enslaved. And then you have the ones who were just melanated people, who were actually more than likely the true Indians of the land, who they decided didn't need to be called full Indian because they were too dark. So let's just call them something else and take them away from their heritage. Right? Let's see. What about them getting their citizenship rights restored? I think it's ridiculous that they were able to be, you know, kind of knocked out of their square in a way in the first place. Because how can you say that first you don't have a blood quantum, but if that blood gets a little bit too dark, then we don't want you anymore. Right? That's how I feel about that one. Why do they discriminate on the reservations against the black ones? I guess when you're piling on people, you know, if the people who've come in that were extra violent and just savage, because that's what I feel like on TikTok, right? So I have to say YT. I don't know nothing about that TikTok.
Oh, yeah. We on TikTok, so I appreciate you policing your speech.
Okay. I'm going to try, but I'm old. Let's see. Why would they discriminate against the black ones but not the white ones? Well, the white ones bought their way in. And if you have a bunch of, I don't necessarily want to call them half-breeds because the Indians didn't necessarily see people like that, not the true Indians. If you were blood, you were blood. They weren't looking at you as, oh, you only have 50%, all of that kind of stuff. That's some YT man stuff. And if those are the most savage people and they're going to be the most violent, I'm going to assume sometimes I'll give them a little leeway. Maybe you would try to protect your people. So you went ahead and went with the people who are most likely to, what is the term, unalive? I'm still on this TikTok stuff.
Yep. Unalive would be the term you're looking for. Yep.
Okay.
Right on.
They're more likely to unalive your people. Maybe that's why you align with them. I don't know. And maybe you keep the black ones out because maybe that gave them some sort of safety. I don't want to give them an out, but I kind of understand a little bit why somebody would. It's the same reason that so many black people left the South to migrate north. They thought it was under the guise of safety, but we know they were never really safe in the first place. You just left one form of like slavery in a sense for another one. So now you're stuck on a reservation, and that's your place. It's nothing but another ghetto. I don't even know why we call them reservations. It's a ghetto. You put one type of people in the exact same place. You put drugs into their area. You know what they did. I don't even have to see.
No. I think you're bringing up a very valid point. I'm going to make the conscious effort to stop referring to it as a reservation because you're right. It's a ghetto. When a community degrades to that degree, it's a ghetto. When our communities get that bad, it's a ghetto. So, yeah, these folks on the reservation are just living in a government-sanctioned ghetto.
That's it.
But the sad part is it's a ghetto by their own design. When it comes to us, the CIA had to pump stuff in our communities. They had to separate the nuclear family. They had to assassinate our leaders. But with these folks on the reservation, they're just crashing out all by their lonely.
Which is what I see a lot of immigrant populations do. You know, I see them kind of, let me get on the side of the YT man and let me show them how much more I can be of service to them if I denounce their enemy. You know, that's what I feel about all of the rest of the people that kind of come to the United States, and they can see all of the influence that we have had on this culture while being denigrated. But instead of seeing, I'm not even seeing, a lot of these people are coming from countries where the YT man also did a number on them. And then they come here and they're like, what is it called? When the kidnapped victim sides with the kidnapper? Stockholm syndrome. That's what they have. They have Stockholm syndrome. Let me see. What's this next one? Native Black American revolutionaries. The world knows about them. You know, you have your Malcolm X's. You have your.
Oh no. I think you misread that. It says we all know about Native Black Americans revolutionaries,
okay.
But can you name a Native American one?
I told you I'm old, man. I can't be seeing little letters like that. But can I name a Native American one?
Yep.
Oh.
And also when I ask about the revolutionaries, I'm talking like 1990s to present.
No, they're. What would they have done? What would they have revolutionized?
I mean, if they're the true indigenous people of this land, you would think that they'd be protesting and rebelling all the time to get their land back or something, right?
Honestly, I would have thought they would have been more influential.
Oh, that part. If you're the true indigenous people of this land, why are you not influential in the slightest?
Because everyone would have.
Why are you not the source of culture and inspiration? Why is it us?
Well, I think we know the answer, but we get pushback for actually saying it, right? But that's my first thing. I know that who's the one that they said was. Nope, you said the 90s. So whoever that guy was during either World War I or II who was supposedly sending messages, I don't even remember his name, but no. Can I name an African one?
That's before the 90s, but I think I know what you're talking about. They were supposed to be like a Native American code breaker or something, right?
Yes, cannot think of whoever this person is, but it was probably another one of the Italians, like in the Western movies.
But again, that was before the 1990s, so it sounds like you can't name a single Native American revolutionary in modern times.
I told you I couldn't, man.
I don't blame you.
Can I name an African one? I think the only African one that I can name would be the African one that all of them stand behind is Nelson Mandela.
Is that 1990s or
Yeah, that's 1990.
present? Is it?
Well, he's a little before that, but a lot.
No, it's a lot before that.
Well, the man was 105. Okay, so he had a long list of.
Let's keep it a buck. Nelson Mandela didn't really do shit. He got imprisoned in his own country for like 20-something years.
You asked me to give you a name, man. Okay, I didn't tell you I know what he did.
And you know what? You did that. You at least gave me a name. And technically speaking, he got released from prison in like 1990. But still, I mean, since he got released from prison, I can't think of Nelson Mandela doing a damn thing.
He may mean more to South Africans than he does to us over here, and rightfully so. I would never take away their like how they feel about him, and I honestly don't know how they feel about him.
I gotta look it up. Well, hold on. I'm asking ChatGPT. What revolutionary act did Nelson Mandela do after his prison release in 1990? Because I can't think of nothing. And I'm not saying he has to do a revolutionary act that benefits Black Americans or something. Like, of course, it's supposed to benefit his own people, his own country. But I just can't really. I mean, he got released and he started doing some press tours. He started doing like that presidential shaking hands, kissing babies. I mean, word on the street, his wife did way more than him. His wife was supposed to be the real rioter. But hold on, I'm going to ask ChatGPT. Let's see if there was any revolutionary acts. It says, after his release from prison in 1990, Nelson Mandela's most revolutionary act wasn't one of violence or vengeance. It was choosing reconciliation over revenge, which shocked the world and defied expectations. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell. So his revolutionary act is forgiving the British that imprisoned it? What? What? The revolutionary act is turning the other. The revolutionary act is tucking your tail between your legs. This is crazy. Hold on, y'all. Y'all would not believe me if I just told you it. So hold on, TikTok. I'm gonna bring my screen share over so y'all can read exactly what ChatGPT just told me. YouTube, I'm gonna bring the screen share over so y'all can read exactly what. I'm not making this shit up. Look at this, y'all. The revolutionary acts that he did after being released was not fighting, was not being a rebel, was not being a revolutionary. What world do we live in, y'all? His revolutionary acts was deciding not to be a revolutionary. You cannot make this shit up. Let's do a little reading. Again, it says, after his release from prison in 1990, Nelson Mandela's most revolutionary act wasn't one of violence or vengeance. It was choosing reconciliation over revenge, which shocked the world and defied expectations. Here are key revolutionary actions he took. One, he called for peace instead of civil war. Despite 27 years of imprisonment, Mandela refused to call for violence against the apartheid government. Many expected him to seek revenge, but he immediately advocated for national unity and peace, even with his former oppressors.
Hey, maybe that meant something to them. You know what I'm saying? That's on their side of the world. Because I'm like,
guys, I'm sorry. You're getting my live candid reaction. This is my first time researching this. Hold on. Here's a quote from Mandela in 1990. Quote, "Let bygones be bygones. Let what has passed pass. We must pledge ourselves to liberate all our people from the continuing bondage of poverty, deprivation, suffering, gender, and other." Look, what kind of P. Diddy games did they do to that boy when he was in prison for 27 years? How many bottles of baby oil did they use on Nelson Mandela for him to come out of prison and be that buck broke?
You might not have to even do that if you take away somebody's freedom.
For real, 27 years. I mean, solitary confinement, 27 years. He comes out and he's programmed by the British Crown to do their bidding. Everybody's expecting him to seek revenge. Everybody's expecting him to advocate for something. And he says, let bygones be bygones? You're wrongly in prison for 27 years. You don't want reparations, rectification. We're not saying he had to like go to war with Britain. You could have done nonviolent protesting, but he didn't do shit. Hold on. Okay. It says he negotiated the end of apartheid. I call bullshit. There's still apartheid in South Africa to this day. Look it up. The indigenous Africans live in shantytown villages. The white Dutch Afrikaners live in the nice parts of the city. The indigenous South Africans get their power shut off randomly by the government. It's called load shedding. Look it up. And why do they load shed? so that the power grid stays consistent for the white Dutch Afrikaners.
Yep.
Matter of fact, the Dutch Afrikaners are running around in the media trying to get sympathy from our government and other governments around the world, claiming that they're being persecuted, that the indigenous Africans are doing genocide on the Dutch Afrikaners. Yeah, apartheid has not ended. Apartheid has not ended. It's not called apartheid. It's maybe not like on the rule books, but it still exists. Maybe it's a neo-colonial classical capitalist apartheid, but there's still apartheid. He became the first black president of South Africa. Tell me he's not a puppet propped up by the European government. He becomes the first black president of, I mean, did South Africa even follow a democratic presidential format, or was that imposed on them by European foreign powers? I mean, this just doesn't seem very revolutionary. He created the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Rather than holding mass trials or executions, he supported public truth-telling and amnesty as long as perpetrators confessed. Whoa! So the Dutch Afrikaners that were butchering the local South Africans, as long as they come forward and confess to Nelson Mandela and pray for forgiveness for their sins, then they don't get no punishment. They're calling this a revolutionary model of justice, restorative, not retributive. Oh, no. This don't sound like revolutionary. He used sports as political unity. Guys, let's read how Nelson Mandela used sports as political unity. Mandela famously wore the Springboks rugby jersey, a symbol of white Afrikaner pride. I'm done. I quit.
You can't quit, man. What's that little summary say? Nelson Mandela's revolutionary act after his release was an armed conflict. It was the radical decision to forgive, to rebuild, and to lead a peaceful transition to democracy. In a world that expected bloodshed, he delivered healing.
This is sad, y'all. This is sad. His revolutionary act is wearing a Dutch Afrikaner jersey. His revolutionary act is wearing a white Afrikaner rugby jersey. You Africans got some splaining to do. You Africans should have some more revolutionaries than this. I'm done. Go ahead, sis. If you want to finish answering the questions, I'm just going. I can't.
I didn't know that was the problem, man. You asked me to name one, and you went on a whole tangent over there. And I couldn't even start the Mexican one because I don't know necessarily where Cesar Chavez. Honestly, that was probably very racist of me because I don't even know if he was Mexican. I don't even know. Why do you think Africans are obsessed with us? I've been thinking about this one for a minute because in my real life, I don't know any African people. You know, I know there's a lot in like the Texas area and Houston area. Personally, growing up in New Orleans, we didn't have any immigrants from like no Mexicans. I never met a Mexican until after Katrina when I had to be forced into Texas the first time, right? As far as an African, I think I met one or two. And that had to be in the 90s, and then I never saw another one after that, right? Because, of course, we can tell the difference regardless of what people try to say. The whites can tell the difference. I'm sorry, the YTs can tell the difference. We can tell the difference. Why they're obsessed with us? I've been thinking maybe it's kind of a replacement thing. I've seen in some of your videos where they're literally teaching each other how to speak like us. And with this whole kind of like, I'm just now finding out that a lot of these people think that we're immigrants to this country, and that's just automatically weird. So with that, from that standpoint, sometimes I feel as though they're maybe thinking that we're just complaining about the conditions of this country that we're from, and we're not grateful to the YT man for what we have because of what they don't have. So if they can just ingratiate themselves into our culture enough, and then kind of pull a situation where they can be like, well, look, we're kind of like them, but we're not the bad parts of them. Y'all can have us prop us up, and y'all can send those people somewhere else because they're not grateful for this country. And it's like, it should be, in my humblest of opinions, it should definitely be a requirement for anybody who decides to visit I didn't even say immigrate to. If you're going to visit the United States of America, you better learn the history of the United States of America. Okay? You cannot believe that an entire people only started to exist in 1619. That is the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard in my life.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you short. I got a few more people waiting backstage. Let's the last two questions, or the last three questions, are kind of all the same, just different ethnic groups. So
same answer for all of them.
Gotcha. So as far as the Mexicans and the people on the res, why would you say that they're so obsessed with us?
It's the same thing. Imagine a group of people that someone has tried to beat down. You tried to beat the life out of us. Even after, and I'm just going to call them all of the wars that you had with our people on this land, like during colonial times. You make laws to try to edge us out of society, and all we do is continually rise above it like Phoenix. That's all we ever do. From all of that comes all of the greatness that we've given the world. From the food to the music, just our culture. Our culture in the world is so damn dominant that they think we don't have one.
Because our culture has been adopted by so many other cultures.
So many. The amount of Japanese getting perms to get froze is crazy to me. Okay, K-pop is nothing. Teddy Riley is one of the people behind K-pop. So they still need us to do this. K-pop
is literally them just finally discovering 90s and early 2000s R&B and pop.
Yeah. And I always say that if we're not the curators of culture, then why is it that nowhere else on this earth could what we birth have happened? If y'all were better than us, if y'all were as creative as us, from your countries, where is that R&B that took over the world? Where's R&B? You can't do it in Spanish. The words don't rhyme the same. You can't do it in all of the other African languages. It has to be this amalgamation of things that happen here to get that emotion that gives you everything that we've given to the world.
Actually, hold on. I see some people in the TikTok comment section cutting up. They were talking about how there's so many Africans in the DMV. Yeah, I saw a documentary in Maryland. There's a lot of Africans out there. They actually have the largest African braid shop in Maryland. They braid like 160 African chicks at a time or something crazy, tearing up everybody's scalp. I don't know when they started invading Maryland, but I should look into that. I should definitely look into that. And yeah, Aesthetic and Kelly are talking about how there's no such thing as a light-skinned African. I mean, if you ever see a light-skinned African, they've got a European parent, right? Whereas we can be in many different shades of brown without having European admixture. Fun fact, I've got some German admixture. Guess what? I'm the same exact complexion as my father, who has pure Native Black American heritage. So, some of us are light skinned with some Euro admixture, but a lot of us are light skinned without any European admixture at all. Whereas them Africans be just Wesley Snipe, bald headed, greasy foreheads. But I digress. Rin, let me go ahead and segue to a couple of our TikTok guests real quick, and I'll circle back around to you. But the next guest that we got coming from the back to the front is Kelly. Kelly, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, Mike. I'm calling in from Clinton, Maryland, which it is in a DMV, and I know exactly the braiding shop you're talking about is Nadine's. It's in Bowie, Maryland. I never been there, but I know exactly what you're talking about. And
I
it
would
is.
never let no Africans give me a hair. I mean, I don't got hair now, but back when I was getting my fade and my lineup, I would never let no African motherfucker cut my hair. But I guess some of our sisters be letting them bush babies braid their hair, I guess. I don't know.
It's a long, like you said, it's 100 chairs. I read online, people was driving hours away. I'm like, why are you driving hours away just to get braids? Just go to somebody where you live. Like, I don't get it. No, I wouldn't go to that. I wouldn't go to that place. From what I saw, the reviews, one woman, you making a joke about the woman's scalp, that really was on the reviews. Because I be nosy, I be looking in the reviews. She had I think her hair had gotten broken off in the back. I braid my own hair, so I don't need to go to the braiding shop. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But I'll get into your questions. I'm not going to hold up the panel too long. But freedmen, and this is a term I'm not going to lie, I recently heard. I heard the term freedman. I'm actually a graduate from Howard University, so I was familiar with some of the buildings were named Freedmen. So my understanding was always like literally freed Black people, like Black people that were free, that were not enslaved. So that was the term. And I believe that's our legal status as far as if bureaus or registries, things like that. I believe. I'm not 100%. Well, you know what? Yeah, freedmen, like we say FBA or Black Americans. Freedmen, I believe, is the official term for Black Americans. And then I see your question about Creek freedmen having their citizenship.
Do you see how that can be? Do you see how that can be problematic, having freedmen be a catch-all term for all of us when not all of us descend from people who were enslaved?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Because that you may not have anything to do with, like you said, being enslaved at all, for sure.
But keep on going. You got it.
Oh, okay. And I just remember because it was a building, it's now Howard Hospital. It used to be Freedmen's Hospital in DC. But anywho, the question about the Creek freedmen having citizen rights restored. So I'm not really familiar with all that encompasses having your native status. That is something that I want to look into. So I really don't know the significance of that. I'm going to assume that you are recognized by the tribe and maybe benefits that come with being affiliated with the tribe. I have a friend that is, I know some of her tuition was paid because she was quarter Blackfoot, something. I can't remember the tribe. But she's not Black American. That much I know. She's one of them white Indians. Yeah. I don't know what you call them.
She's one of those Plains natives.
Okay. Yeah.
Or we can call them Siberian Huskies or Mongolians or whatever makes you smile.
I just, them, I don't know what I guess the other ones, the lighter one, I don't know. She don't look like one of them Indians, like not them Eskimos. You know what I mean? Like not the Asian looking Indians, because it's like the Eskimos were indigenous, but they kind of look Asian. She not one of them. She one of the ones like, I don't know.
Well, hold on. Slight correction. Eskimos are native. They're not indigenous. They're indigenous to Asia. They migrated over here across the Bering Strait land bridge.
That's what I mean. Yes, excuse me. Because that's why they look Asian, right? Because they from Asia. They crossed the Bering Strait or something.
Yep.
Is that it?
Bering Strait land bridge.
Okay.
At least that's the prevailing theory that mainstream academia has been going with for the last, however many hundreds of years.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I know they look Asian to me. So that's
and I know that there are Asians on TikTok and other social media platforms trying to tell these Plains natives, like, hey, you come from us. Look, you guys do this in your culture. We do this in our culture. There's a lot of overlap, a lot of similarities, but they don't really want to honor their Asiatic heritage for whatever reason. Yet they're trying to tell us to honor our imaginary African heritage. So
yes, which annoys me, and I'm gonna get to that question. Why are they so obsessed with us? Now, I don't think I'm not one of the people that believe all Black immigrants are tethers. I think there are some, they mind their business, they leave us alone. I don't have no quarrel with that.
You're a tether by your actions, not by your immigration status.
Exactly. Then you have the ones that are super obsessed, and they're the ones that say, well, we're the same. We come from you, blah, 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 blah. And I think there's some self-hate going, because if you notice, they will all, well, I'm sure you've noticed, and I'm sure the panel has noticed, they always say that they are African and that we're African too, but then they also get mad when we say, oh no, I can look at you and tell you're African, which is weird to me, because if I wouldn't be upset if somebody said to me, but if I went to Dominican Republic and somebody looked at me and said, oh, you're Black American, that wouldn't offend me, because that's what I am. So why are y'all offended when we say we can tell that you're African, you look different? And then if we was to go over there, if y'all see my profile picture, this is me. If I went to friggin' Nigeria, they're gonna know I'm not Nigerian. I've never seen a friggin' light-skinned Nigerian. The only light-skinned Nigerian I've seen is Jadena, and he's got a European parent. So let's cut the crap. So just like Japanese know another Japanese when they see him, Chinese know another Chinese. If I go over there, they're gonna know I'm not one of them. And the weird part is, even when they have their own people that immigrate to America, and then that family has a child, then that person's first generation Nigerian American or whatever, they don't even count them as Nigerian. They got friggin' 5,000 ethnic groups, 55 countries over there, or 50, I don't know if it's 50 or 55.
52 or something, I don't know.
Something like that. 5,000 ethnic groups, but we supposed to be African American. It makes no sense.
And they can't tell us what African country we're supposed to come from.
Exactly. It's somebody said 54. Thank you.
They're so quick to tell us that Africa's a continent, not a country, but then they tell us that we're just from Africa. Well, I thought that's a continent, not a country. Which part? Are you saying I'm from Ghana? Am I from what? Sierra Leone? I mean,
you ever heard of Mexicans?
I don't get it.
I never heard a Mexican say they're North American. I never heard that. You know what I'm saying? Never heard. Are people from Canada and Mexico the same thing? It's the same continent. I don't know.
Actually, hold on. It looks like we have an African refugee in the chat. Julad says, oh yeah, with a name like Julad, that's probably East African. Julad says, we are not obsessed. You don't even know where you come from. See, the crazy thing is, we're literally like in the place that we come from, and chances are you're not. Chances are you're on TikTok in another country other than the African one that you or your parents were born in.
And Julad, you were obsessed because here you are on a native Black ancestry. So clearly it's in the title, what we talking about. I would never go into no Nigerian group and start saying you're obsessed. You're literally proving the point of being obsessed. And I also said, I'm not saying all Africans, but a hit dog, if the shoe fits, that's what's going on, Julad. But nevertheless,
your presence verifies your obsession. Group. Hold on, ma'am. If you're new to the panel, the way we do it is one at a time. After I'm done with the one-on-one with Kelly, we're going to introduce you, and then we're going to keep it in order. But yeah, Julad, your presence verifies your obsession. But Kelly, we got a few more people on the panel, so go ahead and knock out the rest of those questions, and then we'll segue to the next guest.
Sure thing. I can't think of a Native American that was a revolutionary. The only one I can think of maybe was Sitting Bull, but that was like friggin' 300 years ago. African revolutionary, I will say the president of Burkina Faso. I like what he's doing over there. They not taking money from any European countries. They're doing their own thing.
Hold on. It's still
Are they
shaking.
not?
You're kind of on shaky footing. I'm not
Are
sure if
they
you
not?
feel that. Is it an earthquake? Is it a 3.5? Is it a 4.8? The soil beneath your feet is vibrating, sister. Hold on. You're on shaky ground. All right. So when you talk about the Abraham Trudeau or in Burkina Faso or whatever, I mean,
Yeah, that's his name. Mm-hmm.
you do know that man's rose to power by doing a coup, right?
I did not know that.
He did a coup. So when everybody's on social media talking about he's the next great hope for Africa and he's a revolutionary, like man's literally did a coup. Like he was a general of like some special forces, and he like did a coup and forcefully took over the government and installed himself as a coup, just like we always hear in Africa, a coup. That's how he
They
rose
do
to power.
that. They do that a lot. Yeah.
So, hey, is he doing some good things for his people? I don't know. His people can speak for that. But it is crazy that the best, closest thing they got to a revolutionary didn't get to power by the people. It wasn't like a grassroots movement. Man literally overthrew the government through a coup. And the person that he overthrew with the coup got power from a coup. So in Burkina Faso, motherfuckers is doing coups on top of coups on top of coups on top of coups. Who's who? I don't know what the latest coup is. I mean, it's crazy out there. It's crazy.
Oh, they saying he got a G side in his country. Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
And he is low key glazing Russia. He went over there to Russia, asked for their protection, and Putin flew him out there like a little OnlyFans thought and gave him a little fighter jet escort. And I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, what I liked about him, the whole thing with the gold, and I'm going to be very careful what I say, but we know there is a particular lineage of people that they mainly deal with gold and diamonds and things like that.
You're talking about the sneaky small hats.
Yes. I know he has gotten out, that country has independent from, what do you call it? That regime or whatever, that thing that, what them people do, So with that's what I respected.
But again, as far as a revolutionary with Africa, it's kind of shaky. Can you think of a Mexican revolutionary in modern times?
No, I can't think of any.
Well, let's keep on going down the line with the questions. How about the obsession? Why do you think Africans, Mexicans, and people on the res are so obsessed with us, our people, our culture, our heritage?
I believe that they have been brainwashed by, some would say, white supremacy. I say maybe a certain lineage rewrote history and had them thinking certain things. And I think that's where I think they have anger, and I think it is misdirected at us. That's what I think.
I feel you.
And that's all I have to say. I will say I've recently found your YouTube page. I appreciate what you're doing, and shout out to everybody in the chat and on the panel. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, sister. Oh, and Julad is still crashing out. Julad is crashing out in the chat. He says that Trawali is way better than Trump. What did Trump gave you? Mass DEI firing. Hey, Julad, you want to know something that Trump gave us? He kicked your cousins out of our country. The pets in Ohio can roam freely without being harassed by you migrants that were eating them, right? Yeah.
And soon we will have our birthright citizenship back.
Yeah.
Just for us.
I actually saw an article the other day. It said that Nigerians in particular are the biggest group of migrants that take advantage of the birthright citizenship. They come over here and spread their legs and have a bunch of babies on our soil so that their kids can get birthright citizenship. but no more.
And they did a lot of PPP loan scams too, and that's just the facts.
Yeah, facts. And then the next guest that we got coming from the back to the front is Amanda Bay. Amanda, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm Amada Bay.
Amada Bay, sorry about that.
Thank you. I'm Amada Bay. I currently reside in Minnesota, and I am American.
Oh, man, you in Minnesota with all them Africans.
Yes, sir.
Well, hey, I got some questions on the screen, so if you want to tackle those one by one, go for it.
Okay. Do I know what a freeman is? From what I know about freemen is they were either free or they were pushed. They were, I hate to use this term, but Indian, and maybe pushed out of that community. Or maybe they were enslaved and then later freed. But a free man is a free man. It says so in the title. That's what I think freeman is. Now, it could be another definition, but I'm not sure. What do I think about the Creek freemen having their citizenship rights restored? Okay, so when it comes to the Creek Indians, I was just doing my Ancestry and I found out I believe my grandmother was Creek. So now that they're coming out and saying like, oh yeah, we were wrong, Black people, they're blacks are the Negroes, are the Indians. I feel like they could keep that. I feel like it's an agenda to it. After all this time, I feel like their reservations ain't shit.
Real quick, slight correction, because I did a broadcast on the same subject yesterday, and a lot of people, just like you, have a misconception that like all of a sudden my tribe is letting in the freedmen. And like, wait a minute, why would you guys be letting in the freedmen all of a sudden? This is suspicious, right? What? That's not what happened at all. That's not what happened.
It's
no, wait, hold on. Let me finish. That's not what happened at all. The freedmen have been fighting for the last 10 years in court to get their citizenship rights restored. And on July 23rd, 2025, the Supreme Court ordered my tribe to let them back in. My tribe didn't want to do nothing. My tribe was not letting them. My tribe has been fighting this for decades. The Supreme Court is forcing them to let the freedmen back into the tribe and get their citizenship rights restored. So if it was a situation where like my tribe all of a sudden is like, hey, freedmen, come back into the tribe, come over here. I mean, that's where it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? But no, this is something the freedmen have been fighting in court. They actually had a congressional hearing on the matter in front of the Bureau of Indian Affairs back in July of 2022. They've been spending thousands of dollars, many of hours in court, lawyered up to finally get this decision granted. So I just really want to clear the air on this. This is something that the freedmen have been fighting for.
Okay. So now that you said that, the freedmen have been fighting all these years to be acknowledged by their tribe, and now they're being forced to be, I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it. You're not doing it on your own accord. Someone's making you do it. You don't want me there. That's the way I feel. I wouldn't want it. I feel like they owe us reparations.
And real quick, ma'am, I understand you feeling that way, but to the Creek freedmen who actually have a heritage in the tribe, who actually have a reparations package owed to them by the way of the Treaty of 1866, none of them feel that way. So again, guys, if you were tuned into the broadcast yesterday, I let you guys in on a little phenomenon, and we're seeing it continues to ring true. Whenever you hear anybody speaking pessimistically or negatively about tribal citizenship, it is always, and I say this respectfully, it is always someone who does not have tribal citizenship themselves. There is not a single Creek freedman who is going to get up here and say, they kicked us out in the tribe in 1979, and I don't want to get back in. I don't want my benefits. No, they want what's owed to them. Free healthcare, free dental, free college tuition, thousands and thousands of dollars in federal budget that's been handed out over the years, and they've been disenfranchised from that. It's like if somebody steals your house for 40 years and then you sue them in court over those years, and the court finally says, yeah, you can get your house back, and you're going to say, oh, no, I don't want my house back. I mean, y'all have had my house for 40 years. Y'all just keep my house. I don't want it back. I mean, again, guys, the only people who are going to speak negatively or pessimistically about tribal citizenship are those who do not have it. But I'm sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to give a little bit of a disclaimer. And I'm not even going to attempt to say your name since I butchered it last time. Is it okay if I refer to you as Miss Bay?
You can call me Bay.
Okay, Bay. All right. We'll go ahead and continue, Bay.
Well, and I agree with you. The people who don't have citizenship is the ones that don't care about it because we feel so far removed. Like I just said, I recently discovered that my grandparents were Cree.
Cree or Creek?
Cree.
Like C-R-E-E, or is there a K in there?
C-R-E-E.
Okay. So that's a separate tribe, right?
Yeah, that is a separate tribe, but same goes for them, same goes for Cherokee, same goes for everybody. I would feel like, no, you know, y'all owe us reparations for the harm that you caused too, just like the white tea people do. That's the way I feel.
Yeah, I
wouldn't want to just, that's just me personally. Why do I think people on the reservations discriminate against tribal members that are Black but not white tea ones? I don't know, but if I had to guess, I would think the times, definitely the time that everything was going on, maybe they felt it was better to align themselves with the white tea people because they felt like they were in power. I mean, people were dying. People were being eliminated. You know what I mean? So maybe they felt safer. Why it continues to this day and age? I mean, you know what your parents taught you. And if their parents taught them that way of life, then they're going to teach their kids. You know, it just goes on and on and on. But I feel like that's a question that only people on the reservations can answer. I don't feel like I wouldn't even try to guess what they're thinking, you know?
Yep. Well, you got a couple more questions. Go for it.
We all know about Native Black American revolutionaries, but can you name a Native American one? That's tricky because what's a Native American? I can name Native Americans that look like me. Let's just go with Chief Warhorse. I love her. I think she's a revolutionary. She's still alive.
Well, just so we're on the same page, I put Native Americans in quotations because I'm referring to the Plains natives, the Asiatic looking ones, the ones that mainstream media wants to convince us are the Native Americans. Now, if I was talking about Chief Warhorse or something, I would have used a different phrase.
The only Native American that I feel like I ever learned about in school, Geronimo. But
and also, I didn't write it on the prompt, but a caveat with these questions about revolutionaries is I want modern revolutionaries. So we're talking like 1990s to now.
The 1990s? Oh no, I don't know. I can't give you
Okay.
one Asiatic. I just 1990s.
How about an African revolutionary? How about an African revolutionary? 1990s to now.
1990s to now.
In recent time, in modern time, in today's day and age. I ain't talking about the 1800s, 1700s, and 1990s to now. An African revolutionary.
When did Nelson Mandela die?
No. Don't even go down that rabbit hole. We just did a lot of research on Nelson Mandela. He was not a revolutionary. He was far from a revolutionary.
Not a revolutionary.
No.
So I would have to agree with the sister before me. Ibrahim Turo. I know you say he took it over by a coup, but that's what they do. Power is not given, it's taken. Power is not given, it's taken. That's what they do. You got to take over. We'll see what he do. But right now, he's saying he's gonna take
shout
not getting
out
a paycheck.
Shout out to
So-
Ibrahim because he's out there paving roads. Okay, I had never seen concrete poured in Africa before until Ibrahim Trudeau or whatever his name is. Okay, he's out there making freeways and he got cement trucks and little construction equipment and he out there paving them dirt roads. All right, shout out to him.
Yes, because it's needed. Let's see.
And then the last three questions are about obsession. So why do you think Africans and Mexicans and people on the reservation are so obsessed with us, our culture, our history, our heritage?
Well, just looking
People
at
on the reservation, I don't think they're obsessed with us, but I think some of them know the history. I think they may be ashamed of their history and our history, how it intertwines. And that's why I wouldn't call it an obsession with them. An obsession. Mexicans, I don't think they're obsessed with
Maybe
them.
if you saw what they were doing on the reservation.
I don't,
then
because they on the reservation and I'm in the world. I don't know what they
Well,
doing
hey,
on their land.
How about this? I want to play a couple examples of how people on the reservation are cosplaying our culture. But the thing is, if I
Okay.
play these videos, nobody on the panel is going to be able to hear them because TikTok is weird like that. Like if I play a video and you're on the panel, you can't hear it. But if you're in the audience, you can hear it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close out the panel. I'm going to get rid of everybody on the panel just so I can play a couple clips that everyone can hear. And then everybody can request to come back up and I'll bring everybody up in the same order.
you are a traitor to your own kind.
Is that right, Tonto? Did you come here for some flour and water to make fry bread? Because I ain't got nothing for you. And next time, try to troll better than that. Calling in from a trailer park, buddy. It's not a good look. All right, we got everybody off the panel now. Let me go ahead and play these videos. Tonto started tweaking because he knew that I was about to show what be going on their reservation, and he don't want me to show this. He don't want people to see this. Check this out, y'all. They're literally cosplaying our culture on the res. This shit is ridiculous. Watch this. Hey, you're not listening to 3-6 Mafia. I know it sounds kind of chopped and screwed, but no, they hijacked our genre. They hijacked our culture to rap about fry bread.
Crispy fried bread, crispy fried bread. Sweat dripping down the face from your stove tongues. Crispy fried bread, crispy fried bread. Let it go, then watch the grease pump. Now watch that grease pump.
Were those lowriders in the background? I didn't know that lowrider. I didn't know hitting the switches was a part of reservation culture. I know that's part of our culture, especially in California, where I'm from, especially in Southern California. I know the Mexicans also partake in that culture. The Mexicans can share that lowrider culture with us. We cool with that. But you guys on the reservation, hold on. Did he really have some Johns in the back with some switches sideways? What? I mean, where are the teepees? Where are the horses? Where are your indigenous spiritual? I mean, hey, and we don't even have to take it back to like ancestral indigenous culture. Why don't you create your own modern culture? Why are you just cosplaying ours?
Now watch that grease pop. Then watch her waist drop. She got that bluebird bag in the tank top. She got that white powder all over everything.
Yeah, that's Exhibit A. Let's go to Exhibit B. They actually have a TV show on Fox called Reservation Dogs. Let's look it up. This is a TV show.
That's for real. Sound like Mars Attacks. What the fuck was that?
Are y'all more spirits?
No, man. It's Mozambico. We got the same.
I mean, y'all can already tell they trying to speak like us. I think they call it Black American vernacular or something. I mean, homies pulled up on the bike cosplaying. Am I right? Am I right? Hey, man, what's up, man? Hey, dude. All right.
Are y'all more spirits?
No, man. It's Mozambico. We got the same uncle.
I'm gonna go get those dickheads back. What kind of gang was both?
Maybe they're just channeling the spirit of Bone Thugs and Harmony. Maybe that's what it is. American Niji says they sound goofy. I agree.
Red and blue. Indian Mafia couldn't make up their mind.
The Indian Mafia. Check this out, y'all. He says the Indian Mafia, they couldn't make up their minds
If they want to be Bloods or Crips more.
if they wanted to be Bloods and Crips more. Did you know that on the reservation, they're coming up with Indian Mafias because they couldn't decide if they wanted to be Bloods or Crips more? So yeah, I think there's an obsession with our culture. I think this is strange, to say the least. And again, you guys wouldn't know about this unless I brought it to the forefront.
What kind of gang was both red and blue? Indian Mafia couldn't make up their minds if they want to be Bloods or Crips more. Maybe they're Blips. Or maybe they're Cruds. Hey!
Why not just wear purple?
Who are they?
Why are they in the village?
Oh, they're new. The founder's auntie just moved over there by Key's house, and she fine, too. Yeah.
Dang, auntie just moved over there by Key's house and she fine, too. Are they obsessed with our culture, or are they obsessed with our culture? This is strange. This is strange.
Yeah, and they all cousins. I guess some chick named Jackie with blonde hair was the leader of a gang in the city. I heard about a bitch thing.
A leader of a gang in the city. Oh, do tell more.
Jackie is cool. And when she moved here, they initiated her cousin. They probably killed some people. And they've been looking for y'all.
Why are they looking for us?
Because they heard y'all were the Reservation Bandits.
Who told them that?
The Reservation Bandits. Yeah, I'm done, y'all. I'm done. But you know what? I got one more. I wonder if I can even find the video. Oh, girl, straight up jacked our flow to do some kind of Siberian Husky rap. Hold on. Rap radar. Let me see if I can find her. This was so strange. Oh, yeah, him too. Check this shit out.
The next stop is On the Radar Radio.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Building powered by Sound Raw.
There's too many people uneducated about my people.
Damn, are they hijacking the culture, y'all? I mean, if they want to advocate about their people or their history, why don't they do it with their own genre of music? Don't Native Americans have their own genre of music? Don't they go like, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Oh, I guess that's not cool no more. I guess no one's really jacking that. So you got to bite our swag? I like how he got the black Indian on his sweater, though. That's cute.
Like, how the fuck you don't know what a Native American is? How the fuck you don't know what a Native is? Nonsense. That's just crazy. And you live in America?
I mean, I see Mongolians, Siberians, and Russians in this frame. I mean, I don't really see native. All right. Hey, guys, native just means born here. So, you know, word on the street, they came across the Bering Strait like 7,000, 10,000 years ago. So I guess they can call themselves native. But don't you fix your lips to call yourself indigenous.
Fuck you on this stolen land, but don't know what a native is. Go there, we gonna teach their ass a lesson.
Oh no, what's up with the offbeat bobbin by Auntie on the left? Where's that? What's up with the offbeat bobbin?
So they know this shit. Stella going crazy and she finally got them noticing. Native pride until the day we die, let's make a toast switch. You know.
Hold on, y'all. I got you. I got a blanket somewhere. Hold on. I got a blanket somewhere. I promise. I got you. Hold up. If they want to bite our swag, I'm going to bite theirs, okay? I'm going to bite theirs. Fire against fire. Hold on, I got a blanket. Here we go. I got a blanket. All right?
About the 59 million killed. What you know about the boarding schools in the Black Hills? They really took our sacred land and turned it into dead presidents. They were snatching native kids just to teach them white etiquette. Imagine this. They come and take your kids and you can't do nothing.
I can't. And then on the right, old girl with some feathers, offbeat. Hold on, I don't got no feathers. I got some sage somewhere. Hold on. Homegirl offbeat on the right.
If they speak their native language, trying to prove something, cutting off their braids and sent to school to learn to be a slave. The native education system only led to mass grave. Crazy.
Guys, and the sad part is what he's saying is true. There's nothing wrong with him advocating for his people, but it's odd that they don't have their own culture to advocate with. It's odd they don't have their own genre of music to use as a voice of their advocacy. I mean, he got grandma, mama, and sister in there in the back, offbeat. Yes, Stormy.
That they only cut that shit out 50 years ago. Within your
and homegirl in the middle is just square dancing. She's just line dancing. She got her hands on the hips just. All right.
Granny's lifetime, they was taking native children's souls. It's fucked up, cause most of the population, they don't even know. Native pride until the day I die, and I'ma let it show. What you know about the murder, missing indigenous women? What you know about the reservations where they got us living? Gave us sovereignty in casinos, now they think they forgiven. Left with generational trauma, just know we...
Damn, is homie complaining about having casinos? That man's just complaining about having a casino? I'm done. We're done with this video. Damn. I didn't know. Oh my, woe is me. We've got a casino. We making billions. Oh no. The government gave us a casino. Oh no. Hey guys, if you really think about it, isn't it even just so crazy, so asinine that these folks who claim to be indigenous to America, that they're even participating in something like operating casinos? I mean, damn, talk about working for the devil. Talk about working for the devil. I'm just like, casinos? Casinos. Isn't that like the opposite of any spiritual Mother Earth, great spirit type shit that they was ever on? Like, isn't that like the absolute opposite? Fluorescent lights, gambling, alcohol. Well, I digress. I'm done. But yes, guys, they're clearly obsessed. They're clearly grifting our culture. But let's go ahead and bring everybody back. Let's bring everybody back in the order of appearance. If you guys are still watching, go ahead and request to join. I'll bring you right up. I know we had Kael. Who else did we have? I think Kelly was up here. I think we had Gina, maybe. Who else? Who else was it? Go ahead and request. Yeah, we got the Cobra Show. We got Bay. All right. So, Bay, you were able to see the examples I provided. What do you think about that?
Yes. Those examples. Okay. Clear. Yes, cosplay is a thing. It's a thing. Every culture cosplay us. They cosplay us in every way, even our negative stereotypes. Every culture, all around the world, they want to be us so bad. So I'm not surprised. This is foolery on every level. They had some little people on a bike ride up talking like that's, and then the old people in the back rapping. And their first video was straight white people. I don't understand, but I get it. You want to be
greasy
us?
Fry bread, greasy fried bread.
Greasy fried bread. And who the hell is listening to this? I guess that's what they listen to.
Gold chains, gold grills. I mean, oh damn.
That's our culture, but when we do it, it's ghetto. So I don't know. Look, I've never met an Indian.
Oh, whoa. Auntie just broke it down. Hold on. I gotta put this in slow motion. Auntie just broke it down. Watch this. Can't none of you FBA woman, can't none of you Native Black American woman, can't none of y'all get down like this. Watch this Auntie right here. Hold on. Here she go. Oh, wait, hold on. This ain't Auntie. The next one's Auntie. Here goes Auntie. Ooh, get it. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Wait, hold on. I ain't done with you. Fuck it up. Get it. Pop that. Twerk that. Look at that, y'all. What the fuck is going on the res?
That is not the attire for that type of music.
I'm just caught up on these dance moves, y'all. I'm just caught up on these moves right here. I'm just caught up on these moves. I mean,
was this a parody, like in all fairness, or is they for real?
They are for real. This is an official music video for the FX TV show Reservation Dogs. This was published 3 years ago. It has almost 1 million views. Yes. They are as real as a heart attack.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the obsession is, but I could. I'm not surprised. I mean, we're very influential. We're the most influential people on the planet. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, hey, why do you think the Mexicans and the Africans are obsessed as well?
Oh, the Mexicans. I don't know. I mean, they're colonized. I mean, they thought we were immigrants. I don't know. They don't really know. And then the Africans too. They
I'm
Oh,
not
and
gonna say
guys,
everything.
guys, fun fact: I tried fry bread the other day. It's whack as fuck. I thought fry bread was crispy. I thought fry bread was crispy, like if you took like a corn tortilla and fried it. No, it's like a mushy, like doughy bread. And then when you look up the history of fry bread, it's not like an indigenous dish. It's like when they got forced to the res, they were given like flour and like government rations. So they like whipped up that flour and stuff and came up with fry bread. And guys, don't believe the hype with the fry bread. Don't believe the hype.
I've never heard of fried bread until just now. I
Yeah,
mean, I'm a
cornbread is
person.
way
And
better.
we had hot water cornbread.
Cornbread is
I've
way
never heard of
better.
fried bread. I don't know what that is. That sounds like extreme poverty. I don't know.
Hey.
For
Different
people who have
cultures,
casinos,
different
sounds like extreme
cultures,
poverty to me.
different cultures experience poverty, right? But our poverty meals are so much better than fried bread. I mean, we got that gourmet top ramen popping. We put them vegetables and the seasoning in that top ramen. Okay, I'll take a damn near. Sometimes you take some bread, toast it, put some butter on it, a little bit of cinnamon on that motherfucker. Have a cinnamon sandwich. I mean, we got so many struggle meals that are so much better than fried bread.
And then when it comes to, like, I'm looking at the videos that you put up, then when it comes to it, we have to understand and remember too that these people, you know, they were infiltrated. You know, the $5 Indian and stuff. These are not these are white people. I'm sorry. They're white people. I don't know how else to put it. Those guys, I don't know what the hell they is, but yeah, it's sad. But it's, you know, we are we're supposed to be the pretendians, but here it is. Here it is. Live in color.
Yeah. Well, all right. We're gonna go ahead and segue to our next guest. Unless you have some closing remarks.
No.
All right. Well, thanks for joining. After I get a one-on-one with everybody, I'm gonna circle back and we're all gonna chop it up amongst ourselves. I'm gonna try to stay in order. I think that Ankael or Ankael was actually next. So if you want to unmute yourself, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Oh, CO family. Yes, Ankael. Yeah, just straight out of Texas, you know what I'm saying? Man, that video you played, man, that shit took me out, man. I ain't gonna even, that shit took me out, man. Like, yo, man. Oh man. All right, let's get to the questions. Let's see here. Do you know what a freedman is? Yeah, a freedman is pretty much an indigenous American. That's as plain and simple as I can put it. You know. What do you think about Creek freedmen having their citizenship rights restored? And you know, I actually think it's a good thing. I know a lot of people is kind of indifferent about it. But the fear that the natives have on a res is by allowing us back into there, you know, because they do have elections and votings and stuff, right? Something like that, like some of the Indians and stuff. And so just like how they did us back then, they kind of fear that we're gonna do the same thing, like we're gonna either vote them all out and all that stuff, because there's been history on that. And I think when just kind of looking at that, I guess if somebody just look at that and take a look at that, that's a big fear for them, you know, because then if you know, not saying that, you know, do something like that, but if something like that was to occur, and it'll be pretty much us on the res now, and we would have took it all over. Why do people think? Why do you think people on reservations discriminate against Black tribal members, but not the white T ones? Well, yeah, like it's just white T supremacy. You know, they with the whole Puritans and Protestants and the things that they believed back then. They all believe that, you know, having, you know, brown skin was a curse. You know, the same reason why Hulk Hogan, why he was saying like he was caught saying that he wished his son would not come back as a black person because he had went to jail and stuff like that. So it's a lot of things that they believe. We all know about Native Black American revolutionaries, but can you name a Native American one? No, I really can't name a Native American revolution. I mean, the indigenous people had one like us, but I can't really think of one for them. It says, can you name a African revolutionary?
And we're
Not
talking
really.
modern revolutionary, 1990s to present.
Maybe as far as African, nah, I really can't. To be honest, I really don't know about the African one. Can you name a Mexican revolutionary? I don't know. Not really directly Mexican. I mean, I can kind of call on how we went down there and helped them, like, John Horse and all that stuff. But, other than that, I mean, that was us. I was pretty much doing that. Why do you think Africans are obsessed with Native Black Americans? Oh, well, that's just plain and obvious. I mean, they have been tethering on to us since the 1900s, and the fear is that by us just kind of delineating from that false identity, it sort of kind of puts them in a sensitive spot. It makes them naked, pretty much, and they won't be able to assimilate into our, into a similar identity with us, and then gain, governmental, benefits and stuff like that, handouts, things of that nature. Let's see here. Why do you think Mexicans are obsessed? Well, I would say it's kind of almost similar to the Africans, right? But sort of kind of in a vice versa way. Like with the Mexicans, by them kind of trying to claim native in some kind of way, like some of them be trying to claim that they native too, it can kind of get a little bit etchy a little bit. So they kind of feel as if we then come back into our true identity and stuff like that, then they would then sort of kind of lose that footing like the Africans. Why do you think people on the res are obsessed? Well, same like the Mexicans. They fear that if we join the res, okay, and like all reses have elections and all that stuff like this government, okay, we'll probably begin to get in there and change things and stuff like that, and then it won't be so it won't be the way it looks now, the way they look now. We will pretty much have them res fly. Pretty much. I think that was all the questions, right? Am I wrong or right?
Yeah, why are Africans obsessed with Native Black Americans? Why are Mexicans obsessed? Why do you think people on the res are obsessed? I don't think you answered those last three. I think you answered the questions about the revolutionaries. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've had a long day.
that would be the natives, right?
Yeah, the folks who live on the res.
They insecurity will be kind of similar to the Mexicans, but more of a direct insecurity, because then if we are on the reses, then we could begin to change like laws and and all of that, so that's the biggest fear, is that if we are allowed back into the reses, you know, we can start being elected as, you know, whatever kind of officials that they have on the reses and stuff.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
And as far as, you know, I want to say this. There is a lot of people indifferent, especially with the Creeks and all of them getting their identity back. But you guys have to sort of kind of look at it at another angle, because if they are able to get, you know, their recognition back, then, you know, being a part of the tribe and all that stuff could be benefits to the tribe. You know, not per se the natives that's on the tribe or whatever, but a lot of things will start to change within the reservations, you know, because I mean, we won't be strung out and all this stuff like how they is on the reses and stuff like that. So it'll just be a kind of whole revamping of something. Now, another thing about the indifferentness is that since there is a lot of people saying, oh, you shouldn't accept nothing from the government, and, you know, and blip, 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 blip. I mean, we all are still subject in some kind of way to this government. I mean, you can't really bypass that, you know, at this point. But what the Creeks can do is be able to have the ability to change a lot of things is on the reses and what's going on, you know. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, and as far as my ancestry, you know, me being native here in Texas, my folks are Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, Florida. And then I think I got some relatives in California. I do believe I have Spanish in my lineage as well.
Gotcha. And real quick, thanks for answering the questions. I got several more people on the panel that I got to segue to. But no, thanks for calling in. You don't have to go anywhere. After I give everybody a one-on-one, I'm going to circle back around. But the next person we got is the Cobra Show. Go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
What up, though, Mike from Detroit? Okay, so do you know what a freedman is? Yes, melanated indigenous. What do you think about the Creek Freedmen's having Cherokee rights restored? No, did I say Cherokee?
Nope.
No, what did it say?
Citizenship rights restored.
Oh, I feel like it's mixed feelings about that. And my reason for that is I feel like it needs to be new treaties signed with the melanated people. I don't feel like melanated people should go into their reservations or into their system to help build their stuff. I think they need to have their own, give them their land back and build it from ground up from there, but not for them. I don't think that they should have anything. I think new treaties need to be signed just for the melanated people. Why do you think people on reservations discriminate against?
And hold on, I'm hearing some music in the background. Is that on your end?
Yeah, that's the baby because he's watching Gracie. I'm going in the closet. Lord. My bad. Why do you think people on reservations discriminate against Black tribal members, but not the white T ones to wipe us out? They have to keep their race alive, and they, to keep the lie going. Not only that, I mean, if you turn it over, if you sit here and say that, oh yeah, the melanated people is here, they're afraid. It's out of fear. I think it's out of fear. We all know about Native Black American Revolution, but can you name a Native
Revolutionaries?
Revolutionaries. Can you name a Native American one, African one, and Mexican? No, I can't. Why do you think Africans are obsessed with Native Americans?
Native Black Americans.
Oh, Native. Okay. See, the box is in the way. I can't. That's why I can't see it.
Oh, my bad. I'll try to make it smaller for you. Move it to the side a bit.
Yeah, I can see it now. I can see it now.
Okay, there you go.
Why do you think Africans are obsessed with Native Black Americans? I think that everybody, I can't say obsession, but then it might be obsession, especially what I just saw. But I really think that once they learn and cosplay us, this is what I've been seeing a lot lately on this app. They all say they created it while saying that Black America don't have no culture. We are the culture. They take it so they could say they was the ones that invented it. So that's what I think. And I feel that way about the Mexicans, the Africans. I feel that way about everybody. They want to steal it just to say that they are the originators of it. And that's what I've been seeing. For example, I'll give you a quick example. Casanat. He say Black Americans have no culture while cosplaying
our
Black
culture.
Americans.
Yep.
So now when people viewing his stuff, they know he's Haitian and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that come from Haitians. So now here go the Native Americans, they're doing the same thing. And as what you just showed, oh yeah, the Native Americans made that up. Africans sitting here talking about they made gumbo. And we know that's a Louisiana thing. So I'm just saying.
Man. Let's talk about it. Well, hey, thanks for answering those questions. I'm gonna get to the next guest and then we're gonna circle back around. Next person that we got is oh no, wait, we gotta go in order. Static is gonna be next after Gina. Gina, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm calling in from Texas. You already know.
Mm-hmm.
What's on my mind? You know I have to come mess with you. Let me read this, what you got going here. So it says, I'm a little sick, so just, don't mind my voice. I'm sounding like Glorilla a little bit. Okay, do you know what a freedman is? Yes, copper color. American, okay? That's us. I think it was I want to say off the top of my head, maybe 1790, a census record that came out that was listing, I guess, free people, copper colored as free people or Indian, but overall, us. What do I think about the Creek freedmen having their citizenship rights restored? Honestly, it's making it known that what y'all sitting up here trying to say, pretendians and all this here, all that, y'all could go ahead and shut the hell up about it. Shut it up. Because it's obvious. It's clear as day. Now you ain't got nothing to say. And they shouldn't have anything have to be said that came out them little huskies' lips any damn way about anything. They should never open up their mouth about nothing. But, they very much opinionated and they got their own little, whatever they was taught, and whatever they learned on them little reservations. But I think it's a good thing because it's bringing awareness that we've been here. We've been here, we've been saying it, but it takes this to, I guess, open up people's minds. And, and there's going to be more of that coming. Okay. Now, do I feel like we should intermingle? Should we go, to the Reds and let's just all kumbaya it out? Hell no. No. I agree with
that's also a common misconception a lot of people have. A lot of people hit me up and they're like, hey Mike, I would get tribal citizenship, but I don't want to have to deal with these people or interact with these people. I mean, I tell people all the time, I got tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation in 2021. I've been a member for years now. I actually moved to Oklahoma January and I've still never been to the reservation. Why do I need to visit a big old ghetto trailer park for? Filled with pretendians and descendants of $5 Indians who worked to kick out the darker skinned members of the tribe. So, hey, I get my full benefits. I get my status corrected. I get everything that we can reap as far as what federal tribal citizenship has to offer. And guess what? I interact with them on a case-by-case basis. I take a weekly Zoom language class with some members of my tribe. That's it. I ain't going to no powwows. I ain't got to go to no meetings. I ain't got to ever go anywhere near the reservation. But my benefit's still clear. But go away. Or excuse me, not go away. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead. It's been a long day. I said go away. Get your ass up out of here, girl. Texas, shoot.
Look, you talking about them. That's how you felt about them. Like,
For real, subconsciously, right? I'm like, y'all need to go away. But go ahead, sister. You have the
got
floor.
me choking over here. Mike, come on now. I told you I'm a little sick. Hell, you about to have me die.
No, don't do that.
No, I feel you. I feel you. Like, hey, you got what was rightfully yours. Okay, so I mean, to each his own. You know, it's going to be discrimination on them res. You know what I'm saying? Because of whatever they was taught. Like I said. And it is, hey, to each his own. If that's what they want to do, that's, hey, do you. But me, I'm gonna be like Mike. Okay, here we go.
I don't think any Black American getting tribal citizenship is planning on visiting the res or moving to the res. Or we doing way better than anybody on the res. We good. We good.
Okay. Where we at? We are. Why do you think people on the reservations discriminate against Black tribal members, but not the white T ones? Because the white T ones taught them how to be discriminatory. They are the white T ones. Hell, it's in their blood. It's just a natural thing that came natural to them. So hell, it's just in them, not on them. Unfortunately, but
so you saying they don't discriminate against the white T ones because the white T ones is part of their family? It's like uncles and aunties in them.
Yup. We all know about the Native Black, or what? We all know about
Native Black American revolutionaries.
Absolutely. But can we name a nope? Not a one. Not a nope. No, I don't know none of them. I ain't never heard of nothing. African
modern time,
revolutionary,
1990s to now.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna try to think, cause nope. And no, I ain't even gonna. No, and no. That answers those three. Okay. Why do you think Africans? Baby, let me tell you something. These Africans are obsessed with us because we're T. Without us, there would be no them. Okay. Let me say it again. I don't know if y'all heard me in the back here on TikTok.
And right now we are speaking in code. All the Africans watching do not understand a word she just said. And we want it to remain that way. We are T. Okay. And for the rest of the night, you will be desperately searching through Urban Dictionary forums trying to figure out what that means.
Period. We're going to leave it like that. That's why. Why do you think Mexicans, like I said, and this is going to go to the rest of the last three of them. We just have the sauce. We created the sauce. We sprinkled the sauce and we the boss. Now, if I had to rhyme it, it just came out like that, but it just is what it is. We're the ones. Everything that we do, everything that we touch, everything that we walk on, we turn it into something. It was nothing before we had it. And when we got it, bam, there it is. Baby, okay? All across Korea. You got the Asians. You got everybody cosplaying our music, the food. I mean, we just one of them ones. This is just in us. That's who we are. We are the light.
No Stephen King, but we are it.
We are it. Exactly. I love you, Mike. I'm going to hang out for a little bit. I'm going to just land my plane right there. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for tapping in. The next person, staying in order, is going to be Aesthetic. Aesthetic, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Oh, and actually, real quick, Cobra Show. I got somebody else trying to call in, but I got maximum capacity on the panel.
Go ahead, I can drop.
Do you mind if I drop? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
appreciate it. But yeah, Aesthetic, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm calling from Maryland, specifically Baltimore. So do you know what a freedman is? So yeah, like everybody said, American Indian, but Google will say an enslaved person. What do you think about Creek freedmen having their citizenship rights restored? I think is a good thing. I think it'll open the door for more from different from other tribes. So I actually think is a positive because we need to get everything that we're owed and then some. Why do you think people on reservations discriminate against Black tribal members but not the white ones? I simply think it's just ignorance and indoctrination. I mean, a lot of these people, like the way they feel is that the closer in proximity you are to YT people, that makes you better. I can kind of attest to that. I went to a private school, nothing but wealthy YT people, people from all over the world. And what they would tell me is this is learned in their countries. They'll watch videos and things about Black people and, you know, they want to be more like YT people. They go and get bleached and all this other stuff. So that's my take on that. And then as far as the revolutionaries from the Native Americans, Africans, Mexicans, I don't personally know any from the 90s and onward. So yeah, maybe somebody else might, but I've never heard any. And then the obsession with us from Africans and Mexicans and everybody else. I think it's like some of it's obsession. A lot of it is like them wanting to kind of take our place in this society because they want to reap the benefits from us. So I think that's what it is too. And then a lot of them, I feel like now they want to walk hand in hand and be kumbaya with us because they're realizing that we are America. Like they need us. I think they're realizing that, even though before they would, you know, treat us like crap and, you know, tell us how less of a human we are or call us a kata and all of this other stuff. So I think they're realizing that they need us and that we don't need them. So that's what I think it is.
I feel it. Well, thanks for answering those questions expeditiously. I know in the chat you also had a question about tribal citizenship or something, right?
Yeah.
What was your question again? I forget.
I guess I'm just trying to how do I go about the process? Because I know a lot of people are getting like their IDs and stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do that because I'm pretty knowledgeable in my own background with my family, like my grandmother and all of them. They have all that information, but just knowing how to do it is where I'm stuck at.
Yeah, so the first step is definitely going to be tracing your genealogy to at least the early 1800s. There's several different digital platforms that you can utilize to do that. But if you want more like personalized guidance, like step-by-step, that's where you would check out the website, nativebblackancestry.com. And you can even book a 90-minute session with me where I'll teach you that 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship. So yeah, definitely check out the website if you need more personal guidance, or just, you know, stick around on the live streams or check out my YouTube channel, Mike TV. And I got a lot of free videos over there that walk you through some of that.
Nice. Thank you. I will definitely check it out.
Oh yeah, you're very welcome. And the next person that we got coming from the back to the front is CSG. CSG, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling from Beaumont, Texas, but I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana.
All right, lay it on us.
Okay. Do you know what a freedman is? A freedman is a Black American that's a part of the 5 civilized tribes. What do you think about Creek freedmen having their citizenship rights restored? I think that Black Americans or Creek freedmen need their own form of citizenship because the laws of America are not cut out for us. Why do you think people on a reservation discriminate against black tribal members, but not the YT ones. I think because you can't spell Caucasian without Asian, and obviously these people are Asian and they have kinship with each other. So why discriminate against your own people?
Damn, I'm gonna have to use that one. He said you can't have Caucasian without Asian. Man, that's a
Yeah,
bar. That's a bar.
we know about the Native Black American revolutionaries, but can you name a Native American one?
And in modern times, don't tell me no Geronimo. Don't tell me no Sitting Bull. I want to hear that shit. Okay. I'm talking 1990s to now. Okay. Hey, and the reason why I'm being so stringent with it, the reason why I'm talking modern 1990s to now, is because guess what? If somebody asked us, can you name a Native Black American revolutionary from the 1990s to now, we can name a dozen of them.
You know what I'm thinking about? You remember that time they went to South Dakota and the government said,
Don't build the pipeline. Oh, you guys are gonna build that pipeline and kick us out? Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah.
man, they got the backhoes out there. They got the backhoes out there so quick, man. Y'all better get y'all ass out the way. Where we at?
And actually, shout out to that protest, because although that isn't, a quote unquote Native American revolutionary, hold on a second. Let me mute brother man. Brother man got a lot of noise going on over there. My bad. Yeah, even though that's not like a Native American revolutionary, that was a revolutionary act. So shout out to them for at least trying to put up a fight for that pipeline and whatnot. There's not really anything negative that we can say about it per se. I don't really think it lasted that long. I mean, I know they did face a lot of opposition. I think they called in like some mercenaries low key on him and all kinds of crazy shit. But yeah, shout out to them for advocating for something.
Yeah. At least we can
Yeah,
show respect to that.
Other than that Dakota pipeline thing, I think in like the 70s or something, some of them like occupied Alcatraz Island and they were trying to like do a sit-in or something. I mean, it wasn't really successful. I don't really know like what they were trying to do with it, but hey, at least some of you guys were advocating for some things, I guess. But yeah,
and
you would think the people who claim to be the true Native Americans of this land, you would think they would be the most rowdy, the most rebellious. You would think they'd be in the streets every day. Hey, we want our land back. Hey, this is wrong. Hey, but no, they're on the reservation just go.
Yeah. But this the thing. I think the American government had a point on that though. They had a point because they was like, hey man, you're going to make money off this. So, you're not doing nothing with the land. So let me, just go ahead. We've been waiting for years. And you still haven't developed the land.
Wait, what are you referring to exactly? I'm sorry, I was reading
when they was wanted to do the
pipeline.
Yeah, the pipelines.
Oh, okay, I got you.
The American government had a point, low key, but can you name an African revolutionary? No. People keep saying Ibrahim Traore. No, you can't be a revolutionary that fast. It's been like 4 months.
Hey, a motherfucker can't do a coup and then 4 months later he's a revolutionary. He's a historic revolutionary figure. 4 months into a
you
coup.
building roads, bro. Come on, you supposed to been had roads, man. We Black Americans build roads every day. Like, look, if most of your city workers are Black Americans. We build roads every single day.
It's low key, high key, very, very sad. Because on the one hand, I'm like, damn, that's cool. Like someone's building some roads in Africa finally. But then on the other hand, it's like, damn, for us to say the biggest revolutionary act is a motherfucker pouring and mixing some cement. That's crazy. That's crazy that they're so like infantile in their stage of revolution. Like,
Yeah.
We built the White House through slavery and shit. Nigga, like what's you talking about? Like, bro, y'all just now building roads. All right.
Can you name a Mexican revolution? No, I don't even. El Chapo. I mean, you know,
You got that work to you for the low. I guess that's revolutionary.
yeah. Why do you think Africans are obsessed with Native Black Americans? I think they're obsessed because we look like them, and we gave Black people a identity globally. So we gave Black people a legitimate image globally, and they look like us. So they're going to be obsessed, but they're also going to be upset.
And again, it's not so much that they look like us. It's just like
we got same skin color.
To a foreigner, to an outsider looking in, you can't tell the difference between a Chinese person, a Korean, and a Japanese. But those within that culture know that there's a big difference between a North Korean and a South Korean and a Japanese and the Chinese and the Taiwanese, right?
Yeah.
So from a European perspective, Africans and us American Indians, I mean, we look so similar because they're on the outside looking in. But when we're inside of our culture, we see, I mean, some of them are a similar shade, but most of them no. You never see an African with our kind of light brown, copper color, reddish complexion unless they have a European parent, unless they're literally mixed. Africans don't come in these kind of light skin, light brown, mahogany colors that we naturally come in.
Yeah, and we more genetically diverse than the average Black person. We have a lot of different genotypes and shit. Why do you think Mexicans are obsessed? Mexican men look at Black American men as a sign of masculinity, and Mexican women look at Black American women as a sign of femininity, and style and fashion. So their measurement of femininity and masculinity is through the Black American. Why do you think people on the res are obsessed? The people on the res are obsessed with us because they claim that they're from here, but we have more history. Let's say if we came from Africa, let's say just take them for face value.
Hold on. If we played devil's advocate and put on our tinfoil hats and say that we came from Africa in the belly of slave ships after spending like 3 or 4 months chained up and shit, for us to accomplish much more than every other ethnic group that came here under their own fruition. Oh, damn. That's
Yeah, we accomplished more than them. And also, let's say if we just went crazy and said we was from Africa, let's just act like we was just crazy and, in a crazy house and we from Africa. We have accomplished more than them. And also we fought longer, and we didn't get wiped out. We supposed to got wiped out like they claim they say they did. Ain't nobody got wiped out more than us. I don't know why y'all numbers are still so low. Why y'all numbers are so low? Why?
Most people don't realize that when we talk about the Africans as well, they barely got colonized for like 40, 50 years. They got colonized the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody didn't want to go over there. Nobody, in the interior of Africa, they be like, hey, we have so many resources over here, and y'all like barely have water. People don't understand Africa is so dry.
Yeah.
They barely have water.
Like half of it is a desert.
Half of it is a desert. And they don't have the river system like we do in America.
Oh, that little Nile River ain't. Oh, that ain't shit compared to our Mississippi River system.
It's not. It's not. They barely have water. That's why Africa is so. That's why they say it's so hard to develop because literally it have so much bad terrain that it's almost impossible to develop. America, on the other end, is so fertile.
America feeds the world. We are the
Yeah,
world's agricultural hub.
yeah. Do you know that we make most of Europe food?
Hmm?
But yeah, that's what I had to say, man.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for the commentary. Go ahead and sit tight. I'm going to introduce the next person real quick. And actually, this is CSG speaking, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. So then the next person is going to be Jay Berry over on YouTube. Jay Perry, unmute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
My bad, white man. I gotta turn my camera off, man. I'm calling in from the crib, man, North Dakota, but originally from Florida. People from Coffee, Alabama.
Well, I heard about niggas in Paris. I didn't know there was niggas in Dakotas.
Yeah, I done travel with my happy ass up here, man, trying to chase some money, man. That's it.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, if you want to answer tonight's questions, go for it.
Okay, yes, American Freedmen, that's just what they reclassified us as, man. That's it. Nothing too special. They always changing our name and shit, calling us something different. I'm happy about it, man. Like I said last night, man, it's long overdue. Finally getting acknowledged. I'm happy about it. I answered most of these last night, didn't I?
Nah, I do new questions every stream.
Okay, for sure. Let me see here.
The only questions that are the same as last night are the first two.
First two, okay, for sure.
Yeah.
No, that's a good question, man. I don't know specifically. I mean, I know why, but I guess it's just to keep the lie alive, man. I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy now, especially with all the evidence people finding, and I mean, damn, you just found your family last night on here, man. It's crazy. Like in real time, like you really somebody called up and said, "Hey, that picture that you got in your thumbnail is,"
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, come on, man. Like it's it's starting to unravel. So hopefully they'll start to realize. But I mean, I doubt it. But it is what it is, man. The truth starting to come to the light. It's all good. I know I've never heard of one. I've never heard of one.
I've never heard of an African, Mexican, or Native American revolutionary.
That he what the quote you say you got up on your wall?
Oh yeah. Am I a Negro? Am I a slave? My skin is dark but not black. I am an Indian, a Seminole.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, all right, well, I guess they lied about that too. So it's just I don't know, man.
Yeah.
The last three, last two, next two.
Last three, yeah. Why are the Africans, Mexicans, and people on the res obsessed with us?
I mean, I feel like the whole world is just about us. I don't know who the lady that called in earlier. Probably maybe like an hour ago, maybe 30 minutes ago, but she said it, man. She said everybody does absorb our culture so much that they think we don't got one.
Yeah, facts.
She spit a gem right there, and it's just like, yeah, like I don't know why these people think like. I mean, like y'all, like I said last night, they playing in our face. Like I'll be like, bro, you think you don't got a culture? You sit here looking, you looking at each other,
and then they think that we don't know where we come from because we're the only demographic in America that aren't migrants.
Crazy work, man. It should be funny, man, but at the end of the day, we know who we are. We know who our ancestors are. We starting to unravel the lies they've been telling us. And I'm proud of us, man. Just keep it up, man. Like I say last night, man, if y'all out there, do y'all due diligence, man. Start somewhere. Start to unravel it before they start hiding more shit.
Mm-hmm.
And you already know, man. My vacation coming up this week. I got it this week. As soon as I get back, as soon as I touch down, I'm on you. I'm on your head. So
we'll tap in. I look forward to
I'm gonna
connect with
tap
you,
in
brother.
with you, man. Yeah, I gotta go talk to him, see if he got a little bit more information for me. But it's really just people getting old, man. The elders, they getting old. They going on to see Jesus and stuff, man. So it's good that we get with them and just pick their brain, even if you don't feel me, even if it's something small. Just get every bit of information you can, man. Because they did a number on us, but we fortunate enough to still have people that remember at least something that can connect the dots. So that's my message, man. Yeah, and let them be mad too. Yeah, it's about time. We in the spotlight for sure, man. Y'all stay up. Y'all stay up, fam.
Oh yeah, well, thanks for calling in, brother. Talk to you
Yes, sir.
soon.
Already.
Peace. And the next person we got is American Niji. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
What's up, brother Mike? I'm calling in from Florida. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm calling in from Florida. Just answering the questions. Do you know what a freedman is? Yeah, a freedman is an original American. What do you think about the freedmen having their citizenship rights reserved? I think it's great. They kills this whole pretending thing, and I think more of us need to promote, boosting up people with their cards and stuff. So they kills this whole pretending conversation that these $5 people love to argue, and even the white people. What do you think about people on the reservations discriminate against Black tribal members, but not the white T ones? I mean, I think it's natural. They're a different group of people, obviously, and they fear being replaced. They fear being replaced or kicked off, or or they get kicked out and have to migrate again. We all know about Native Black American revolutionaries. No, I don't know any revolutionary from those folks. African revolutionary, no. Mexican, no. What do you think Africans are obsessed with Native Black Americans? I think it's jealousy, because a lot of us actually have more documents and connections to these particular lands, but they're not even trying to connect to the lands of Mexico. They want to connect to the lands here in North America. I find that strange. It's like, if you're indigenous, why are you not pushing for those lands in Mexico? I don't understand that.
No, facts. That's like us saying, hey, we're indigenous to North America, but we're trying to invade South America. We're trying to invade Brazil and live in Brazil, but we don't have indigenous ties to Brazil. And again, that's just an example, because believe it or not, a lot of the indigenous tribes in the Southeast do have ties to Central and South America.
Right. Yeah, I always found that's very strange, What do you think, the Africans are obsessed with the Native Black American? I think the Africans are jealous, and a lot of them want to swap.
But what do they have to be jealous about? We're just some cotton picking Akatas, right?
According to them, but you got to look at the reality of this. And I said this before, so-called Black Americans are one of the biggest ethnic groups in this land that has, we're number 8 when it comes to resources in the world. $2 trillion of buying power. I mean, why wouldn't they be jealous? Like, none of their wealth in all those countries doesn't even equate to none of that. And it's 1.4 billion of them. It's only about 50 million of us over here, so they have a lot to be jealous about. You know, I think they want to swap with us. They want a destiny swap with us. You know, they want to tether onto us and pretend that we're the same. You know, so they can, you know, get some of our benefits and get some type of blood tie into the land by laying down with us. I mean, these people, most of them that I see, they're opportunists, in my opinion. You know, what do you think? Mexicans are obsessed. Jealousy. It goes back to what I said. The Mexicans are just jealous. You know, they don't have no ties to this land, and they get treated like immigrants, you know, because they are, and they got an issue with that, you know.
Well, and let's talk about their identity crisis. They verbally tell us that they're Aztec warriors and descendants of Maya princesses, but genetically they're descendants of conquistadors mixed with African slaves.
Exactly. And it's funny, like you said, they're not fighting to get those lands over there in Mexico where the Aztec ruins are and where the Mayan ruins are. They're not fighting for none of that. They fighting to get over here. Those people are crazy. That's what I remember. Like you said, confused. But, what do you think, people on the res? Like I said, people on the res, a lot of them, they're watered down. I'm not gonna say all of them are foreigners. Some of them do have blood ties, but most of them don't. They're foreigners. Trump showed them that recently. Because a lot of people don't know that quote unquote Native Americans are considered foreigners. A lot of them, and it's like, why can the American government go on the res and just snatch them out and kick their butt out this country? You know what I mean? People don't think about stuff like that. So everything ain't always what it appears to be, But I think they got a lot of issues. They're cosplaying. The videos that you showed earlier, they really want to be the Aboriginal people, but they're not. It's just a lot of jealousy and hate. But the more brothers and sisters get cards from these different nation groups, we're going to be able to shut all of that up. And basically, eventually that a lot of those funds that's supposed to be for our families is going to start pouring back into the families that it's supposed to, and not these foreigners that's on there pretending to be us. But that's all I got to say, my brother.
Yep, I feel it. Well, everybody can unmute themselves. Let's chop it up a little bit before we start doing a round robin of closing remarks.
Hey, Mike. Man, if I already found my grandfather, and like two of my grandfather was on reservations, and like they was dark, man. I'm talking about like Black American. Will it be easier for me to get the citizenship if I can prove that?
Not necessarily. Each tribe has their own separate citizenship application requirements. So, like, for example, people hire me to trace their genealogy, right? So sometimes I have clients where I can literally prove that they have indigenous ancestry. I can show documentation where their ancestors was a member of a tribe, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can get citizenship. Some tribes have blood quantum requirements. Some tribes discriminate against those who have ancestors classified as freedmen. Some tribes also, I almost lost my train of thought. What were we talking about again? We're talking about whether it'd be easy since you already have folks on the reservation. Yeah, so some tribes actually, especially the tribes with the casinos, they not only want you to have an ancestor listed as part of the tribe, but they want you to have a certain amount of blood quantum to be affiliated with the tribe. So it gets really, really complex. And just because you have indigenous ancestry, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have a clear pathway to citizenship. But it really all starts with tracing your heritage. Now, when you say that you have ancestors who were on the reservation, did you find them on any tribal rolls?
Yeah, I found that literally like papers, like of them being sold out, like granted permission to go out the no to get into the tribe. And my other granddad, he went to Oklahoma. He was born in Oklahoma. I have his documentation as well that he was a part of. He was born on the reservation.
And which tribe are we talking about?
I forgot my granddad tribe name. I have to locate the document.
And also the question is, did you ever find a tribal roll? For example, I got a bunch of documents that I'm sorting through back here on my floor. Let me just grab a tribal roll real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, so here's a couple examples of some tribal rolls. So like this right here is like a Creek Nation Freedmen roll. And actually for the folks watching on YouTube, let me make my camera bigger. All right, so this right here is going to be a Creek Nation Freedmen roll. This right here is going to be a Creek Nation by blood roll. But whether we're talking about the Creek Nation, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Seminole, these documents are going to look very, very similar. Have you come across any documents that look like this?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay. So those are the documents that you're going to really want to find, because they're going to not only, show what tribe your ancestors affiliated with, but it's also going to break down what your ancestor was classified as, whether they're classified as by blood or whether they're classified as freedmen, what their blood quantum is listed at, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Let me locate it real quick, and you can just go to someone else and I'll read it to you.
Another thing real quick, because just in case you don't have any tribal rolls in those documents, let me show you real quick how you can go about getting them. I actually just got a whole packet ordered for one of my genealogy clients. Here, watch, I'll go grab it real quick. Shout out to Miracle. She found me on TikTok a couple months ago, booked a one-on-one genealogy consultation with me. After I taught her how to trace our heritage, she said, well, Mike, I ain't really got time for this. Can you just do it for me? And she hired me to trace it. I was able to give her genealogy results, taking her family tree back to the early 1800s, damn near late 1700s. And I told her that I was going to put in a request for information for more documentation, because, again, genealogy is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And I just got this packet from the Oklahoma Historical Society that has 50 or 100 pages, right? So these type of packets of information are going to have tribal rolls, tribal applications, bills of sale, land allotments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But most people don't know how to get a hold of that kind of documentation. So, for someone like you who actually has ancestors in Oklahoma, affiliated with different reservations, let me just quickly show you how you can go about getting that information if you don't have it already. So what you're going to want to do is on Google, type in Dolls Rolls. One of the first results is going to be okhistory.org, Oklahoma Historical Society. Now, you don't actually want to mess around with this searching the Dolls roll. If you do search the Dolls roll, you want to search it by roll number. You don't want to search it by first and last name. If you don't know how to find a roll number, I can walk you through that. Just go to the website, book a genealogy consultation with me. But what I really want you to find out right now is how you can go about ordering a whole packet of information like I have here for one of my clients. So just below this, we've got order copies, dolls enrollment application packets. It's going to cost you $35, but you can go ahead and order an application packet that's going to have like 50 to 100 documents. Now, you are going to already have to have some information on your ancestor. You're going to have their name. You're going to have their roll number, the name of the tribe, so that, you know, a researcher with the Oklahoma Historical Society can pull those records and mail them to you. But it sounds like you may already have enough documentation to, you know, provide a name of a tribe and a name and potentially a roll number. So if you do have enough info to fill in these blanks, then the next step for you would be, you know, dropping the $35, getting the full packet. Because once you can really see what your ancestors classified as, you know, how much land they were allotted, et cetera, it's just going to open up the wealth of information that you have available to you, if that makes sense. Nope. Are you still with us?
You can hear me?
No,
the
I can,
document that I have is a enrollment. It's an enrollment document. It's saying the Cherokee Nation enrollment application. It'll say my grandmother name her name was Hattie Markham, enrolled into.
Is there a roll number? A roll number is going to be 4 digits.
Let's see. Hold on.
And guys, make sure to tap the screen. Check out the website, nativebblackancestry.com. I built it out with tons of historical references. I got a digital archive with over 600 documents, book list, blog, tribal surname tab, where you can see if your last name aligns with any of the 5 civilized tribes. So definitely make sure to check out nativebblackancestry.com.
I don't have the it didn't show me the number. It showed
What's the
me the
first
application.
and last name, if you don't mind me doing a quick public search here?
And this is in South Carolina.
Okay. How about the one who's in Oklahoma?
Let me hold on. Let me get it.
I need some elevator music, y'all.
See us all broke, I'm on some bullshit. Out for everything they owe. Remember K-Day, weekends, Crenshaw.
Somebody else can talk about get back. I'm pulling.
All right, for sure.
Okay, well, let me say something because I've been waiting, Mike.
Go ahead.
I found out, I read something today. I was on somebody's live and they were talking about something, and somebody posted in the comments about the know nothings. Do you know something about the know nothings? Because I went down a little rabbit hole about this.
Yeah. The Know Nothings was a political party founded by European settlers that called themselves Native Americans. Yep.
Right. That was blowing my mind. Like, and then I looked up the members of the, you know, these so-called notable members, and it was crazy.
Founding fathers and shit, right?
Yeah, they were immigrants though. Like, they weren't even native to the land, but y'all sitting up here claiming that, you know, they've had a whole Native American party. It was like super crazy.
Well,
I had to
see,
get on.
that probably sounds crazy to you, but when you start to research the history of the Americas as a whole, you realize that's not that crazy. This is par for the course. How do you think Mexico got its independence from Spain? How do you think Cuba, Panama, Venezuela, Guyana, how do you think they got their quote-unquote independence from Spain? This is what happens time and time again. The European crown sends European settlers to settle the land, form colonies, right? Well, after a generation or two, these settlers now identify as native because they were born there, and native just means born there. You know, I'm a Native American, whereas you're a British person born and raised in Britain, right? And what happens is these natives, these Europeans who were born in the Americas, they rebel against their European grandparents, for better, for for lack of better terms, the European elite, the monarchy, right, the crown. They rebel, and now they say, hey, this is our own land, we're doing our own thing. That's how Mexico got its independence from Spain. That's how every country in Latin America broke away from Spain or Portugal. Literally, Spanish descendants of conquistadors who are born and raised in Central and South America now identify as different from the mainland ones who live in Spain, and they break away, they rebel, they do their own thing. And most people don't know that when you look up the Mexican War for Independence or the Latin America struggle for independence, these weren't indigenous uprisings. These were descendants of Europeans rebelling against their fellow European.
Man, blew my mind. Culturally appropriated the whole indigenous people. They was coming up with like different names, I guess to like call their lodges, that it just blew my mind reading about this. And it just goes into the play of, the way that they basically took the land. They got into,
And most of the Know Nothing Party shifted into the Republican Party. Most people don't know that.
yes. And it just like it really blew my mind. They culturally appropriated the indigenous people by way of taking their identity, you know what I'm saying, and then ultimately taking the land, because they were our political party. They was a part of the Tea Party. They was a part of the, like you just said, the Republican Party, and they started making laws and all these things to basically reclassify us. It's crazy.
My granddad name was Henry Casey Sr.
Let me see. Henry, how do you spell Casey? Casey?
Yeah.
And the last name Casey?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I tell people to never search the Dolls roll by first and last name. You should only search it by roll number. But just for shits and giggles, I'll search and see if anything pops up. Let me see. And what was that first name again?
Henry.
And do you know what tribe?
No, the Ancestry thing locked. I can't search it.
Yeah, nothing's popping up. And see, this is why I tell people not to search by first and last name, because our ancestors had multiple names they went by, multiple spellings of their names. So the only way you really want to search the Dolls roll is by the roll number, but it is a process to actually find the roll number. And that's the type of stuff that I teach people during those one-on-one consultations.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, brother. I found 2 links to 2 different tribes in my lineage, but that's why I said I'm gonna go ahead and just pay you so you can go ahead and finish that off, because it's not as easy as it looks in a lot of ways. You do have to have a certain knowledge with genealogy, and I realize I'm still learning. There's still a lot to learn on that end. So I'm just going ahead and get that consultation and just, let the professional deal with it.
Oh yeah, I'll walk you through it, brother. And most people don't understand, like, not only is it like a whole talent knowing how to do genealogical research, but you've got to become like an extra niche expert to do Black American genealogy research, because this is way different from European genealogy research. If I'm tracing a European genealogy, I can do that with ease all the way to the 1400s, the 1500s, like it's nothing. But when you talk about Black Americans whose ancestors were reclassified and reclassified and reclassified and reclassified and reclassified, I mean, paper genocide is a hell of a thing. They was burning down county court buildings, burning down Freedmen's Bank, losing our bills of sale, our land deeds, our land patents. I mean, they did a lot of crazy shit to try to strip us of our heritage. A lot of people see the Roots movie, and they see the Roots movie, and they see the whole Toby getting whipped, and oh no, you're Toby now, you're not Kenta. They did way more than that to strip us of our heritage. Way more than that.
It's funny too, because I found one of my grandparents also. They have some type of paperwork with the Freedmen Bank, you know.
Mm-hmm. And the Freedmen's
it's
Bank
hard.
was a tool of extracting wealth from recently freed black folks. The bank went bust in less than 10 years. They tricked off all the money, lost generational wealth. They said
That's crazy.
$1 to $2 billion in generational wealth was lost through the Freedmen's Bank.
Jeez, they literally drained us to be poor.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, there's no other word for that than evil, bro. That's evil, man. Yeah.
Well, that really sheds light on something. If we're really Africans, and if freedmen are just like African slaves that got free, if that was true, then guess what? The government would have left us the hell alone. You're free now. Work, pay taxes. We don't give a damn. But if you're really the indigenous people of the Americas, oh, they can't just free you. They got to free you, reclassify you, extract your wealth, trick you out of your land, and then force you to the north into factories, into Jim Crow segregation. I mean,
they put a magnifying glass over our people, like literally, like it's insane. Like, you know, we can't do nothing without them trying to be involved or trying to control everything. Like, it's insane, man.
Yeah. And actually, shout out to Q. Q says, "Hi, I'm new. During the consultation, is there something we can set up with you to help track the info?" Are you asking if during the consultation you need like more help, if there's anything in addition you can get? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. The whole purpose of the consultation is to teach you the 3-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. But oftentimes I do meet with people where after I consult with them and show them how to do the research on their own, they're like, "Mike, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm a trucker, I'm a mom of 5 kids. Like, I don't have the time to do this kind of research. Can I just hire you to do it?" So if that's what you're referring to, then we can cross that bridge once we get there. But first and foremost, I like to make sure that I give everyone a clear understanding of how to do the research on their own. That way, if you want to do it on your own, you can save some money, not have to hire a genealogist. You know, it looks like we got a new panel member, Maya something. Go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yeah, I'm just listening. It's Maya Lyran, basically the Inca Mayan connection. I'm calling out of Georgia. I'm just sitting back listening, and I'm agreeing with everything. It sounds good. I have no rebuttal. Everything is smooth.
Nice. Well, if you want to answer the questions on the screen, go for it.
Hold on, let me see what you got. I'm going to pull it up. Shit, I can't see shit.
First question is, do you know what a freedman is?
Off the muscle, no.
Well, long story short, it was a label used to reclassify indigenous Black Americans and strip them from their heritage, and to perpetuate the misconception that a freedman is someone who was a slave and then freed. There were people enslaved and emancipated, and hence the term freedman, but there were also plenty of people never enslaved but still got caught up with that freedman label.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And then you got freedmen of U.S. territory. Then you got freedmen in tribal territory. When we talk about freedmen in tribal territory, that's a whole separate thing. It was, again, a reclassification tool, but a lot of people think that the freedmen of the 5 civilized tribes were like African slaves that mixed in with natives. No, not the case. These were Black indigenous people, a lot of them free, never enslaved. And when it came time to sign up on the Dawes rolls, they got hit with a new racial reclassification term, freedmen. Matter of fact, pop quiz time. Does anybody know how the how can I put? Does anyone know the namesake of the Dawes rolls? Does anyone know where that term where that name Dolls Rolls comes from? And I mean, we've all heard the term, right? Dolls Rolls, but let me get a 0 in the chat on TikTok and YouTube if you guys don't know like the origin of the naming of the Dolls Rolls, and put a 1 in the chat if you guys do know the history of the naming of the Dolls Rolls.
I don't know the history, but I know it was the last name of the guy that basically created the list, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, God damn it, here you go giving everybody the answer. Shoot. People are supposed to be voting right now. It's a poll. It's a poll, brother. It's all good. It's all good. I might see a lot of 0s in the chat, so a lot of people are not aware. Let me see. Yeah, a lot of 0s in the chat. All right. Well, as the brother just gave you guys a spoiler alert on, the Dolls Roll was named after Henry Lawrence Dawes. He was a U.S. Senator from Massachusetts. So let that sink in. They got some European dude from Massachusetts creating a role and dictating who gets to be an Indian and who's not. A lot of people actually have the misconception that like the Dolls Roll was like tribes just documenting their members. Like they just did a roll call. Yeah, these are our members. Let's write them down. No, the European government was in charge of that role. They decided what list you went on. They actually interviewed Black indigenous people, and based on the questions, if they didn't like your answers, they rejected you. And if you were lucky enough to get on the roll, oftentimes if you were too dark skinned, they put you on a separate freedman roll to disenfranchise you.
Yep.
Well, I say,
come on. The Dolls Roll was actually created because of my tribe, the Creek Nation. What do I mean by that? Well, my tribe was one of the 5 civilized tribes that did not want to get down with the individual land allotments. We always believed in indigenous communal land ownership. Chickasaw, Seminole, all those other ones got down with the U.S. government and we're like, okay, we're going to, leave our communal tribal lands and let you split it up into land allotments, individual land allotments. Well, since we weren't really down with that, the U.S. government said, damn, what are we going to do? We got to think of something. Well, our man Dolls comes up with the Dolls Rolls to not only categorize indigenous people, but through something called the Curtis Act that actually dissolved the tribal governments. And now they're forced by the U.S. government to adopt these land allotments. And guess what? If you're placed on the list as by blood, you got up to 160 acres of land. If you're placed on the list as a freedman, you only got 40 acres.
No mule.
Nah, no mule. But again, this is a big difference between freedmen in U.S. territory versus freedmen in tribal territory. Freedmen in U.S. territory were owed 40 acres and a mule and never got nothing. Freedmen in tribal territory were supposed to get 160 acres, but they got shorted and only got 40.
Wow.
Look it up, guys. Sarah Rector, the youngest Black female millionaire in the 1900s, early 1900s. How did she have so much money? Because she was a descendant of Creek freedmen, and their 40-acre land allotment had oil underneath. And in the early 1900s, she's making $10,000 per day. Look her up, Sarah Rector.
I have land in my family date back to the mid 1850s, and I think it was my great grandfather. He, out of slavery, he bought 100 acres of land and kept it. And it recently went through, dividing. He died and left it to his son. His son died and left it to grandkids. And before you know it, it's been divided up amongst. And the only thing I know left is about 25 acres, and my mom is in possession of 13, and we're going to try to preserve that because that's heritage.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you have to think about it. If slavery is just like they teach us in school, how the hell does your ancestor have the money to buy 100 acres? I thought slaves wasn't making no money. I thought they was working for free.
Exactly.
So what we learn is slavery is way more nuanced than people think. Some of our ancestors were working labor contracts. Just like nowadays, you contract out your labor. You might have a shitty boss. You might have a good boss.
True.
Some plantations, they whipping you, they beating you, they dogging you out. Some plantations, the slaves is talking about they love their master, they never wanted for nothing, they was fed good, and after emancipation, they wanted to stay on the plantation because they was treated so good. Slavery is way more nuanced than people think.
True. And see, that happened now before we were enslaved, and there's more or less when the 13 richest people had before the colonies struck and took over. There was more or less the white tea people was basically on that same. Some of them was content, and some of them wasn't.
There's a book I'm reading where it talks about how the northern poor white tea people were jealous of southern plantation slaves. Why were they jealous of southern plantation slaves? Well, look at it this way. If you're a poor European in America, it's real hard to make a living. You got to contract out your labor. If you contract out your labor, you can be fired at any point in time. There's no such thing as sick days. There's no retirement. There's no insurance plan, no nothing. But if you're a southern plantation slave, you're being clothed, you're being fed. There's actually laws on the books in places like Louisiana where the slave master cannot sell their slave once they get sick. They can't say, okay, you're sick, I'm going to sell you and trade you for another slave. No, you have to keep that slave, nurse them back to health, and maintain that labor contract. Because you have to think about it this way. In times where it really was slavery and there really was an indigenous skirmish and the prisoners of war were forced onto plantations and stuff, guess what? That didn't last very long before you have a slave revolt. There was way more slave revolts than just Nat Turner's. They just don't tell you about it.
That's right.
So what do they do so that they don't have to worry about getting unalived in the middle of the night? They treat their slaves with some common decency. And again, I know that we've all been programmed with the roots and the colors purples, and we just think slave is someone who's getting whipped and shackled and beat and da-da-da-da. And that did happen from time to time. But it wasn't happening like you think. Slaves wasn't getting lynched like that. Lynchings happened after emancipation. Black massacres happened after emancipation.
I even read where like I read where there was it was even against the law at some point to like kill slaves, I guess during that time, like, you know, so I mean, I guess in the areas where it was so-called slaves, it was still like they still had laws and all that stuff against, you know, because that's money, you know. So yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, the slave master, the plantation owner, he's taking out a loan for those slaves. So if I'm paying a mortgage on those slaves and I'm paying that mortgage from the profits of the produce that the slaves are cultivating, then why do I want to whip and chain and beat this slave and do them all kinds of dirty like that? Why?
Hey, yo, Mike, have you seen that movie Antebellum of America?
No,
where like I think it was like an Italian film or something like that, like on slavery or whatever like that. I think I seen it on Dane's channel or whatever. But when you watch the whole thing, it's very interesting because this Italian guy is interviewing this slave, and the slave is basically saying like, hey, you know, I don't get beaten, you know, whipped or whatever like that. And then he was basically telling them that he was worth like, I think over $2,000, which was a lot of money during that time. And he was basically saying, I don't got a scar on me. He was saying, my life been fortunate because the slave even had money. Like you could see him counting his money and all his coins.
Slaves
And
were
stuff
getting
like that.
paid. Slaves had money. If slaves didn't have no money, why did they have to start a freedmen's bank in 1865 to extract the wealth from these recently freed slaves?
Yeah, and then another thing that I seen in there was that like as the Italian was interviewing him or whatever like that, the slave was like, hey, you know, we ain't gotta pay taxes during times of war. We you know, we ain't gotta be drafted. And then he started basically saying how the masters had to cover everything, man. And then so the Italian guy was like, but sometimes you don't get paid. And then he was like, then the slave was like, well, what's the difference between a slave and a liberated worker? Man, I'm talking about it was like a bombshell right there, because there is no difference between a slave and a liberated worker. They both still on the contract, you know.
I'm telling you, most people have not looked at this part of history, but there's historical evidence and a lot of historical commentary showing that poor white tea people in the South envied enslaved black people. They saw them as having steady
Farewell,
food
Uncle
and
Tom.
shelter. They had consistent employment. They had medical care provided by slaveholders to protect their investment. They had protection under the plantation system that poor white tea people lacked entirely. And again, it wasn't sympathy for enslaved people. It was resentment rooted in insecurity and class desperation. You know, enslaved people were guaranteed labor, food, a place to live. And again, not out of kindness, but because they were property. Poor white tea people, on the other hand, had to compete for scraps. They had seasonal jobs, dangerous labor, tenant farming. During economic downturns, many poor white tea people had no work, no home, and no way to feed their families. There's actually several travel journals that noted that enslaved people, while in bondage, were better off than the poorest class of white tea people. Think about that. Enslaved people, while being plantation slaves, are still better off than the poorest class of white tea people. Because guess what? The poorest class of white tea people are working those plantations with those slaves, but they don't get a house on the plantation. They don't get medical care. They don't get clothing. They don't. I mean, look, think about it. Think about it.
That's diabolical there. And you saw a little bit of that in that. I think she said it was called Farewell, Uncle Tom. Yeah, the name of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
They even showed, there was even one part of the movie where they actually showed Africans and the Indians all together, and they all look the same.
So
It's like
I want
you can
people
see
to
that.
watch out about that movie, though. Somebody in my chat last night recommended that movie. I started to watch it today. I seen some fuckery, so I looked up who made the movie and the history behind the movie. This is a
It's not. It doesn't have.
no, it's a PORNO graphic mockumentary. Those things that are in that film are not historically accurate. You remember in the beginning how they had that weird scene where they like got Africans sliding down a slide into a pool and getting scrubbed, and they're zooming in on their balls and their ass cheeks and you know all this kind of stuff and stuff. That never happened. There was never a fort in New Orleans where Africans were imported in mass and then washed with acid mixed with ashes and all this kind of shit. This is literally it's called a mockumentary. Now, on the one hand, it's kind of interesting in the opening scene how they have the dialogue at the table and they're talking about the different types of mindsets of European settlers, but is low-key a disingenuous snuff film.
I 100% agree with you on that. Like, I wouldn't say like the whole thing is accurate. I'm just saying like
made by Italians, by the way.
Gems. It was a couple of gems in there. Like it's a like, for an example, the depiction of the Indians. They had that right at one point in the movie. And then a little bit accuracy on like the slave condition or whatever like that. But other than that, it wasn't, a lot of it was, in my opinion, was
sensationalized. It was kind of akin to Roots or The Color Purple, where they're like putting these crazy graphic images out there. So you think, because you're seeing it in front of you, that this is like realistic and it's something that actually happened. No. Wasn't happening like that.
Even Roots had like it's crappy too, but even Roots got like a teeny bit of some gems in there, like for an example, the free blacks. You know, I remember what's his name? That main Fiddler, I think that's Slade, the main.
I've never seen Roots, so I can't tell you.
He was like they was
I've seen some
all
clips.
like on a they was all like on a plantation or something, right? And then they had just brought I guess Kuta Kente or whatever like that. And then Fiddler was like he looked at all of the free black people. They were all looking at Kuta Kente, and he was like, now none of you never seen, he said, now this is an African Negro. He said, now none of you never seen an African Negro before. They went and got him from Africa. So the interesting thing about it was like, if we all came from Africa, then shouldn't have they identified with Kuta Kente? That I just kind of found that weird, you know.
Yeah. Why are they treating him like an
That was
outsider?
fake, though. That was a whole fake like
Well,
thing.
yeah, we know it's fictional, you know, we know it's fictional.
But he's still trying to find the gems in the fiction. Yeah. And
I'm just saying, like
hold
going back
on,
and looking
real
at the
quick.
movie.
I got a couple more people on the panel. I got to get you real quick. Kevin Hill, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Kevin Hill going once. Kevin Hill going twice. All right, Kevin Hill, gotta unmute yourself. Whiskey, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
BC, Canada. You guys are crazy. You don't have any reservations. You only speak English. You have nothing to prove that you're from here, except somebody says hieroglyphs from the fiction channel, right? The history channel, right? The UFO channel. Like, there's nothing. You have nothing. You can't even show me how to, like, survive.
Why would I show you how to survive?
You couldn't. You
No, Whiskey, I just asked you, why would I show you how to survive? Why do you need us to show you in Canada how to survive? Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know.
Because we were Squanto, right? You were Squanto. The same thing all the way up to Newfoundland.
So you need us to help you survive because of someone named Squanto? I'm not understanding.
Yeah, I'm familiar with what he's talking about.
No, we fought the white man, and the white man saved you.
Okay, just so we're on the same page, you're a white man, right?
No, I am not. Stop muting
Then what
me.
are you? I'll mute you all I want. You came to my cookout. No one invited you. So what are you if you're not a white man?
Taught black people how to, like, survive.
What are you if you're not a white man? Are you one of those Mongolians that got shipped off to a boarding school? Are you a Siberian husky that got sent to a boarding school and now they're confused? Is that what's going on? Unmute yourself and let us know what you are.
Are you a black monkey? Are you a black monkey? Are you a black
Are you
monkey?
claiming to be an Inuit, sir? I'm just confused as to what you are. Clearly you're inebriated.
Stop.
Clearly you've drunk too much maple syrup, but I'm just confused as to what your goal is here. I mean, guys, if you check out the prompts and the questions on the screen, you see how we have questions about obsession. Now you see why I have questions on the screen about obsession. Some folks are real obsessed with us. We gotta we got a drunk Asian on the res trying to tell us who we are.
Dude,
yeah, this is sad. This is sad.
I got a question.
You don't have a res.
This is sad.
Mike?
Sir,
You don't have
I don't have a res and I don't want a res. My tribe has a reservation. It's about a few hours from me. We don't know what you have. We don't care what you have. No one invited you here.
And
Why
he
is,
ain't got
why is
not
everyone
one tooth
obsessed
in
with
his
us?
mouth.
Why is everyone
Yeah,
obsessed with us, guys?
man,
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering.
he better go on. It done pissed me the hell off. Ain't got not a
I don't know
tooth in
why
his
they. I
mouth.
don't know why they like the. They always seem to come in the chat all wasted out, drugged out, drunk. Like let me get my racism off my chest. You know.
It's like since they've been on the reservation since 72, recognized in 72, that's all they've done is drink themselves to death. I mean, I've seen you. Have you been to the res and seen how the res? It's just awful. They're nasty, trash
They literally
everywhere.
have a state of emergency on the reservation right now. Yeah.
I think it's their fault though. It's like it ain't like it's nothing natural.
And guys,
We would have had them
let's
reds
really
fly.
hold on. Let's really call a spade a spade. Let's no longer refer to it as a reservation. Let's call it what it is, a ghetto.
Yes, it is.
Really, they do.
Honestly,
They're
some of them are
tribal
old
ghettos.
plantations.
Yeah.
Some of them are old plantations.
Concentration camps still, huh?
Not really a
Section 8.
concentration camp because they could leave at any point in time, but they just choose to stay and live in squalor.
But don't they lose their pension when they leave?
Yeah, like that's they have. Ain't that true, Mike? Well, I've heard a native say this before, but I'm not sure if he was just talking out of his ass or whatever. But he was saying that for some benefits, not all, but some benefits, you have to be living on the the so-called res or whatever like that. But I'm not sure how true that is. And
Yeah,
if all
there's some
tribes do
benefits that
you
you
know what
have
I'm
to
saying?
live on the res or near the res, and then there's benefits where you can still have access to no matter what place in the country that you live.
True, like Section 8.
That's because they got comfortable. That's all it is. They comfortable there. They family there. They been there, and they just squatting there. They love it there. If they wanted something better, they will go and have better. They'll go and do better. They'll stop drinking like that man came up here drunk as hell with not a tooth in his mouth. That's why his teeth done rotted out his mouth because he sat up and drunk all his life. You know what I'm saying? And hey, that's just, baby, don't get me started. He better take his ass on somewhere, Mike.
It's really just the
He
obsession for
barely could
me.
talk.
I mean,
Oh,
guys, if we really just take a moment to think about the obsession, like, would any of us at 1 or 2 in the morning be calling in to speak to a fucking Canadian?
Nope.
Not drunk.
Not at all.
At all. I don't care if you're drunk. I don't care if you're so. Do any of us give a damn about a Canadian? But Canadians are worried about us, apparently.
His concerns need to be with Trump. He's the one deporting them.
Hey.
Wow.
And he claimed he wasn't a European, but I think he's definitely a Mayo man.
that was Mayo drunk babble.
Yeah. And it's funny how folks call in and say things like, you have nothing but the hieroglyphs or History Channel, ancient aliens. Sir, my tribal citizenship card is literally on the screen. At least for the folks on TikTok. For the folks on YouTube, here it is. But it's like, damn, I literally have my citizenship card displayed and people still like, oh, I don't know. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. Let's talk about it. Oh, but guys, it looks like shout out to YouTube. They just cut off my TikTok live stream. We got false flagged for hate speech. I told you guys TikTok is oh so sensitive. I'll probably have my TikTok restored in 5 to 10 minutes. Whenever they shut me down for hate speech, I gotta appeal the decision, and then they review it, and then they're like, oh yeah, those folks on the res were just mass reporting you. Let's go ahead and restore your live stream. So give me a moment while I submit that appeal. Shoot, I was getting ready to wrap up the broadcast in a minute anyways. Lord knows, Lord knows. Let me see here. Here we go. Yeah, I got other stuff to do. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and appeal this. If the appeal goes through, I'll go live on TikTok again just to kind of, you know, let folks know what happened, give the people on the panel a opportunity to provide closing remarks. Hold on a second. And let me get some feathers if you guys were tuned into last night's live stream. Shit, last night we were live for like 7, damn near 8 hours. Man, oh man, we did a marathon last night. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Trade Raleigh. Trade Raleigh, are you still here? I see that you had a question earlier. If you are still in the building, let me know. Trade Raleigh said, so if you find your surname on the list, how do you know your family was in the tribe off of that? Well, Trade Raleigh, let me know if you're still here. Even if you're not here anymore, I guess I'll still answer that question because that is a question that other people may also have on their mind. But long story short, that tribal surname tab on my website, nativeblackancestry.com, that's just a helpful tool. It's like a first step. Even if you find your family surname listed with tribes, you should still, you know, trace your genealogy to at least the early 1800s, then take everybody born between the 1800s and the 1900s and run them through various tribal databases to try to locate a roll number, see if anybody's popping up on tribal rolls. But yeah, that tribal surname tab is just like a good, you know, first step. Point you in the right direction. See if any of your family last names align with any of the surnames adopted by the 5 civilized tribes. That kind of thing. Chief Blackfoot says, I know I do. Yeah. The transporter says, what's good? Nice to see you, transporter. Nice to see you as always. And before we wrap up the broadcast, if anybody wants to answer the questions in the prompt, let me put those back on the screen. Do you know what a freedman is? Why do you think Creek freedmen what do you think about Creek freedmen having their citizenship rights restored? What do you think about people on reservations discriminating against Black tribal members, but not the white T ones? We all know about Native Black American revolutionaries, but can you name a Native American one, or an African revolutionary, or a Mexican revolutionary? And then the last 3 questions, why are Africans, Mexicans, and people on the reservation so obsessed with us? Man, oh man. And it was crazy how the Canadian dude was like trying to diss us by saying we don't have a reservation. Like, is that supposed to be a flex? Is he trying to shit on us because he's in Canada on some reservation somewhere while we live in suburban communities? Like, all right, some flex. That's like an African calling in from a refugee camp being like, hey, you don't even have a refugee camp. Do you have a refugee camp? I have a refugee camp. Like, all right. All right. The transporter said, dang, I didn't even know you were live. Yeah, YouTube doesn't really send out the notifications like they should. Chief says, I'll be linking with you next week like I told you. Nice. I look forward to connecting with you, brother. I definitely look forward to connecting with you. Let's give it a few more minutes to see if this appeal is going to get approved or not. And of course, this is kind of a celebratory stream. You know, we're celebrating the freedmen of my tribe getting their citizenship rights restored. Shout out to the Supreme Court. And actually, I've got a video on it. Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on.
Big story out of Oklahoma where the Muscogee Nation, they now have to abide by a landmark ruling that recognizes African Americans and the descendants who are part of this nation. Attorney Damaro Solomon Simmons has been leading this effort. We, of course, have talked about it several times as well. He joins us right now. Of course, co-founder of Justice for Greenwood. So go ahead and tell us what's up with the Creek Freedmen. Walk people through what happened today and how significant this is to Mario.
Well, good to see you, Roland. This is very significant because for the first time in 46 years, Black Creeks, also known as Creek Freedmen, will now have their citizenship rights restored to the Muskogee Creek Nation. This will impact tens of thousands of Black Creeks throughout the nation who will not only receive their birthright and their citizenship rights, but also have opportunities to have tangible benefits, life-sustaining and altering benefits like free healthcare, childcare, education benefits, etc.
Okay, so explain to folks, why would they have free healthcare, free child benefits? What, as a result of the Muskogee Nation? Explain that.
Sure. Well, the Muskogee Creek Nation was one of the five quote-unquote civilized tribes who in the late 1700s, early 1800s adopted European-style culture, speaking English and having a plantation-style economy. And a part of that was the enslavement of Africans and of their own indigenous Black members. And so when they was moved to Oklahoma in the 1830s.
And I appreciate him providing that nuance. Some members of my tribe did have African slaves. Some members of my tribe had other indigenous tribal members listed as their slaves.
And continue to enslave and continue to discriminate against their Black members. They sided with the Confederacy during the Civil War. They lost, obviously the Confederacy lost the war at the time, and so they had to do new treaties. And that treaty of 1866, which was negotiated and signed by 5 individuals, one of them being my four-time great-grandfather, Cal Tom, ended enslavement within the Creek Nation.
You know, guys, it looks like TikTok just accepted my appeal. So let me go ahead and get the TikTok live stream queued up once again. So you guys, I'm telling you that the censorship, them folks on the res was mad that we was talking about the reservation being a ghetto. They said, let's get a stream shut down for a few minutes. Whatever. Anything to make them happy. But give me just a second. I want to queue up this live stream again so that everybody on TikTok can hear this video as well. Here we go.
And it also granted citizenship to all Creeks of African descent. But in 1979, the Creek Nation decided they did not want the Creeks of African descent anymore, and they illegally excluded us through their new constitution. And so we've been fighting that battle ever since. And today, their own Supreme Court affirmed that the Treaty of 1866 guarantees Creeks of African descent, also known as Creek Freedmen, to have full citizenship within the Creek Nation.
For folks who don't know, walk through how long this legal battle has been going on, because they were trying everything to shut y'all down.
Yeah, even when you came down, Roland, you saw it firsthand. Listen, I started working on this in 1999 when I was trying to get my own citizenship. And then when I graduated law school in 2004, this was the first case I took to trial in 2005. And we lost in 2007. We lost again in 2018. We lost in 2019. But we kept hitting it, and we had a victory in 2023 that the Creek Nation appealed. And it's from this appeal that we have finally heard their Supreme Court say, yes, you can win. Because in 2007, the Muskogee Nation Supreme Court ruled against us. So this is an amazing day. It is just, I can't stop smiling. And I just wish my grandmother, Johnny May.
And actually, see, sometimes I get it wrong, guys. I'm not always right, just most of the time. I was thinking it was the U.S. Supreme Court. It's the tribal Supreme Court. So when I had some people on the panel earlier that were looking at this a little bit suspiciously, like, hey, why would the tribe all of a sudden accept the freedmen back when they were discriminated against them? And I was like, no, it's not that the tribe is accepting them back, like the Supreme Court is making them. Well, that is true to an extent. There are some white supremacist members of my tribe that don't want the freedmen to have their citizenship rights restored. And the Creek Nation Supreme Court has now, ruled in favor of the freedmen. But now that I realize it wasn't the U.S. Supreme Court, it was my own tribe Supreme Court, I am looking at that a little bit suspiciously, because just like DeMario said in 2007, that same Supreme Court ruled against the freedmen. So what changed between 2007 and 2025? Well, I know in 2022, they did have a congressional hearing on it. I do know they've had several other court hearings since then. So it's still something to look at critically.
Austin, who died in 2019. And I graduated law school in 2004. This was the first case I took to trial in 2005. And we lost in 2007. We lost again in 2018. We lost in 2019. But we kept hitting, and we had a victory in 2023 that the Creek Nation appealed. And it's from this appeal that we have finally heard their Supreme Court say, yes, you can win. Because in 2007, the Muscogee Nation Supreme Court ruled against us. So this is an amazing day. It is just, I can't stop smiling. And I just wish my grandmother, Johnny Mae Austin, who died in 2019 at 89 years old, who was a named plaintiff in our case in 2018. She spoke Creek. She grew up on our Creek allotment. I just wish she was here to witness this.
Explain when you said their Supreme Court. People may not realize that these Native American tribes, they have a separate system than the United States Supreme Court.
Absolutely. Thank you, Roland, for that question. So the Creek Nation is the fourth largest Native American tribe in the nation. It has over 100,000 members or citizens. And so it has a fully functioning government with a principal chief and executive office. It has a legislative office, which they call the National Council. And then they have a judiciary where they have a district court, just like in the United States. And then they have a Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court in the Muscogee Creek Nation has 7 members. 2 of those members had to recuse for our case. And so 5 members decided it. And I'm happy to report that it was a unanimous decision.
Okay, so they had to recuse themselves. Were they 2 of the ones who were previously involved in the case? So what happened there?
Yeah, the 2 that had to recuse themselves were previously involved in the drafting of the 1979 Constitution that excluded Black Creeks. And so I'm very happy that they did the right thing and recused from this particular case, because this case was about what is supreme. Is the Constitution of the Creek Nation, or is it the supreme law of the land because of the Treaty of 1866? So just for the listeners to understand, under the law, treaties of the United States is second only to the United States Constitution. So that's why we were saying no matter what their Constitution, the Creek Nation's Constitution stated from 1979, the Treaty of 1866 has never been abrogated or made invalid, and that is what covers and controls in this situation.
Obviously, a huge issue. I want to bring in my panel right now. Joining us right now on our panel is, of course, Rebecca Carruthers, presidency.
And Chief says, surprised that Roland is talking about this since he thinks that we're all from Africa. Yeah. Early on, he was like the Creeks of African descent. Like, yeah, Roland's a staunch Pan-African.
Fair Election Center. Glad to have her on the show. Also, A. Scott Bolden, attorney here in Washington, D.C. Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney out of Los Angeles. Glad to have 3 of you here. So I guess I'll have the lawyer start. Joe, you start your question for DeMario.
First of all, DeMario, congratulations. This is an incredible accomplishment, and it is obviously very personal for you for some obvious reasons because of your own history. But tell me this, do you see any possibility with this potentially being precedential in terms of setting a precedent that other folks that believe they belong to tribes, because the point is made that tribes, one of the things that the tribes did a pretty good job of is getting, self-determination, funding, setting up casinos and things like that, where the people that are members do quite well. Have there been any discussions that you had?
Naturally Pisces says the Creek Nation has not publicly addressed the Supreme Court ruling. They are cooking up something. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try to contest it or appeal it or something.
Over the years that leads you to believe that perhaps in some other areas where we have brothers and sisters who are descendants of tribes, that this could possibly be a route that they may try to take as well?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, right, definitely. I mean, you had the Cherokee Nation, which is the largest Native American nation, almost 500,000 members. They had a similar issue that I worked on. That was resolved in 2017. The Creeks are now. You also have the same issue with the Choctaw. You know, you remember the movie Sinners. We all love the movie Sinners. And at the very beginning of the movie, they had the Choctaw Indians that were actually chasing the vampire. Well, the Choctaw Nation was one of those nations that enslaved Black folks and one of those nations that discriminated against Black folks. And right now, they are doing the same thing that the Creeks have been doing. And so that's the issue that we're looking at. Also within the Seminole Nation. You have Black Seminoles who have been a part of the nation for hundreds and hundreds of years, who are also getting discriminated against. So we're looking at all of those issues, and there may be other nations around the country, and we're happy to talk to people and see if it's something we can help with. It's very specific based upon your lineage. A lot of people say, hey, I got some Indian in me, but you have to be able to document it. And that's the thing about the Black Indians of Oklahoma. We are the most documented Black people in the nation.
That's right. That's right. And if any of you guys need personalized guidance with learning how to sort through the documentation, how to trace your genealogy, then that's why I built out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. If you need personalized guidance, you can even book a one-on-one consultation with me where I teach you the 3-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. And here's some brief testimonials from some recent clients.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Come on, y'all. What are you waiting for? Go to nativeblackancestry.com. Real people, real results.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Oh, yeah, a lot of fake news going on with the subject, definitely. User121 on TikTok says, it's native Black, just natives and Blacks mixed together like mixed race. It's much more nuanced than that. There are some indigenous people who have African admixture, and there are some Native Black Americans who have zero African admixture, and they just descend from melanated indigenous tribes of the Americas. So it's both.
Because ever since they've been taking our land, starting in the late 1700s, they always create these lists of the citizens. So I can document my lineage back to the late 1700s, going all the way up to me. And so that's what it would take. But we know how to do that research, so it certainly could be a route.
Scott.
Thank you. Yeah, congratulations on your victory. Although, are you really saying that Indians, the Native Americans, discriminated against Black people, just like white people discriminated against Black people in this country?
No, he didn't say discriminated. He said enslaved.
Enslaved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the Black man can't catch a break.
Yeah, but go ahead, Scott.
But let me ask you this. So as part of this deal or this ruling, first thing that comes to mind is reparations. Are there any reparations in the mix in this ruling, or is that a subsequent separate lawsuit Black Creek would have to bring?
Yeah, great. That's a great question, and I think it's something that should be thought about. At this particular ruling, this is just about the citizenship aspect of it, and what we're hoping, our goal, and I'm reaching out to the chief. I'm hoping he can meet with me before I come to Chicago. Scott, I'll see you in Chicago at the NBA conference. I'm hoping I can get to the chief, on Friday, and let's have a discussion about, hey, how can we heal the divide? How can we work together, become one family again, and move forward and have that conciliation and be able to deal with some of these issues that even the ones you talked about? So those things are all on the table. But first and foremost, we just want to say, can we get our citizenship? Can you recognize us not only as first-class citizens within the nation, but recognize our contribution to the Creek Nation over the last 500 years? See, here's the thing. A lot of people don't realize we were here when Columbus got here. There were Black Creeks here when the European came here. We're well documented going back to the 1500s. And so
let's talk about it. It's a common misconception that the Black Creeks, that the freedmen are some African slaves that mixed in with the natives. No, there were Black members of my tribe before any Africans ever set foot in North America.
To the Creek Nation over the last 500 years. See, here's the thing. A lot of people don't realize we were here when Columbus got here. There were Black Creeks here when the European came here. We're well documented going back to the 1500s. And so don't try to erase our contribution. Don't try to erase what we've done. Don't try to erase our heroes and sheroes within the nation. Let's move forward as one people, and let's talk about how we heal. And obviously healing includes some type of reparatory justice.
Rebecca. So how do you formalize that citizenship then?
So like I said, they have a full functioning government. They have a whole citizenship department. So they have 3 different locations. So in Northeast Oklahoma, they have one by Tulsa. You go, and what you have to show is that you are a direct lineal descendant from an individual that was listed on the 1906 Dawes Rolls.
And that's exactly what I teach you guys how to do during those one-on-one genealogy consultations I provide. Now you guys see why I do what I do. Because if I don't do it, how do you know how to trace your ancestry to someone on the Dawes Roll in 1906? How do you know what databases and what archives to search through and what side of your family to hone in on and the different citizenship requirements of each individual tribe? I mean, guys, this can be a very, very complicated process, and I aim to demystify it through those genealogy consultations I provide. And shout out to Chief Hamza. He says, I'm going to link up with you next week as well, Mike. Yeah, I look forward to connecting with you. Facts. Trade Rally says, so here's my question. If we are the originators, why do we have to prove ourselves and they the imposters? If anything, they should prove who they are. That's one way of looking at it. More specifically, when we're talking about the freedmen, members of my tribe, fighting to get their citizenship rights restored, that's a fight that they've been taking. They want their rights restored. They've gotten their rights restored. That's their fight. Now, if you have traced your heritage and you have ancestry with another tribe and you're on the fence on whether or not you want to get tribal citizenship with that tribe, I mean, that's a personal decision you have to make. But as far as the Creek Freedmen, they've been fighting for decades for this.
So it's either you are or you're not. You can't just decide, oh, I want to be on this road. So like my great-grandfather, John W. Simmons, was a newborn in 1898. He's on that Dawes Roll. And so I go from John.
Just like I have an ancestor, Pleasant Tobler, listed on the Dawes Roll as a newborn, 2 years old. Yep. Matter of fact, I'll pull him up right now. His roll number is 1017. This is what I teach you guys to do. Trace your heritage. Figure out where you come from. Pleasant Tobler right here, 2 years old, male, blood quantum 1/2. There's his roll number listed as a Creek by blood newborn.
W. Simmons, to my grandmother, Johnny Mae Simmons, to my dad, Ahmad Shadi, to me. That's my lineage. That's how I can show that I am actually one that should be getting citizenship. Now, I could go all the way back to Cal Tom, who was born in 1810, or I could go all the way back to Moses Perryman, who was born in 1780. So I could do that too.
Wow. Congratulations.
Rebecca.
Thank you.
Hey, Demar.
And the transporter on YouTube says, bruh, will I be able to change my date to the 4th instead of the 2nd? So if you're talking about a genealogy consultation that you already booked with me, yeah, that's not a problem. We can definitely get that changed. Just send me an email. My email is mike@nativebblackancestry.com. Just shoot me an email, be like, yo, this is the transporter. I'm booked for this date. I want to switch it to this date, that time, whatever. And we'll see if we can make it work. Right now, I only make myself available for genealogy consultations on Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. So as long as the day you want to switch it to is a Tuesday, Thursday, or Sunday, we can make it happen.
Mario, it's good seeing you tonight.
What's up, Rebecca?
I'm listening to your story. So I spent some summers in the 80s in Muskogee Nation visiting my great-grandmother on my dad's side in the township of Summit, Oklahoma. Also, yes, Summit, Oklahoma. She had, when she passed away, she lived in a 2-room shack, she had an outhouse, didn't have indoor plumbing yet, so there was a pump in her kitchen area, but she finally got electricity. So now I got lots of questions. I'm gonna have to call my daddy after the show tonight. How do you go about doing the research proving lineage?
Well, listen.
And that's exactly what I show you guys how to do. You got to start by tracing your ancestry to the early 1800s or late 1700s if you can. Then you want to take everybody born between the 1800s and the 1900s, run them through dozens of tribal data collections to locate a roll number, cross-reference that to the Dawes rolls, then figure out what your ancestor was classified as, which tribe, and then you navigate the complexities of the tribal citizenship application process.
I'm gonna help you out. All you have to do, and anyone that's listening that think they may have a connection, the way Rebecca just talked about, you can contact Justice for Greenwood. Go to justiceforgreenwood.org. We have a whole We Are Greenwood program. We have a little form there, and you can say, hey, I think I may be connected to the Black Indians of Oklahoma, and we'll do a little research and see if you pass the prerequisites. And if you do, then we can get you one of our genealogists. We have 5 genealogists within Justice for Greenwood that does this work, and then we have our sister coalition organization, the Muskogee Creek Indian Freedmen Band, and they also do this lineage work for you. So
and this is why I provide the genealogy consultations I provide, because when you talk about hiring a genealogist, that costs thousands and thousands of dollars. Thousands and thousands of dollars. Matter of fact, here, I'll show you. Everybody knows about Ancestry.com, right? If you want to hire a genealogist with Ancestry.com, prices start as low as $3,700. Damn. Yeah. So, hey, you can pay thousands of dollars having a genealogist trace your heritage, or you can do a $99 90-minute genealogy consultation with me, where I'll teach you how to trace your heritage on your own and save money not having to hire a genealogist.
If you have someone on the Dawes rolls, we can find it.
All right, then. Well, DeMario, congratulations. It has been a long battle, and the fight continues. We appreciate it.
And let's say one other thing. Summit, Oklahoma is one of the traditional Black towns of Oklahoma. And reasons there's so many Black towns, including the great Greenwood of the home of Black Wall Street, was because of the Black Indians that had already been here. They had already been free. They already had land. They already had power. And they already had a freedom mind state. So it goes full circle.
Well, certainly enjoy this win because you will have few wins this fall when your Oklahoma Sooners play in the SEC.
Come on. And on TikTok, IMVU Goddess Isis, interesting name. They say, I'm sorry, did you say pay you $100? Why? When I could just ask ChatGPT. Then ask ChatGPT. Problem solved. See if ChatGPT is going to give you step-by-step directions on how to trace your heritage. And if ChatGPT is a living person that actually has indigenous ancestry. Wait, does ChatGPT have tribal citizenship? Is ChatGPT a person, or is it a automated prompt that can give you cookie cutter answers? But when we talk about something as nuanced as tracing your family heritage, reversing the effects of paper genocide, I mean, hey, if you think ChatGPT can help you with that, go for it, honey boo boo child. You might as well be saying, hey, why do I need to go to college? ChatGPT can get me a degree for free. Man, Lord, oh Lord. Yeah, someone like you don't see the value. Go the ChatGPT route. People like you, I don't even want you to book with me. Folks like you is a waste of time. No joke. Homegirl really just said ChatGPT. You know, ChatGPT is not able. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. I'm just gonna let that sink in. Divine says, ChatGPT is programmed with a set of rules and specific narratives. Facts. ChatGPT is programmed to not like us. Damn. Well, I ain't saying all that now. I ain't saying all that, man. But let me see, guys. I had one more video that I wanted to queue up for you guys before we wrap up this broadcast. Let me see. Damn, she really said ChatGPT. I mean, when you have a toothache, do you go to the dentist or do you start typing to ChatGPT? Hold on, guys. I got the video. Here we go.
So let me ask you this. What if the term freedman wasn't about heritage at all? What if I was to tell you that it's a tool, a paper weapon used to strip full-blooded indigenous people of their land, rights, identity, and their future? This video isn't just about history. It's about the blood.
Oh, man. IMVU Goddess is crashing out in my TikTok chat now. They say, I would rather take my chances on ChatGPT, dental, pay you $100 to tell me something I already know. First of all, that's not a coherent sentence structure. Second of all, if you already know how to trace your heritage, you wouldn't be asking these questions in my chat. You wouldn't be inquiring on why go through me when you can go through. Ma'am, if you already know how to trace your genealogy, why are you here? Go trace it. Knock yourself out. They said goodbye and have a good day. Stop trying to rip people off and go get a job. Yeah, guys, I guess they don't know that being a genealogist is a career. It's not a job. And just because I'm petty, why don't we just run through some testimonials of the countless Black Americans that I help with my research?
Hi, my name is Vishelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube.
Hey, Goddess Isis, watch. Vichelle's going to tell you how she got ripped off by Mike.
Showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike, it was great, very informative. It showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of, and it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is, and I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in, going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact him.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Don't let no faceless bot in the TikTok live chat deter you from getting with a professional genealogist who's also a member of an indigenous tribe. Hey, don't let them get you going down the ChatGPT route. But hold on. She's still crashing out, guys. She's still crashing out. She says, you're sitting here ripping people off. You're right. Let's watch just how I rip people off. Let's hear this next testimonial of this person that I ripped off.
I'm so glad that, I even, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, enlighten me from the internet to, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
Come on, guys, call me petty. Normally, I don't acknowledge the trolls like that, but I thought it was a perfect segue to run some testimonials one time for the one time. But guys, believe it or not, she's still on TikTok crashing out. She says again, why don't you give it out for free? Why do people got to pay you? Well, guess what, Goddess Isis? I'm sure that you have a job. I'm sure you work a 9 to 5, and I doubt you do it for free. So again, if you don't see the value, that's cool. I'm not here to convince people like you. I'm here to provide a service to my community. Lord, oh Lord, why don't I do it for free? Because I have a child to feed, because I have a mortgage to pay, because I have lights to keep on. Why don't you work for free?
Memory, the gatekeeping, and how the Dawes roles in the Bureau of Indian Affairs were used to turn kin into strangers. It's personal, and I'm going to share why. On my paternal side, I have Choctaw ancestors who were listed as freedmen. I called the Choctaw Nation myself. I had the names, I had the records. I simply just wanted to know if the information I came across my family was.
And she's probably going to talk about how she was dealt with rudely by the Choctaw Nation and they didn't really help her much. I have a lot of people that hire me for genealogy research, and they, just like her, try to go straight to the tribe. Hey, I got a name. Can you help me figure something out? These tribes will lie to you. These tribes will steer you the wrong direction. They don't want you to get citizenship. They just see you as another person getting a slice of the pie. So I bet you $20. I bet you $50. I bet you $100. I never watched this video before. Scouts on her. I bet you $100. She's about to say something negative about her interaction when she reached out to the Choctaw tribe for assistance.
Side, I have Choctaw ancestors who were listed as freedmen. I called the Choctaw.
And real quick, Chief Hamza says, can me and my wife do the consultation together, or will we have to do it separately? Oh, no, you guys can definitely do it together. Oftentimes I'll have like a father, son, or, you know, a mother and a son and an auntie on the call. I mean, definitely bring 2-3 people if you want to. No extra charge or anything, Chief. We can make it a family affair. And also, there is an option where you can book me for a recorded consultation. That way you don't have to worry about taking notes during our meeting. You'll actually get a recording sent to you after the meeting's over. So definitely check that out.
Choctaw Nation myself. I had the names, I had the records. I simply just wanted to know if the information I came across my family was legitimate and not a mistake in my genealogy research. The genealogist went back and forth with me, challenging birth dates and trying to create confusion. But when
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I said, I bet you $100 she's going to speak negatively about her encounter when she reached out to the Choctaw tribe for assistance. And she just said they were trying to combat her. They were trying to fight her on birth dates and stuff. See, guys? See? But hey, who was that chick in my chat earlier? I already forgot her. She was talking about why should someone go through me or something? Why can't they go through ChatGPT? Because guess what, honey boo boo child? ChatGPT is going to tell you, hey, call the tribe. The tribe has a genealogy department. And then when you follow ChatGPT's advice and call the tribe's genealogy department, you get led astray, like this young lady did.
it's personal, and I'm going to share why. On my paternal side, I have Choctaw ancestors who were listed as freedmen. I called the Choctaw Nation myself. I had the names, I had the records. I simply just wanted to know if the information I came across my family was legitimate and not a mistake in my genealogy research. The genealogist went back and forth with me, challenging birth dates and trying to create confusion. But when we confirmed the names and their parents, she hit me with the final word. Well, they are freedmen, so you can't.
Yep, the Choctaw tribe does not accept the freedmen currently. Just like my tribe didn't accept the freedmen until July 23rd, 2025. And shout out to Chief. I did get the Cash App. I appreciate the support, brother.
Role. Only by blood members can. And just like that, the blood memory I carried, the names, the stories, the lineage was stripped away in ink and paper. Not because it wasn't real, but because the gatekeepers rewrote the story to sever my roots and block my place in my ancestral nation. The term freedman wasn't a cultural identity. It was a legal status created by US policies after the Civil War. It was meant to define people who have been enslaved by tribal nations, particularly the 5 civilized tribes. But over time, it became a racialized label used to exclude. And here's what they don't tell you. Many people listed as freedmen had full indigenous ancestry. Others were phenotypically darker, and that alone got them marked. Some were kin to those classified as Black, and their proximity led to paper reclassification. The United States government didn't care about identity, they cared about land. And if they could mark you as freedmen instead of a full blood tribal member, that meant you got less land or none at all.
Let's talk about it, y'all. The Dawes Commission, the Curtis Act, there was a provision that said that whatever land was left over after the Indians got their land allotments, whatever land was left over was going to be sold to European settlers. That's how the state of Oklahoma came about. So most people don't know that if you're listed on the roll as Indian by blood, you get 160 acres of land. But if you're listed as a freedman, you only get 40 acres. Guess what? You're supposed to get 160, you only get 40. So what happens to the rest of the 120 acres you got gypped out of? Well, the US government goes and sells that to some European settlers for pennies on the dollar. Let's talk about it. User 121 says, what's your view of Native Americans? Well, you got to be more specific than that. I'm a Native American, so come on. Be a little more specific, and I'll answer whatever question you got. Chief Blackfoot says, you're welcome, bro. More soon to come. Yeah, I look forward to connecting with you. And I believe you said that you booked a genealogy consultation with me, so I'll definitely be connecting with you one-on-one.
Before the memory invaders arrived, most tribal nations had fluid and inclusive definitions of identity. You could belong through birth, marriage, adoption, residency, cultural practice. There was no obsession with fractions or blood quantum. But after the United States started creating federal Indian policy, all that changed. Suddenly, tribal citizenship started to mirror the whiteness cult concepts of race. The Dawes rules became the blueprint. The BIA started supplying blood quantum charts, and tribes were pressured to adopt them whether they wanted to or not. Under the one drop rule, if you had even a trace of African ancestry, you were historically classified as Black. But for
Cole Chief over on TikTok says, how do I book a genealogy consultation appointment? All you got to do is go to my website, nativeblackAncestry.com. Right on the homepage, if you scroll down a little bit, it says discover your native Black ancestry, book a one-on-one genealogy consultation today. Gives you a little description of what the consultation entails. If you click on the book now button, it's going to show you some different options for the consultations. You can book a standard consultation where I teach you the 3-step genealogy process me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship. You can get a recorded consultation for those folks who don't want to have to worry about taking notes. And then you can get a consultation plus a history lesson. That makes the consultation an extra hour long, and I give you an in-depth breakdown on Black American indigeneity, going all the way from the earliest days of colonization to the present. So definitely check that out. And if you want to see what other people are saying about the genealogy consultations, I've got several testimonials right here on the homepage. Or if you click on the tab up here that says book a consultation, you'll find that on the separate booking page, there's also another group of testimonials there. So, you know, over 6 testimonials on the website for you to take a look at. Great question, though. And also, if you are serious about booking a genealogy consultation, when you check out, use the coupon code TikTok, lowercase, all one word, and that'll hook you up with a special discount on your genealogy consultation.
For indigenous identity, you had to prove significant blood quantum just to belong. Let that sink in. Blackness equal one drop. Indigeneity equal multiple documented generations. In the racial playbook of American history, hypo-descent, also known as the one-drop rule, meant that if you had even a trace of African ancestry, or just simply looked like you can pass as a Black or African person, you were classified as Black. Not because of culture, kinship, or even lived identity, but because of hierarchy. So
Zolo Jack says, I think I'm being ignored, but that's fine. No, I'm not ignoring you, but I've got over 100 people watching. I'm trying to watch a video. I got 2 different chats that I'm reading, so sometimes things slip through the cracks. Zolo goes on to say, does that mean that if you don't have any corresponding records to show tribal ties, we must be African? No, that is not what that means. You can have indigenous ancestry, but your ancestors were not a part of a tribe that was recognized by the government. Or maybe your ancestors are a part of a tribe that's only recognized by the state government and not the federal government. Or perhaps your ancestors resisted Indian removal west of the Mississippi, so because of that, they got reclassified and made victims of paper genocide. So it is very possible to have indigenous ancestry, but not have that result in tribal affiliation.
What happened to people who were both Black and American Indian? They were almost always classified as Black, even if they had significant indigenous ancestry. The only time that indigenous blood seemed to matter was when someone was seeking US citizenship or federal benefits. Then suddenly the system would flip the script, but only to preserve control. Now, here's the double standard. If someone was white and native, they were still allowed to be seen as Indian. Whiteness didn't disqualify them from tribal enrollment, land allotments, or representation. Why?
And this is very true. This is where the one drop rule comes into play. You can be 1/4 indigenous, meaning 3/4 European, 1/4 indigenous, but you get to identify as all indigenous. That's cool. But if you got even one drop of Negro blood, or if you look even a little bit Black, you're reclassified.
Because whiteness is not a race, it's a membership, a social construct that can absorb others when it's politically useful. It was never seen as a contaminant, but currency. Mixed white native individuals were often used as intermediaries, giving white society access to indigenous resources, land, and political standing in ways they couldn't gain outright. This is why we see a long history of white people being adopted into nations or pushing their mixed descendants forward to inherit titles, lands, and positions of influence. Their proximity to whiteness was never a barrier. In fact, they became tools for the expansion of the memory thieves' reign across Turtle Island, while Blackness erased indigeneity in the eyes of blood theft institutions. Whiteness preserved it and exploited it. Blackness became a gate, whiteness became a ladder. Tribes with land or casino profits had extra reasons to be restrictive. The fewer the citizens, the fewer who could claim those benefits. Take the Seminole Nation in the 1990s. When the United States paid them restitution for stolen land, only Seminoles on the 1823 rolls could claim funds. Freedmen descendants, many with real tribal ties, were cut out. The BIA allegedly even encouraged this exclusion.
Talk to Seminole Chief Jerry Haney. He says the Black members are no longer welcome by many in the tribe. After 300 years ago, the chief says the tribe wants them to either prove they're Indian or get out. What are you hoping that the Black Seminoles will do now? Are you hoping they will just pack up and go away?
I would hope so.
So if they're Black and they can't prove that they have Indian blood, go away.
Basically, that's what we're saying.
He said basically that's what we're saying. Meanwhile, he looked like a whole ass European Asian. But hey, if you're a Black part of the tribe, we want you to go away. Yeah, you're not portraying the phenotype of the Seminoles. The Seminoles were known as a Black tribe. You don't look Black to me, buddy.
I would hope so.
So if they're Black and they can't prove that they have Indian blood, go away.
Basically, that's what we're saying.
Harsh words from the Seminole chief for the 2,000 Black members of this mixed Indian tribe. In response, they say they're just as much Seminole as he is.
I fished in these woods, I hunted in these woods, I went to stump dances just like the regular Seminoles did, and I never knew I was any different for a long time.
On any given Sunday, go with Loretta Guest to the Indian Baptist Church in Seminole County, Oklahoma, and you'll find red and Black Seminoles praying together, singing hymns in Seminole, sharing meals, and catching up on tribal news. Walk with her through the Indian cemetery out back, and you'll find their ancestors are buried together as well.
My aunt is next to him.
Were there any distinctions made as to you all are the Black Seminoles? We're nice to you, but you're the Black Seminoles.
No.
User 121 on TikTok says European Asian. All Native Americans look Asian. I don't get why you had to say that. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm Native American. I don't think I look Asian. Do you?
No, nothing like that. We've always been treated as one to another. No difference at all.
It was an alliance that began more than 300 years ago in Florida when runaway slaves and different Indian tribes sought refuge together and later fought the white man. Joe Opala, a history professor at James Madison University in Virginia, says that from the beginning it was a melting pot tribe. So these people all banded together and somehow became Seminole.
In effect, the word Seminole is not.
Damn, hold on. She got this on double, triple speed, y'all. I got to slow this down for y'all. I know a lot of y'all are like, damn, Mike got it playing and fast forward. No, that's not me. It's her, I promise.
Were there any distinctions made as to you all are the Black Seminoles? We're nice to you, but you're the Black Seminoles.
No, no, nothing like that. We've always been treated as one to another. No difference at all.
It was an alliance that began more than 300 years ago in Florida when runaway slaves and different Indian tribes sought refuge together.
And what is user 121 talking about? They said, yeah, I look Asian, but I'm full Native American, but you attacked that guy. Yeah, what are you talking about? Are you saying that I attacked that guy who was literally trying to tell the Black members of the Seminole Nation to leave? I highlight how he looks like he's mixed with European and Asian, and that's me attacking him as he literally says he wants the Black members to leave? Yeah, you're so lost in the sauce. That's one way of letting us know you're a foreigner. User 121. Yeah, we got a lot of foreigners in the chat tonight, y'all.
And later fought the white man. Joe Opala, a history professor at James Madison University in Virginia, says that from the beginning, it was a melting pot tribe. So these people all banded together and somehow became Seminole?
Became Seminole. And in fact, the word Seminole is not even an Indian word. It is derived from a Spanish word, cimarron, meaning runaway slave. And so from the beginning, you don't have an Indian tribe. It was a multi-ethnic coalition.
Historical evidence documents their close relationship. Blacks became chiefs, signed treaties, and served on the tribal council. They intermarried. They were equals, Opala says, and the Indians depended on them as warriors and interpreters.
So there absolutely is proof of the Black Seminole importance to the tribe. Absolutely. There's a lot of intelligence information that passes back to Washington. For instance, General Jessup, the commanding general, writes back at one point to the War Department and says, the Negroes rule the Indians. What he was referring to was the fact that the
Negroes rule the Indians. You hear that? The Negroes rule the Indians. That's why they wanted to kick the Negroes out of the tribe. We had too much power.
Significant decision was ever taken in the Seminole councils unless the Black members agreed to it.
When the Red and Black Seminoles were forced out of Florida in the 1830s, they traveled together hundreds and hundreds of miles by boat and on foot, passing through this barren place on the banks of the Arkansas River all the way to Oklahoma. It was a long and difficult journey, referred to as their Trail of Tears for the many who died along the way. Now, nearly 200 years later, comes the $56 million payment from the federal government to compensate the tribe for those lost Florida lands. But the Black Seminoles can't share in it because the government and the tribe say they were slaves of the Red Seminoles back then, and as slaves could not have owned land. Joe Opala, who has worked to preserve their legacy, says that's wrong.
The Black Seminoles fought side by side, died, bled for those lands in Florida. They've been together, they've been good brothers and good neighbors for 3 centuries. It makes no sense now to say they're not Indians.
Our ancestors were some of the most fiercest fighters during the war.
During the Indian War?
Yes, due to the fact that they knew if they were recaptured, they were going into slavery, back into slavery.
Bud Crockett and his sister Polly Gentry traced their Seminole roots back to their great-grandmother Dora Davis, who came to Oklahoma on the Trail of Tears. But family legend and physical resemblance aren't enough. Today, you have to be able to prove your Indian heritage, which is hard for most Black Seminoles because of something called the Dawes Rolls, a government census of sorts created in the late 1800s, which separated the tribe into the Blood or Red Seminoles and the Freedmen or Black Seminoles. Intermarriage made no difference, as Polly and Bud discovered with their ancestors.
If you had any Black blood in you whatsoever, you were a freedman.
So it didn't matter how much Indian blood you had.
Right.
Any Black blood,
right.
You went on a separate roll.
Right.
And on the Black Seminole roll, it doesn't list that you have any Indian blood.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Did you feel equal to the Blood Seminoles?
Sure, at one time, yes. Still do. Still do. But the money and the government entered into the picture, everything changed. Everything.
You hear that? As soon as the money and the government entered the picture, everything changed. So when you're wondering why the political climate on the tribe is the way it is, when you're wondering why you got so many folks on the res getting online talking about you Black folks aren't really native, you're from Africa, they're trying to protect that money.
Changed. If they don't have any Indian blood or prove it, then they're not looked at as Indians.
Putting aside that history of togetherness, the Blood Seminoles are going by the book, that is, the government's book. They're relying on that 100-year-old census which separated the Black Seminoles from the rest of the tribe in determining just who gets the government money today. For Seminole leaders like Chief Jerry Haney, this is what it now comes down to. Proof. I've met several Black Seminole women, some of whom look Indian, and yet they can't participate in the benefits. They know they have Indian blood.
I'm well aware of that. The individuals that I know of that say that, you're absolutely right. They show a lot of Indian in them. But it's up to the individual to prove that they are Indians. And this is where the problem is. They can't prove it with the Dawes Commission roll.
What happened to your front porch? You have no steps.
No steps. No steps there, no steps here. And I need a whole house here.
Polly Gentry.
FBA Big C says he is Asian. Yeah. We got a whole ass Asian telling us that we look Indian, but we got to prove it through the Dawes Commission that was literally created to separate us from our indigeneity. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, guys, imagine there was like a hall of records that had every documented plantation slave. And the government decides, we're going to burn up this building. We're going to burn up all these records. And then in the future, the government says, hey, we're open to giving you guys reparations for slavery, but first you have to prove that one of your ancestors was a plantation slave. But they know you can't do that because they burnt the records. Now, that's a very juvenile example, but guys, that's exactly what we're faced with. The Dawes Commission was created by a European in Massachusetts to separate tribal members, create separate roles, introduce this binary racial system to indigenous communities, force them to assimilate into European society, take them away from communal land ownership to accepting individual land allotments. Come on. So if there's any Indian, if there's any Native American talking about, oh no, you got to prove it, blood quantum this, blood quantum that. Oh no, you got to prove it, Dawes roll this, Dawes roll that. Are you really a Native? Are you a descendant of $5 Indians? Do you descend from folks that married into the tribe? I mean, it's strange for Native Americans who should have a deep distrust for the government, who shouldn't really rock with the U.S. government since they displaced them and made them walk a trail of tears and broke so many treaties. But now you're going to try to say, oh, no, you got to go by the government. When it comes to disenfranchising Black Indians. Okay.
She has lived her entire life on land her grandmother received 100 years ago as a full member of the tribe. All Seminoles, red and black, were given land in Oklahoma. Holly says she could use some of the $56 million judgment fund to repair her house.
My husband decided he's going to put some bricks around it, and he got, where you see them bricks in now, and he had a heart attack.
And it's been like this?
And it's been like this, because you couldn't get nobody to fix it.
Do you have the money to fix it?
No. No, Lord, no.
So did you apply for benefits?
Yeah, but they wouldn't give it to me.
The Seminoles have $56 million coming from the government, and how much of it did you want?
I want enough that I can get me a house built where I can live comfortable. So it ain't no comfortable here.
This whole business of the degree of Indian blood is just a concoction. It's just an excuse now that's been dreamed up of late in order to exclude the blacks from membership in the tribe. I can tell you this, 100 years ago or 150 years ago, Seminole Indians would not have been talking about whether or not this black person has Indian blood. It simply wouldn't have mattered. They were Seminoles.
For more than 100 of those years, Black Seminoles held 4 of the 28 seats on the tribal council. But that ended at a meeting like this one in the summer of 2000, when the Red Seminoles voted the blacks out. Sylvia Davis, who was one of the 4 black council members at the time.
And let's call a spade a spade. They ain't no fucking red Seminoles. They're white Seminoles. That's what it is. The white Seminoles are trying to vote the black Seminoles out.
Time says it was humiliating.
It's been hard for me to sit there and listen to the way they talk to the Freedmen. It's been very hard for me.
What do they say?
The racist names that they be using to them, calling them animals' names, cows, stomping feet, roaring at them, telling them to get out.
They don't want you.
That's right. They'll tell you to go back to Africa.
Why do you think the Freedmen, the Black Seminoles, belong as part of this tribe?
We have people that die along the trail, just like any other people in the nation.
But I guess they're saying, yes, thank you. You fought alongside us in Florida. That was 200 years ago. It's time for us to separate.
I would just let them know that we have all rights within the Seminole Nation.
But Chief Haney says many of the Black Seminoles and even some of the Blood Seminoles weren't interested in being part of the tribe until it included benefits, namely a piece of that $56 million government payout.
The tribe wanted to have.
Shout out to Soul. Soul says, not going to lie, you look so native. Hey, appreciate that. I be having Africans come through trying to convince me I look like an African. And then I tell them, what country do you know where they have fair skinned, freckle faced Africans at? I mean, I don't. But indigenous tribes of the Americas had this phenotype.
An Indian tribe. It was all Indian tribe.
There are too many freedmen.
I think there's a lot of freedmen out there now that are eligible to join that have not joined because.
That gentleman, Jamona, says, please repost all of this on YouTube, please. No, we're live on YouTube right now. So even though TikTok doesn't save the live streams, if you want to catch up on anything you missed or watch the replay, just go to YouTube, Mike TV.
There are no benefits.
But you think if there were benefits for them, suddenly freedmen would be coming from all across the country?
Yes.
Let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, though. It looks like the freedmen fought wars, died with you, moved on the Trail of Tears from Florida to Oklahoma with you. And now suddenly there's a big pot of money Let's exclude them.
That may be true to some extent, but I don't think that's all of the.
That may be true to some extent. He just said that may be true to some extent. Damn. They just stay playing in our face, huh? She literally just said, well, it looks like the Freedmen led with you, died with you, fought in wars with you. And now that there's a big pot of money, $54 million reparations from the U.S. government, now you want to exclude them. He said, well, yeah, basically, yeah.
Weren't interested in being part of the tribe until it included benefits, namely a piece of that $56 million government payout.
The tribe wanted to have an Indian tribe. It was all Indian tribe.
There are too many freedmen.
I think there's a lot of freedmen out there now that are eligible to join, but have not joined because there are no benefits.
But you think if there were benefits for them, suddenly freedmen would be coming from all across the country?
Yes.
Let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, though. It looks like the freedmen fought wars, died with you, moved on the Trail of Tears from Florida to Oklahoma with you. And now suddenly there's a big pot of money. Let's exclude them.
That may be true to some extent, but I don't think that's all of the reasons for what has happened.
He also says the red and black Seminoles have just grown apart over the years and have little in common today.
This is how systematic disenfranchisement works. It's built into the policy, papered by the bureaucracy.
And Dashco's back on TikTok. Dashco says Cherokee 1809, about 600 enslaved Africans. 1835, about 1,600 enslaved Africans. 1860, about 4,000 enslaved. And do you have a point? Was there like something you were trying to get at with those statistics? The Cherokee had members who owned African slaves. That's common knowledge. I mean, we were assuming earlier that Dash is an African, so maybe Dash is highlighting those statistics because Dash has African heritage. So as an African, you know, hearing us talk about Black American indigeneity, it might rub you the wrong way because some indigenous members had African slaves. Well, hey, go make a stream about it and you and your Africans can talk about that. Stay on topic. Lysandra says, I'm so curious about this. Colored is on my birth certificate and my parents. Yeah. Many indigenous people were reclassified to colored or people of color, as well as mulatto, Negro, etc.
We also need to talk about indigenous people who were enslaved by other indigenous nations. Long before African chattel slavery entered the scene, tribes took captives in war.
Ooh, Soul says, I have to take a DNA test to see if I have native in me because my family keeps saying we are native. No, that's the wrong thing to do. No DNA test can tell you if you're indigenous or not. That's not the way it works. And no tribe accepts DNA tests as proof of citizenship claim. You got to trace your genealogical records, paper trail records, birth certificates, marriage certificates, death certificates, military records, land allotments, bills of sale. Not a DNA test. DNA testing companies don't even have a proper data sample of indigenous DNA to even use as a reference point. I mean, no.
Some became family, others were held as slaves. When African slavery became normalized, these systems merge. While some freedmen do have African ancestry, many are actually descendants of indigenous people.
Soul says, by the way, are you Afro-Indigenous? No, I didn't find any Africans on my family tree. I actually descend from town kings of the Creek Nation who are listed on the Dolls Roll as full-blooded Creek by blood.
Who were taken as prisoners of war during intertribal conflicts. These ancestors were later misclassified as freedmen by white memory gatekeepers, who simplified their complex identities based on skin tone or labor status alone. American historian Taya Miles sheds a light on this complexity, emphasizing how identity among Indian freedmen has always been fluid and contested. She explains that the rigid racial categories imposed by the U.S. government often failed to recognize the nuanced realities of people with mixed heritage. Similarly, historian Barbara Karathamer, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing her last name correctly, reveals how the legal and social structures established by the United States government, like the Dawes Rolls.
You know, it looks like we got some panel members over on TikTok. Let's see what the folks have to say. Yellowish Letta, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Let it going once. Let it going twice.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yep, go for it.
I was just calling in. I was check in. I've been hearing a lot of stuff going on. I'm proud of y'all, man. Y'all spreading the word, and I just want to call in and just say thank you. That's it.
That's what's up. Well, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. And you can sit right there on the panel for just a moment. I'm just going to introduce everybody real quick, and then we'll do a bit of a round robin. Cole Chief, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Cole Chief going once. Cole Chief going twice. All right, Cole Chief. We'll see you later. Mars, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, I'm calling in from Las Vegas, Nevada, just getting off work. And what's on my mind is just to find more history and just learn about our history. That's about it. Just to love watching y'all. And hello, everybody. How y'all doing today?
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, I actually had some questions earlier on the screen. Let me go ahead and put those on the screen again. If anybody on the panel wants to knock out these questions on the screen, go for it. Question number 1 is, do you know what a freedman is? Oh, I got crickets, y'all. I got crickets.
Yeah, a freedman is a person that was on the Dawes Rolls or that was enrolled in one of the tribes, but they considered them freemen, but they could have been by blood. But they just said freemen. They was enslaved, and now they're free. I'm sorry if I worded differently, but
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Question number 2. What do you think about the Creek freedmen having their citizenship rights restored?
I think that's amazing to me. But it's about time. It took forever, but it's about time they finally recognized that. I think they're in trouble probably, but I don't know.
I feel you. And question number 3. Why do you think people on reservations discriminate against Black tribal members, but not the white T ones?
Well, one, I know why, because they have the power. When they came over, they had the power, and they feel like, oh, if we tell them who they really are, they're gonna take over us, they're gonna throw us out, they're gonna kick us out because this is their land. It's just a whole bunch of, just a lot of jealousy, and it's just mainly jealousy and hate.
Yeah, I feel you. And we all know about Native Black American revolutionaries, but can you name a Native American one? And we're talking in recent times, like 1990s to now. Nope, I think we lost him. Oh, yeah, he dropped off the panel. I don't know what happened there. Oh, wait, no, I think he's just on mute. Or just a different person. Mars, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so can you name a Native American revolutionary?
No, I really can't. That's why I got to get more into this so I can find out more.
How about an African one?
Of course, we know something about them. You know, they got the Ethiopians and all that. I don't know. I really don't be getting into all that. I just be learning about the Egyptians, but it seems like the Egyptians over here. So my head just hurts about.
How about a
all this
Mexican
stuff,
revolutionary? Can you name a
the
Mexican
American
revolutionary?
Revolutionary War. Oh no! Okay, I see. I know what the one we had was a Civil War we had, but that was, and then we had what they call the oh man, I just was talking about them. They don't consider them American Indians, but they are. I can't even think of it. I'm just stuck right now. got me stuck right now. They ride around. They was cowboys, but they was like patrolling, like they was patrolling, like it was militant. They was militant, but forgot the name of.
Well, no. More specifically, I'm not asking if you can name revolutions. I'm asking if you can name a Native American, an African, or a Mexican revolutionary in modern times. A revolutionary from one of those demographics in like the 1990s to now. You can go ahead and mute yourself.
Let me see. I know this. I know it. I read about a couple of them. Just kind of stuck.
Vince on YouTube says
yeah.
Mandela, false. Mandela was not a revolutionary. We researched him earlier. His revolutionary act he did was after being imprisoned in his own country in 27 years. He wore a white Afrikaner rugby TV shirt on TV. That was his revolutionary act. Wearing the colonizers' rugby sports team shirt. Yeah. Don't believe me? Look it up. His revolutionary act was not getting justice, rectification, or reparations for his wrongful imprisonment for 27 years. That was his revolution. His revolutionary act was not being a rebel. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. We literally asked ChatGPT earlier and everything, ran through it all. Nelson Mandela wasn't on shit. And neither were any of the South Africans. I grew up all my life thinking that they had Nelson Mandela in prison for 27 years in Europe somewhere. They had him imprisoned on the continent of Africa. Not just on the continent of Africa, in his own country of South Africa. Y'all could have broke that motherfucker out of prison? He on an island somewhere in your own country of South Africa? Y'all gonna let colonizers come and imprison your mans on your own land? And then he gets out, and his revolutionary act is telling you guys to be peaceful to the colonizer and don't go to war with the colonizer. Don't have a civil war about apartheid. Let's just forgive and forget. Yeah, Mandela was not a rebel. He was not a revolutionary. He's as much of a revolutionary as someone like Marcus Garvey is. And that's not saying much at all. If you know, you know. But real quick, we do have Cole Chief back up here. Cole Chief, before I introduce you, Mars, if you want to finish answering these questions real quick, why do you think Africans, Mexicans, and people on the reservation are so obsessed with Native Black Americans? Mars?
Because they just, I really don't know. I mean, they want to be obsessed with it because they want to know, they love the history about it. I guess they wish they was part of that, or they want to be part of it. They think they're them, but they're not. So that's what I got. But I have to get back with you guys. I'm getting on this bus right now. Thank you for inviting me, man. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you a lot. And I'm gonna keep studying more so I be ready for these questions again.
Yeah, well, thanks for calling in, brother. Talk to you later. And who do you got? Cole Chief, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, this Deco Chief in the place to be, calling from Chicago, Illinois.
That's what's up. Well, let us know what's on your mind.
I had a couple things. Like, I wanted to say something to the last brother. Who just got off the line.
Yep.
I want to mention to him that I know how it is to be nervous when you're talking to people, and sometimes you will forget. But I also want to say to him that it's no shame in saying something that you don't know something. That's the reason that I even called, because a lot of things I don't know, and sometimes you might feel like you know everything, but you don't, And this is what I was texting in earlier. I had asked ChatGPT, I gave the numbers on African slaves coming here because we know that they told us 10 or 12 million back when I was in school, but we know it's only like 285,000. But I had asked if how long would it take, counting the people dying and all of that, for it to become 43 million Black Americans? ChatGPT said it'll almost be 600 years. So where the rest of these people? You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, but I did a similar exercise with ChatGPT, and I asked it, well, based off of the birth rate and the death rate, what would have to be the starting population of African slaves in North America for it to naturally grow to the over 45 million we see present day. And do you know how many African slaves they said North America would have to start out with?
How many?
4 to 5 million.
Come on now. Yeah.
They say, but they say mainstream academia admits that only 90,000 to 400,000 actually went to North America. Not even 1 million. Not even half a million.
So who the rest of all these black people is how they left us in the dark, you know? And I got a dude in my family named Jesse Lee. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Jesse Jr. He 100 years old and he got a super memory. He did a whole lot of amazing things in life. But he always used to tell me, because since I was a kid, I've been curious. He would tell me that my family was walking from Colorado, I think it was. I don't really remember. But he said they dipped off and started their own land in Arkansas. We got a land named after us in Arkansas. But my father always said that we were Indian. We had a lot of Indian in us. But my niece took a DNA test and it didn't say nothing. So I was intrigued when you said the DNA ain't gonna tell you.
Yeah, the DNA ain't gonna tell. Nah. The DNA is on some bullshit. It's gonna tell you you're 10% this type of African, 20% this type of. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. If anything, the DNA companies are running a psyops to separate you from your indigenous roots.
It's unfortunate.
They are the modern Roots movie. They're running all these ads, all these African DNA testing kits, and da-da-da-da-da. Oh, let's learn where we're really from, just for them to give you some guesstimate of you being from Africa somewhere.
Hey, brother, I know you got a good thing going on here, and I'm not, all that articulate, so I wouldn't want to mess up your little spot you got going. But I did have 2 questions for you, and if you felt uncomfortable with them, don't answer them. Is it all right if I ask them?
Yeah, I'm a rather transparent individual. Go for it.
Oh, okay. One, I want to know, how do you feel about, I'm gonna say foundational Black Americans. I mean Black Americans. You might understand it as Black Americans, but getting reparations. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's overdue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
I'm not so much caught up on the reparations thing, though. I think that's thinking small. I would never advocate for reparations. I would advocate for rectification, because reparations is just one tiny piece of the rectification that needs to occur.
Okay. And my second question. Now, from hearing that, I don't know how you feel about the brother, but even if you feel negative about what the brother's doing, I just want to know, how do you feel about
which
this
brother
individual?
are you referring to?
You already know, Tariq Nasheed.
What about him specifically?
I just wanted to know, because a lot of people look bad at him. See, and like me, reason I started watching him is because I seen a lot of similarities, and at least the way that he presents himself, you know what I'm saying, and in the way that I was brought up, you know what I'm saying. So for me, being familiar with him and then listening, you know what I'm saying. But here's what I'm trying to say. Even I don't know if it's some funny business going on, but I do know this: the brother speaks up for his people, and I know it's from his heart, and that's all that matters to me. You know what I'm saying? But and same way with you now. I ain't seen no whole lot of you, but I love how you stand up for your people. That's the first thing I'm always gonna love. So I was just curious.
On the surface, Tariq Nasheed seems like he's a net positive, but if you actually look at his track record, look at his content throughout the years, you'll probably come to a different conclusion, especially since you mentioned reparations. I mean, you'll probably be surprised to learn that Tariq Nasheed is on camera saying that Black folks should not get no reparations, that instead of getting any kind of cash payments, we should just get some kind of reservation or some land, and single mothers shouldn't get shit. So, his rhetoric has definitely morphed over the years as our community has morphed. It used to be cool to be Pan-African. So he was making all them Pan-African documentaries. And now that it's not cool and that the wind's blowing a different way, now we're getting into the FBA thing and all the things that you're seeing present day. But yeah, I mean, even a blind man, just knowing his track record from, gangster rapper to pickup artist to reality TV show host to R&B singer, Pan-African documentarian, to now foundational Black American leader that's not really a leader. I mean, hey, to each their own. Now, me in particular, though, I can't really get behind the whole FBA thing. I did at first because if you're just looking at it surface level, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, we're foundational. We've been here for many years. Da, 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 da. But when you actually look into it further, past the surface, I mean, many people come across the here. I'll pull it up on the screen real quick. Many people come across the FBA flag, and they have no idea what the significance of this date 1526 is. They see this FBA flag, they just think, oh, it's cool, Black Power, FBA, and they don't know anything about this date 1526. Well, if you go to the official FBA website ran by Tariq Nasheed, let's go to the official website. Oh, wait, I'm on the FBI website. Let me change that I to an A. It's been a long night. Okay, it's been a long night. Here we go. Foundational Black Americans. Guys, here's the significance of that date, 1526. In 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Alon brought the first documented enslaved Black people to the shore of what is now South Carolina and Georgia coastline. As soon as I realized this, I couldn't really rock with it. How can I call myself a foundational Black American when I know that the history of my people predate African slaves being brought to the Carolinas by Spanish colonizers in 1526? My people have been here long before 1526. So, you know, if you've got that lineage and if you trace your heritage to African slaves brought by conquistadors, then hey, you know, call yourself an FBA, do whatever you want. But the average FBA does not know this. The average FBA doesn't know the significance of that date, 1526. And if the average FBA knew that, they'd probably identify as something slightly different. But again,
I feel you.
To each their own.
Can I squeeze in one last one? You know what I'm saying? One last one.
You can squeeze in as many as you want to. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
It's kind of like a statement anyway, because see, you got to realize I've been gone for a lot of years, a lot of years. You know what I'm saying? So
and hold on real quick. Javon says this is so true. DNA kit does not make us American. Yeah, I don't know what that comment is, Javon, but your other comment I can read. Javon says FBA is the same thing as Pan-Africanism. Yeah. I'd say it's Pan-Africanism with a sprinkle of I hate to say xenophobia because the average FBA isn't xenophobic. It's just coming from the top. You got a lot of just, oh, you're from Caribbean. Oh, fuck you. You're a tether. Da, 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 da. You know, it kind of morphed into something different than what we saw it originally, as far as just standing on lineage. Javon says he is a peon. Damn, are you talking about Tariq? Who are you talking about? Gullery says Native Americans go by blood quantum, don't they? It depends on the tribe. Some tribes go by blood quantum. Some tribes don't really go by blood quantum. Each tribe actually has its own citizenship requirements. And real quick, let me catch up with some more comments. FBA Big C says, brother, have you did your genealogy? Let's get straight to the point. I think that question is for you, Cole. Have you traced your genealogy? FBA Big C is asking.
No, I haven't traced my, if you mean blood wise, but no, I look on ancestry.com.
No. So genealogy has nothing to do with blood.
Okay. Well, yeah, I check Ancestry. And I already knew I knew a lot of stuff about my family anyway, because we got strong roots.
But when you say you did Ancestry, did you do a DNA test with Ancestry?
I didn't do the DNA. I just look back. I know my people's names. And,
I got you. So how far back were you able to trace your paternal and your maternal line?
1860. I don't really know how to go about Ancestry. So once I got there, you know, I was kind of stuck.
I got you. And a lot of people get stuck around 1860s, 1870s. A lot of the information becomes more scarce. So yeah, I definitely teach people how to break through that 1860 barrier during those consultations I provide. But real quick, one more comment I got to acknowledge, and then you can go on with your questions or statement. I'm not sure. But Lysandra says, and my maternal, great, and great-great-grandmother's surnames are on the list. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why I created that surname tab on my website, because many of us have the misconception that we get our last names from slave masters. But when we do the genealogy research, we find our ancestors were not enslaved. So where do we get our surnames from? And when you go through the history, you learn that these tribes during the process of forced assimilation actually adopted European-esque surnames. So yeah, definitely check out nativeblack.ancestry.com, and you'll be surprised to learn that your family surname may be affiliated with one of the 5 civilized tribes. But Cole, you've got the floor.
Yeah, and that's funny you said that too, because that the elder in my family, he told me that they took the name Lee. He said because they didn't like their name. He said it was 2 brothers. Long story, but let me go on back to what I was gonna say. Check this out. Okay, I had to do some years, so I didn't know nothing about the internet. Wasn't even cell phones out when I was gone. You know what I'm saying? Then I came back, and you know what I'm saying, I'm picking up from there. Okay. Now I want to say this. And I don't usually say this, but you know what I'm saying? I feel you're a good brother, rather we share exact views or not. I feel you're a good brother. Look, you know what I'm saying? I represented an organization when I was out in the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm old school dude. My father was one of the originals. You know what I'm saying? And one thing I know is that we, inside the organization, we had laws to abide by. You know what I'm saying? Code of conduct and things that you could do, you couldn't do, certain things you couldn't break. And if you did, you could get violated for certain things. You know what I'm saying? But that did not stop certain brothers from robbing people. That didn't stop certain brothers from, you know, committing car thefts or things that we frowned upon. You could actually look up a Lord thing and it'll break down what they were supposed to be about anyway. But what I'm saying is, even though them brothers did wrong or seen things different, that didn't stop them brothers from being almighty vice lords. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I feel about FBA. You know what I'm saying? It's a rapper named Rock from Helter Skelter. He started recognizing FBA, but I heard him say something. He said FBA gangbangers. And you know, I could take offense to that, but I know what he meant. He mean there are FBAs that will get out there and argue with you. But just because I won't don't mean I ain't FBA. And if it's something going down, I'm gonna be on code. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm trying to intertwine Tariq Nasheed with. Hey, you know what? When I went to jail, I went to jail for 4 attempt murders and 1 aggravated battery with firearm. You know what I'm saying? Rather I did it or I didn't do it. When I went in jail, now that I came out of jail, I got a business that's building real fast. You know what I'm saying? People come to me all the time for just information on how to be a better criminal. I can't even give them no information because I learned better. And my thing is, once you learn better, do you have the opportunity to speak better? So say, for instance, Tariq was saying he was a Pan-Africanist. And then later he figured, man, you know what? That ain't really what's popping. And he switched it up a little bit. Would he be wrong for that?
You can play devil's advocate and think that he's just changing his views and switching it up due to altruistic means. But some could also say his career shows a clear track record of grifting. So on the one hand, 2 sides of the coin. We got some people like you who are optimistic, like, hey, maybe he was just a Pan-African and he changed his mind. And then there's people like me who actually research him and everything he's been doing for the last 15 years. And they know that he moves from grift to grift to grift. You do know how FBA started, right? He saw that there was a grassroots movement going on called ADOS. He said, American descendants of slaves. Black folks are getting in touch with their genealogy and trying to delineate a bit. Okay, let me go join that organization and go to their conferences and learn more. And then once he infiltrated the organization, learned the layout, he branched off and said, oh, you know what? I'm going to do something different. I'm going to do this FBA thing. And then, you know, we all know how he started dissing the sexuality of the founder of ADOS after she gave him all that game, right? So, I mean, if you just look at the man's track record, it's clear grifting. That's how he got into the Pan-African community, right? He weaseled his way in. He paid for a couple features in a documentary, and next thing you know, people are looking at him as a historian. And
okay, now I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but I am asking some serious questions to me. You know what I'm saying? Now, I want to ask you this. Let's say, because I don't know for a fact that he's grifting. Like I said, I'm not really familiar with a lot there. I didn't even know how to turn the mute off on it.
I've done the research. I know for a fact.
I trust you, Mike.
I can pull up the receipts.
I'm not doubting your word. I'm just asking you this question. If he is grifting, right? If he grifting, but he's grifting
for a just cause, huh?
Message.
He's grifting for a righteous cause.
A positive message. But I'm saying, but he's sending out a positive message. Even if I don't get
what is
none
his
of the
positive
money,
message?
No, I'm saying, I'm hypothetically speaking. I'm saying if he was grifting and putting out a positive message.
But what would the positive message be?
Well, love your brothers, love your sisters.
So
Let's
if
say
he's grifting the community, but saying love your brothers and sisters, then what?
By saying, this is what I'm saying. If what you are considering to be a grift is him saying love your brothers, love your sisters,
I'm
and
not
he
saying
getting
that's
people.
a grift. I'm not saying anybody saying love your brothers or sisters
No,
is a grift.
I'm not saying y'all, because I don't know exactly what message, you know what I'm saying? I didn't do the research you did, so I'm just using a hypothetical.
Well, then how about I enlighten you real quick? Since you haven't done the research that I've done, if I play a video, you're not going to be able to hear it because you're on the panel. So how about I drop you off the panel for just a moment? I play a short clip, and then I bring you back up on the panel, and you can tell us what you think once you're armed with new information.
That would be better.
Perfect. And guys, again, I've researched Tariq Nasheed heavily. I started on YouTube as an investigative journalist, exposing frauds, charlatans, grifters, and fake gurus preying on the community. Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, two sides of the same coin. If anybody wants to check out the content that I've done on Tariq Nasheed or Umar Johnson, since they're both birds of a feather. I mean, remember, Tariq Nasheed literally introduced Umar Johnson to the community, right? If anybody wants to see any of my journalism work, go to Mike TV on YouTube. If you want to find the stuff on Umar, just go into the search bar on my channel, type in Umar. We've got tons and tons of content on Umar. I actually pulled up on him on a live stream. Called him a scammer to his face. Had a nice little debate with him. Oh yeah, here's a video of me debating Umar Johnson. I mean, I do this for real. But again, we're talking about Tariq. If you just simply type in the search on my channel, Mike TV, Tariq, you'll see all the content, all the receipts that I have on Tariq. So much receipts on Tariq. I mean, I got him teaching pimps how to pimp on teen moms. I mean, let's talk about him dissing Vlad TV, saying Vlad's an agent, and then he runs back to Vlad TV. I got clips of him trying to use the death of Ahmaud Arbery to sell Pan-African pepper spray. Oh Lord. Hey, they call me the king of receipts. So let me just share some receipts, right? I actually think the best one is going to be, I did one called 14 Reasons. Let me see. I'm just going to type in 14. Let me see if I can find it. 14. Oh, wait, I put a dash in there on accident. Where is it? 14 reasons why I no longer support Tariq Nasheed. Hey, I'm not just going to get up here and tell you guys that, hey, this guy's a bad guy. Don't watch him. Don't follow him. No, I'm going to tell you, I used to watch him. I used to listen to the Twitter spaces. I used to think the movement was cool until I looked deeper into the man that is Tariq Nasheed. And what I found made me say, oh, no. Oh, no.
Hey, monster on the beat, ho, Debo, any rap nigga, he a free throw, man down, call her Amber Lambs, tell him breathe, bro, nail a nigga to the cross, he walk around like Tizo. What's up with these jabroni ass niggas trying to see Compton?
Larry says, I wonder if FBA is trademarked. Yes, Tariq Nasheed trademarked FBA. He did that a few years back.
Streaking hate me, fuck them all in they mama. How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton.
He beat what? So girl so bad he had died. Who did he beat Cassie? Who did he beat? He beat Cassie. Who did he beat? He beat Cassie. Who did he beat? Right? Who did he beat? Yeah, if he's with Cassie and Cassie's doing all of this stuff.
These were one of the early on instances that made me look at Tariq weird. Like when the whole Cassie Diddy footage came out where Diddy was beating the mess out of Cassie, Tariq is like running defense for Diddy. And then I looked into it. Oh, Tariq got hired by Diddy's network, Revolt TV. Guys, y'all know that Tariq had a contract with Revolt TV and he was doing content with P. Diddy's production house. So when he's getting up here explaining for Diddy, all right.
Only the white adjacents can go back and say, okay, well, I was trafficked.
Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out.
And this is a live stream of mine, so I got to make it entertaining and whatnot. But just for the sake of time, I'm going to skip through the musical breaks.
Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles.
I'm like, there's rumors going around that your mother-in-law is white. And it was like, what? Not Tariq. He is so down and he's like educated so many people, including myself. So I was like, what's up? What's up? I want to know it from the horse.
This is another instance. And again, we're starting small and we're going to get big. But another instance was all this tether rhetoric, but he was hiding the fact that by his own standards, his wife is a tether. His wife is half Haitian, half European. But I've heard him time and time again disrespecting other people based on their heritage. So I'm just like, damn, it's crazy how the FBA leader banging against the tethers, the tether slayer, goes home to a tether of sorts. I mean, guys, it's just odd. It's just odd. And watch this interaction he has with this black woman. Watch how he tries to explain this away.
Case, why is he
around that your mother-in-law is white? And it was like, what? Not Tariq. He is so down and he's like educated so many people, including myself. So I was like, what's up? What's up? I want to know it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, my wife's mother's white. Yeah, but my wife is black. So what they got to do with it? My wife.
I mean, what do you mean your wife is black? We have, okay, this is a good conversation. I'm not trying to fire shots at you or anything, but it was like I watched Black as Fuck, right? And what was so annoying was his wife kept saying, I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. And it's like, no, you're mixed, you're mulatto. That's a difference because they have historically, okay, but they've historically been Trojan horses within our communities. They've always provided that.
Remember, guys, in the previous clip about Cassie and Diddy, he's called Cassie a white tea adjacent, but he's never going to refer to his wife as white tea adjacent, even though his wife has a white tea mother.
That deny and neglect of black people's issues because they're the ones who would say, oh no, it's not that bad.
That fuck 'em up. They not.
Oh, this is the album cover from one of his gangster rap albums, K-Flex Wash Your Ass. Yeah. When Tariq was my age, this is what he was up to. I believe that's his wife. What's her nickname again? I forgot. Peanut or something? Yeah. Wash your ass. Yeah. All right. And actually, since I'm mentioning his gangster rap era, why don't I just show you how deep the rabbit hole goes with that? I actually have his whole album. Let me show you how minstrel-esque his music was. It's one thing to participate in our cultural form of art that is hip-hop, but it's another thing to promote minstrel-esque stereotypes. I mean, it's just really, really strange behavior, guys. It's really, 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 really strange behavior. Watch this. I think he called it the King Flex album or some shit. Let me see. Tariq album. I got a terabyte hard drive with receipts on all these frauds. Trust me. I got receipts on all of them. But let me see if I can pull up the album. Let me see. Wasn't anything good, I tell you that much. He's literally rapping about food stamps and EBT. Damn. Hey, I really got to find it now. Y'all are not going to believe me. What? Tariq Nasheed in his 20s and 30s was rapping about EBT and food stamps and government cheese and what? He was on some what? Huh? Yeah. Oh, this is the clip of him pimping a minor teen, or excuse me, giving advice on how to pimp a teen mom in high school. Let's not share that one yet. We're going to save that for later. I really want to find his rap album. Bear with me a moment, guys. Here's the Umar file. Where's my Tariq file? Needs a clip. Here we go. Tariq. Perfect. Clips. Okay, here's his K-Flex rap album. And hold on, guys, I don't want to make your ears bleed, so I'm just going to fast forward to the song that I was referencing.
Baby, it's on for giving me, and if you're the game, Hello?
Hey, with Shaniqua.
What was it?
On the gang because gay for homies up to no limit and the people that are everybody. Yo, fooling girl, going on, but what's wrong? You stay pinning her.
Oh Lord, I found it, guys. I found it. Here we go. This is what the revolutionary leader Tariq Nasheed was doing with his most formidable years.
Oh yeah, baby. So ain't nothing wrong with being broke as a joke. Just don't front like you got it going.
And shout out to Jason on YouTube. He says, I like this. This is great teaching and commentary. And that's gross, Tariq.
Other way. Ain't nothing wrong with eating a government cheese sandwich. Warm that sandwich up and eat that government cheese, girl. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Just don't front like you got it going on. So why you walk around the club with your mobile phone? You know that phone ain't on. Stop fronting, baby. So what you need to do, just give me a call on Monday and I'll give you a ride down to the food stamp office.
Give me a call on Monday and I'll give you a ride to the food stamp office. Okay. Okay. You ain't heard nothing yet, guys. Here's the song I was trying to find. Here it is.
Now hold up. Wait a minute. I said hold up. Wait a minute. If you know somebody on welfare, say hell yeah. Hell yeah. Say food stamps. Food stamps. Say it. Food stamps. Food. Let me hear you say food stamps. Food stamps. Say it. Food stamps. Food. Let me hear you say WIC check. WIC check. Say it. WIC check. WIC. Everybody say government.
Sean says, are we going to be held as who we used to be forever? No grace for who we've become? No, the point is there's levels to this. When I was this age, I was a realtor, managing the largest financial decision of most people's lives. When Tariq was that age, he was rapping about food stamps.
Cheese. Government cheese. Government cheese.
I'm sorry, he was rapping about government cheese.
Government cheese. Now hold up. Wait a minute. I said hold up. Wait a minute. If you know somebody on welfare, say hell yeah. Hell yeah. Say food stamps. Food stamps. Say it. Food stamps. Food. Let me hear you say food stamps. Food stamps.
You guys know that at this time in the 90s, there was like revolutionary acts going on, right? There was different organizations and fraternities and associations that were really trying to work to uplift our community, trying to work to educate our community. And at that time, he was doing this gangster rap persona. And again, guys, I'm starting real small with the reasons why I don't rock with him. And then it's getting bigger and bigger over time. So just hang tight. Hang tight. Watch. This next one, this next one is footage you ain't never seen. What if I told you that Tariq Nasheed, through his 30s, was trying to coach white tee gold diggers on how to get a sugar daddy? Wait, I got to say that again because that just probably went all over your head. What if I told you that I got videographic evidence of Tariq in his 30s not working for our community, not educating our community, not being an advocate for our community, but trying to teach European women who are gold diggers how to bag a rich sugar daddy? If I just told you that, you wouldn't believe me. But I'm the king of receipts, so I'm going to show you.
Not like us. They not like us. They not like us. You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pop, nigga? I think that Oakland show gon' be your last stop, nigga. They cold foul. I don't know why you still pretending.
Good morning. Ankh says this is just trivial. Yeah, I know. I said we're starting small and it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Morning, ladies.
Good morning. Good morning.
Now, ladies, as you know, Jeannie left last night. Jeannie had her gold card revoked. Now, Dana's team has 4. Josie's team, you only have 3. You face your first challenge tonight. There's going to be a very exclusive party at a country club full of rich men, and each clique is going to get your moneymaker prepared with an outfit that she must wear at that party tonight. Now, there might be women at this party with $300 shoes on and $10,000 dresses on. But a good gold digger is nothing if not resourceful. You feel me? So, ladies, you ready?
Yes, ready.
In more recent times, we hear Tariq talking about white supremacy this and white supremacy that. I guess white supremacy wasn't an issue when you were teaching white girls how to bag a white sugar daddy. I digress. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. We're starting small. It's going to build up. Stay tuned, y'all. Stay tuned. Watch this next one. Watch this next one. This is where he uses the death of Ahmaud Arbery to try to peddle Pan-African pepper spray. Oh yeah, this is where it's going to get real egregious.
I've been working on this for a minute, y'all. This black-owned pepper spray. Family, we need this big time. It's Ogun juice. That's the name of the pepper spray, baby. Ogun juice. After praying, start spraying. Family, we need this out here in the streets more than anything, because we got these vigilantes trying to attack us. We got these white supremacists coming at us. Let me tell you something. If Ahmaud
Fear-mongering our community to sell us products? What?
We got these vigilantes trying to attack us.
Okay, vigilantes are trying to attack us.
Got these white supremacists coming at us. Let me tell
White supremacists are coming at us. Okay.
you something. If Ahmaud Arbery had some Ogun juice, that brother might have been able to get away from them damn white supremacists.
How dare you? How dare you? If you guys aren't familiar with the case of Ahmaud Arbery, that's the black man that was jogging through a neighborhood. A father and son chased him down in a pickup truck and busted at him with a shotgun, unalived him. But Tariq Nasheed believes that that brother, he could have survived that shotgun blast, and he could have got away from those white supremacists, and he'd be alive to this day if only he had some Ogun juice. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because we got these vigilantes trying to attack us. We got these white supremacists coming at us. Let me tell you something. If Ahmaud Arbery had some Ogun juice, that brother might have been able to get away from them damn white supremacists.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
We got brothers and sisters out here getting found hung in trees.
Brothers and sisters are getting hung from trees. So I guess to prevent ourselves from getting hung by trees, we got to buy your Ogun juice pepper spray. Okay. Hey, put a 0 in the chat if you ain't never seen this footage before.
About, man.
We got brothers and sisters out here getting found hung in trees.
And Ankh on TikTok says, I see what you're saying, but all leaders do that for commercial business. No. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 17. You're talking to a businessman. It is disingenuous. It is distasteful to try to use the death of an unarmed black man to sell products. That's not how you do it. That's not a kosher marketing strategy. No, you must not be a businessman if you're talking like that in my comment section. This is not the way to do business. If you don't want to get hung by trees, buy my Ogun pepper spray for 3 payments of $99.99. No, no, no.
Because we got these vigilantes trying to attack us. We got these white supremacists coming at us. Let me tell you something. If Ahmaud Arbery had some Ogun juice, that brother might have been able to get away from them damn white supremacists.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
We got brothers and sisters out here getting found hung in trees. If you get some Ogun juice in your pocket.
Ankh says, like you help the community, but sell consultant for lineage, and I agree with the pepper spray. Don't compare me to Tariq Nasheed. Don't compare my genealogy business to him using the death of an unarmed black man to sell Pan-African pepper spray. Guess what? When I market my genealogy services, I don't have to fearmonger you. I don't have to say, hey, if you want to prevent yourself from getting hung by a tree, then get a genealogy consultation with me and you'll get tribal citizenship and that'll protect you from white supremacists. You see what I'm talking about now? Lord, oh Lord, they know not what they do.
That will thwart some of that. Let me tell you, this shit right here is hella serious too.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Yeah, there should be reparations, but there's a way that we need to do it because Black folks.
Oh, yes, the staunch reparationist. In modern times, he's trying to position himself as the biggest reparationist of the 21st century. But this is how he was talking about us getting reparations.
As a whole, mentally, will fuck up any kind of money that's given directly. There has to be.
Whoa. In modern times, the grifter has changed his tune. In modern times, when people say to Tariq, hey, Black people might mess up the money, he says, it don't matter, cut the check. It don't matter, cut the check. It's owed, cut the check. It's due, cut the check. Don't pocket watch us. Don't ask us what we going to do with the money. Cut the check, cut the check, cut the check. But here I got him on video saying we shouldn't get no cash because we going to fuck up the money. We can't handle the money.
Yeah, there should be reparations, but there's a way that we need to do it because Black folks as a whole mentally will fuck up any kind of money that's given directly. There has to be some type.
And I quote, Black people as a whole mentally will fuck up any kind of money we get. Okay. Tariq don't want you to see this clip.
Yeah, there should be reparations, but there's a way that we need to do it because Black folks as
hey, let me get a 1 in the chat if you've never seen this footage.
A whole mentally will fuck up any kind of money that's given directly. There has to be some type of structure to it. If you start giving niggas, let's say every Black person in America will get $10,000 next month in January, that niggas will be broke again on January 15th.
He said that we can't balance a pocketbook, guys. He says we can't manage $10,000. He says if we got $10,000 in reparations on the 1st, it'll be gone by the 15th. Doesn't he sound like all those tethers that call in? Doesn't he sound like all those white tea supremacists that he keys and ha-has with on Twitter? Doesn't he sound like all those people who are naysayers when it comes to reparations? Tariq don't want you to see this. There's a reason why I see a bunch of 1s in the chat. He don't want you to see this clip. Yeah. But you guys who are real staunch Tariq Nasheed fans, you're going to hit me with the, well, Mike, he like evolved and he like grew and he like changed his mind. This motherfucker's in his late 30s, early 40s in this clip. Miss me with that shit. He's a grown ass man in this clip. He's not 16 years old. He's not 18 years old. He's not 21 years old. He's a grown ass man talking like this. So when you see he's changed his tune in recent times, is it because he's grown and evolved, or is it because he's grifting and he knows it's not favorable to speak like this nowadays?
Let's say every Black person in America will get $10,000 next month in January. That niggas will be broke again on January 15th. It has to be organized. You cannot give niggas money right now. They'll fuck it right back up. They'll give it right back to everybody else. Going by June, shit. It'll be gone in 15 days. Just like lottery, exactly. Just like lottery winners. Most lottery.
Damn, now he's comparing us to a lottery winner. I didn't know getting reparations was akin to winning the lottery.
Winners, they go broke in 5 years. Just like that Dave Chappelle comedy skit. That's what messed that money up. What they need to do as far as reparations, they should have, it should be a designated plot of land.
Oh, we can't get no money because we're going to trick off the money, but we should get a designated plot of land?
Or somewhere in Middle America, somewhere where there's
some land in Middle America.
Good fertile land.
Where it's good fertile land.
That should be given.
That should be given tax-free.
Tax-free. That.
Randy says this sounds like a concentration camp. Exactly. Exactly.
Should.
It sounds like how those natives are on a reservation, right?
Be regulated to male-headed households.
Oh, so only male-headed households get the land allotments. Okay, Tariq, I got you. I'm taking notes.
That's my suggestion. They should get a plot of land somewhere where there's very.
Bye, B. I'm just gonna call you B. B says, why can't it be both land and money like Jewish people get? Because Tariq doesn't think we can manage $10,000.
Fertile ground, fertile land and it cannot be settled unless it's a male, a black male who's the head of the household. We can't have no single mothers on that motherfucker.
Damn, single mothers, you don't get no reparations. I'm sorry. Doesn't matter that your ancestors were enslaved. It doesn't matter if you're a single mother. Hey, when Tariq Nasheed's reparation package rolls out, you better get you a man, black woman. Because if you ain't got a man in your house, if you a single mother, you ain't getting shit. No reparations for you. Let Tariq tell it. Okay.
They should get a plot of land somewhere where there's very fertile ground, fertile land, and it cannot be settled unless it's a male, a black male who's the head of the household. We can't have no single mothers on that motherfucker.
Damn.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
And you know what? Now we're going to get to the real egregious clips. Now we're going to get to the real meat and potatoes, guys. This is some of the reasons why I was really like, oh, no. This dude is a no. Guys, let me get a 2 in the chat. Let me get a 2 in the chat if you would think I was lying to you if I said that I have a video of Tariq Nasheed coaching a pimp on how to pimp a teen mom. Put a 2 in the chat if you would think I'm lying. Put a 2 in the chat if you would think that I just got some gripe with Tariq Nasheed and there's no way that I got footage of him coaching a pimp on how to pimp on a teen mom. There's no way, right, guys? There's no way. I mean, what? Talk about a conspiracy. Well, why would Tariq ever do such a thing? I mean, he says all the time he was a Mac. He wasn't a pimp. He was like a relationship guru. I mean, he says all the time he wasn't a pimp. He wasn't a pimp. He wasn't a pimp. But if I got evidence of him coaching a pimp on how to pimp, and not just on how to pimp, but how to pimp someone who's a high schooler, not just on how to pimp someone who's but someone who's a teen mom. Oh, Lord. FBA Big C says, Mr. Receipts, I know you're not lying. Hey, you're familiar with me and my work. A lot of people aren't. So let me run the receipt. Let me open up this file. We're going to go to my Tariq file. We're going to go to clips. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. Check this out. I got subtitles for you, too.
I'm out here in Florida. I got this one little female right now.
He says, I got this one little female right now.
She only want to do it weekends, though, from Friday to Saturday.
This female's phony. She only want to do it on the weekends, like Friday and Saturday.
You feel me?
How old is the female?
She just turned 18.
Tariq asks, how old is the female? Stop, Sawu. We got to run this back. We got to run them back. The pimp calls in to Tariq and says, yo, I need some help with this female. She only doing it for me on the weekends. I want her to do it for me more regularly. Tariq doesn't say, young man, you shouldn't be pimping. He doesn't say, young man, go get a trade, go get a job. His first thing he says to the man, his first question is, how old is she? Okay. And then the pimp responds, she just turned 18 recently, but she's still in school. Yeah, you're lying. She's most likely not 18. Come on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
How old is the female?
She just turned 18 recently, but she's still going to school at the same time, though.
You getting her money?
Yeah, she, you know what I'm saying, doing the Craigslist thing.
Oh, okay.
She's doing the Craigslist thing. When Tariq Nasheed hears that this young man is pimping out this high schooler on Craigslist, he doesn't say, oh, no, that's wrong. No, why are you doing that? Why? Nah. Hey, Ankh is in the TikTok comment section saying, I want to see the FBA stuff. Yeah, you don't want to hear your leader coach a pimp on how to pimp a minor, huh?
And how long you been dealing with her?
Right now, I had it for like 3 weeks straight, but like I said, she's only been doing it on the weekends.
Okay, hold on. Stop. Because now what you're saying ain't making no sense. Okay, now we about to get deep into the game. What you're saying ain't making no sense. How you only getting a little money from her? You either pimping or you're not pimping. You ain't halfway pimping.
No. Last week I done checked this 600. You know what I mean? In like 4 hours. But
Okay. All right.
yeah, but check this out. I gave her $80 though after 600. I'm trying to tell her we should do it every day though. But I'm trying to, you know what I mean, the best way I can tell her though.
Okay, well, you need to holler at her. I mean, that's not your bitch. Sound like she has another dude and you're just her driver.
Yes, no, she does have another dude.
Exactly.
She got a baby daddy though.
Okay.
She got a baby daddy though.
Okay, well, what kind of shit is that? Well, that's halfway hoeing. She's half a
That's
hoe.
how I knocked her though. You know, her baby daddy was.
Did Tariq Nasheed just call a teen mom a half a hoe? Did you just hear Tariq Nasheed call a teen mom a half a hoe? Damn. Damn. But this is your FBA reparationist leader. And again, he's a grown-ass man doing this. It's not like he's a teenager. So when you guys come around talking about, oh, maybe he changed, maybe he evolved, that's going to be a hell of a transformation. Mans might as well be going from a caterpillar to a butterfly with the type of evolution that would have to occur. If this is where he was at, I mean, y'all, did he just call a minor teen mom a half a hoe? What?
Yes, no, she does have another dude.
Exactly.
She got a baby daddy though. She got a baby daddy though.
Okay, well, what kind of shit is that? Well, that's halfway hoeing. She's half a
That's
hoe.
how I knocked her though. You know, her baby daddy was kind of pimping her, so I kind of told her, you know what I mean? I could manage it a little better than, you know, the next nigga could, and he a little dolphin at the same time though.
Okay, the thing is, all y'all shit sounds raggedy. It's she's half a hoeing. This other dude is half a pimping. You half a pimping. Y'all just half assing.
Damn, Tariq doesn't say, hey, just let that girl finish school and raise her kid. He doesn't say, hey, young man, do something else with your life. He says, you half a pimp and she's half a hoe. He trying to motivate them to go all in on the pimping and hoeing. Am I wrong? Is that not what you're gleaning from this conversation? Can I get some fists or feathers in the chat if you're hearing the same thing that I am? His advice to the pimp that's having issues with the teen mom because she only wants to hoe on the weekends and he wants her to hoe more regularly. Tariq's advice is not to choose a different career path. It's to stop half-assing, stop being half a pimp, and stop letting her be half a hoe. Y'all got to go all in on the pimping and the hoeing, Tariq says. Okay.
Half a hoeing. This other dude is half a pimping. You half a pimping. Y'all just half assing. You, all three of y'all half assing. She's bullshitting you. Whatever nigga she's fucking with bullshitting her. It's half ass. See, that's the thing. It's all about being 100%. You have to be bold. You've been a little bit too patient with this chick.
Oh, now Tariq tells the pimp that the pimp is being too patient with the teen mom that's in high school. Tariq just told the pimp that he's being too patient to the teen mom in high school. What does that mean, guys? If he's telling a pimp that the pimp is being too patient with his hoe, that low-key sounds like he's saying that he needs to throw down the schmackdown. I mean, what are we listening to right now, y'all? This is odd. This is so odd. But you know what? There is a clip of Tariq Nasheed saying that he would beat the brakes off of a woman if he was her man. So maybe these violent tendencies are just how Tariq gets down.
I would beat the brakes off you if I was your man. I would.
All right.
Yeah, beating the brakes off of the women. Hey. Shall we talk about Tariq Nasheed's Umar Johnson controversy? He introduced Umar Johnson to our community, which paves the way for Umar Johnson's multi-million-dollar school scheme. Then Tariq apologizes to our community, saying, I'm sorry, Umar's a fraud. But now in recent years, he's co-signing Umar Johnson again.
Fuck. Man, I'm like, dude, I'm
And yes, B, it looks like you understand. B says if she just turned 18, she was being made to do that as a minor at 17. Exactly. Tariq just gave advice on how to pimp a minor. Yeah.
like, man, Umar's a fraud. I'm sorry, family. And let me say this, Black society, I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I apologize. I apologize for I legitimized Umar Johnson. This is why the shit comes back on me. This is why I've been trying to stay out of it, but the shit keeps coming back on me. The shit keeps coming back on me because they know that I legitimized Umar Johnson. Nobody knew who the fuck Umar Johnson was before he was in my movie, and he knows that. Nobody knew who the fuck he was.
Tori says it's giving CIA/MK Ultra plans against the black community. Hey, if there was ever an agent provocateur who's hired to go against the black community, what would they do? Well, if it's the 90s, what is the biggest mechanism to go against the black community? Gangster rap, minstrel ass music. Tariq participated in that. Early 2000s, what's another way that we can go against the black community? Well, instead of speaking empowerment on the TV screen, let's be a dating show host to teach white women who are gold diggers how to get a sugar daddy. Yeah, going against the community, huh? Oh, but then he goes on this whole pimpin' mackin' persona, doing a radio show, giving pimps advice across the country. Yeah, I think pimping is a detriment to our society. Oh, but then he becomes a staunch Pan-Africanist documentarian. Oh, that Pan-African movement was definitely a government orchestrated thing meant to go against our society. I mean, guys, we're ticking all the boxes. And again, you just saw him denounce Umar Johnson. You just heard him say, I apologize for introducing Umar. I apologize for legitimizing him. But now, in more recent times, he dick riding Umar Johnson all over again.
With Umar, and me and him, I put Umar in my movies.
Okay.
He was in my early movies.
I admire the both of you. You and Umar seem to be upper echelon of people who have a wealth of knowledge, historical understanding, and somewhat of an idea of what we should do to move forward. Killer Mike too.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
go
that's my
ahead.
guy.
Yeah.
But Umar, man, I think Umar is a brilliant brother. Yeah, even though we got our little.
Umar's a brilliant brother? Did he just call Umar a brilliant brother? It went from he's a fraud, I'm sorry, black community, for legitimizing him, to Umar is a brilliant brother. This is post-school scam. This is after he already scammed us with that school he never built, the school that's never coming. Tariq says he's a brilliant brother.
Brilliant brother. Yeah, even though we got our little.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But Umar, man, I think Umar is a brilliant brother. Yeah, even though we got our little personal differences, and at this point, I'm not even tripping on that. I wish Umar the best. And at this point, I'm having fun. Sometimes I take little jabs back at him now. But yeah, this is just the dozens. If I saw Umar in really some big trouble, I'd be the first one to bail him out. So
wait, what? So it went from I'm sorry, black community, for legitimizing Umar Johnson. I apologize. No one knew who he was. I put Umar on. I'm so sorry. It went from that to Umar Johnson is a brilliant guy, and if he was in any kind of trouble, I'd be the first one to bail him out. Damn. Unkael says Tariq stopped beefing with him because he said he won't let tethers pit us against each other. That's what Tariq told you, so that you would excuse his hypocrisy. This is the truth. Umar Johnson beat Tariq Nasheed when it comes to the social media influence game. He knows that Umar Johnson is way more influential than him. That's why he's capitulating to Umar Johnson. It's not because tethers are pitting Umar against it. No, don't fall for the tales of a grifter. Participate in exercises of critical thought. Come on, y'all. Come on. And you know what? Who was that person who called in earlier who was bigging up Tariq, saying, hey, even if he's a grifter for a good cause or something like that. He's telling us to love one another. I would love for you to call back in now that you've been able to see some of these clips. Again, we started off with some of the trivial ones and we built up to the meat and potatoes, first of which would have to be him trying to use the death of Ahmaud Arbery to sell pepper spray. We got to talk about the hypocrisy of the whole tether rhetoric while he hides a tether wife. We've got to discuss his comments saying that we are not intelligent enough to manage cash reparations and single mothers shouldn't get anything. We got the hypocrisy with Umar Johnson. Then we got him coaching a pimp on how to pimp on a minor. I mean, Lord, oh Lord. Some of you guys are fine with that behavior. Some of you guys will excuse it. Some of you guys are, oh, well, you know, that was like a couple years ago and now he's different now. Like, hey, to each their own. But I can't get down with it. But let's see who we got backstage. Let's see. I think that last dude's name was Cole. I don't see Cole, but I do see Unc IL backstage. Unc IL, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Are you there, Unc? If you can hear me, you're on mute. Unc IL going once. Unc IL going twice.
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted me to speak yet or not.
Oh, yeah. I brought you up on the panel. I'm asking for you.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, Mike, I didn't mean any offense with my comment or anything like that.
Oh, no, I don't think
I
you
was
offended me in any
basically
way.
saying that, you know, on a general basis, whether positive or negative, leaders do commercial business within the community. That's all I meant by it, you know.
Oh,
The
yeah.
same with,
And again, I never got up here and criticized him making money commercially. I criticized how he used the death of an unarmed black man to sell pepper spray.
Yeah, now that I completely disagree with, you know, that part right there. You know, like that's why I say, like, you know, I don't support the dude because, you know, he just in and out of different you know, movements and stuff like that. He had a Pan-African energy at first, and then I think after we came out with hidden colors, I think the first one, I think he started to I started to see him talk a little bit negative about Africans and how, you know, he would complain about them giving him stuff and not us and all that stuff. And then he said he claimed that he talked to Dr. Claude Anderson, and then that's when he kind of switched. But I'm not sure how true that is, because like I say, most of these guys is in for the money. You know.
Am I tripping, or do you have somebody snoring in the background?
Huh?
Do you have somebody snoring in the background?
You say who?
I can hear someone snoring in the background.
Oh, that's my son.
Oh, okay. I got you. I was just making sure I was hearing what I thought I was hearing.
Nah,
Continue.
Yeah, my son over asleep. Yeah. But yeah, you know, Mike, I just want to tell you that I didn't mean any offense, you know, with, you know, my comment. I was just comparing how leaders try to make money within the community by either selling products or, you know, different things like that. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah, for sure. And I totally agree. I mean, everybody has to keep the lights on. It's just how you do it. It's very important with how you do it. Because by that same vein, we can say that the people participating in the crack era were just, you know, trying to go after commercial opportunities and better their situation. But it's how you do it. Is what you're doing a net positive to the community or not? I don't know about you, but I don't think Ogun pepper spray is going to save us from getting lynched or, you know, chased down with a shotgun like Ahmaud Arbery was. But I digress. Oh, you know what? We've got Cole back. Cole, go ahead, lay it on us. Had you seen any of those clips before, or is that your first time seeing it, Cole?
Hey, put me back in. Oh, you can hear me?
You're here? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was calling in. I see you.
I just asked you if that was your first time seeing those clips, or if you've already seen that before.
When I ran in the gas station to get some squares, I might have been one or two that I hadn't seen, but for the most part, yeah, I had seen them before.
Okay, so you saw the clip of him teaching a pimp on how to pimp a minor?
Nah, I didn't. I didn't see that one.
Okay.
No.
And you saw the clip of him talking against us getting cash reparations?
I seen that one recently. That's the one I was
Okay.
talking about when I said people could change. Do you think people could change their minds if they get better understanding?
I got you. And how about the one of him using Ahmaud Arbery's death to sell pepper spray?
All
Was
right,
that
now
something
listen.
you've also seen?
hey, hold on, man. Hold on. I'm gonna say this because I know y'all gonna figure I'm making excuses, and I might be.
Hold on. It's a yes or no question, brother. After you give the yes or no, you can say whatever you want, but either you'd seen the clip before or you had not seen the clip before. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
I don't think I seen that one with Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay, well, go ahead. You have the floor.
All right. You know what I'm saying? I really can't say nothing too foul about the dude because I think I'm probably a way worse person than him, man. You dig what I'm saying? And that don't make me no bad person to this day.
You're probably right. I think you said you were incarcerated for like a quadruple murder attempt or something. So, I mean, if your reasoning is, hey, Tariq's a better dude than I, that may be true, but you also have to realize that you set the bar extremely low. You got to unmute yourself, brother.
I guess that depends on where you're looking at the bar from, because even before I got in any trouble, and anybody on the southeast side of Chicago could tell you this, to this very day, every senior citizen inside my community that don't have an able body, they got me come to their house at least twice a week to make sure that their community is in order, that their house is in order. All the youngsters in the neighborhood that ain't even in high school be talking about getting bullied and stuff, I buy them equipment so that they can start their own business. I ain't that bad of a person, man. And the world know that. It's just if I'm in a jam, I'm gonna come up out of it.
But
And
you
you
think
know,
Tariq is a better person than you?
no, I didn't say that. I said I was a bad person too. So if he did some bad things, I don't know. Now that as far as the Ogun spray, you know what I'm saying? I could say, but then I would feel like I'm defending him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I could say that the man might have meant, maybe the man might have stood a chance, but I can't speak bad on that brother. You know what I'm saying? The brother that got killed. You know what I'm saying? But hey, so as far as that, that's the worst thing I could say is that Ogun spray. But hey, maybe he looked at it like, yeah, maybe he might have got up out that jam. I don't know.
I don't
You know
know.
what
I
I'm saying?
think giving advice on how to pimp an underage teen mom was even worse than the Ogun spray.
She wasn't underage though.
She wasn't
And I heard-
underage. She just turned 17. Or excuse
Yeah,
me,
just turned
she
18,
just
brother.
turned 18, said the pimp. Do you think a pimp's going to get on a podcast and admit that she's under the age of 18? Or do you think he's going to say something like, oh, my girl just turned 18, but she's still in high school?
Now we assume it, but now maybe she is, maybe she was underage, but we don't have. From what we know, the only reason we know,
Sir, we just heard a clip of him coaching a pimp on how to pimp on a teen mom. Let's take away the whole underage thing. Let's just play devil's advocate and say she's 18. She's still a teen mom. Does that make it any better, whether she's 17 or 18? What are we talking about right now?
pimping. If you talk about pimping, you dig what I'm saying? If she a grown woman, if she 18, she 18. If you talking about pimping, the man obviously was into macking and around pimps at that time. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right.
You're so lost in the sauce. I don't have to waste my time on this. If you want to follow Tariq, follow Tariq. Go buy the pepper spray. Go buy the, I think he sells deodorant sticks now, sticks of deodorant. But yeah, I don't have to have this low IQ conversation. Oh, if the 18-year-old teen mom is 18, then technically she's an adult, so she can. Again, we're talking to a convicted fella, and he said he went down for a quadruple murder or something. I mean, you got different morals than us. You're probably the target demographic for someone like Tariq Nasheed. I'm sure there's a lot of people with your similar background who follow Tariq Nasheed and think the pimping and the macking and the scheming and the grifting is cool. Hey, there's levels to this. Lord, oh Lord, I just can't. Dr. Toya says, that's crazy. These people are opportunists. Yeah. Jay Cross says he's been misleading and continuing to mislead. He's not a leader. Hey. Dr. Toya says that little girl just had a baby, not even one, giving her a chance. Hey. Teen mom in high school. But oh boy on my panel says, well, she's 18, she's 18. Okay, well, the 18-year-old is only hoeing on the weekends, and the pimp wants to force her to do it more regularly. And Tariq gives him advice on how to force her to do it more regularly. Yeah, it's so many sides of fucked up here, but you can't see that. You can't see that. Lord, oh Lord. People like that got to just stick to spectating. Blah says, people like that are okay with 18-year-old kids getting pipped out until it's their kid. Exactly. If he had a daughter that was 18, already a teen mom trying to finish school, and he found out some young man was trying to pimp on her, no, is already pimping her on the weekends and trying to force her to pimp more regularly, oh, he'd be singing a different tune. But I guess because this isn't one of his family members, he'd think it's okay. 18-year-old is an adult. Motherfucker, you were 18 at one point. You know, technically an 18-year-old is adult. You know, an 18-year-old's mind is not developed like that. Stop it. Stop it. Dr. Toya says, that's dangerous because if you're supposed to be a leader of the community, everyone's your child. Exactly. Exactly. Cole Chief says, you asked me something and didn't let me finish saying what I had to say. Are you creating a narrative? Yeah, I know I cut you off. I didn't want to hear what you had to say anymore. It just wasn't worth my time. It just wasn't fruitful. You're what we would call a lost cause. No offense, but hey. Let's Be Wisdom says, this is scary. Yeah. It's pretty crazy how the person who's propositioning themselves as a reparation leader says we shouldn't get cash reparations. It's crazy how someone that positions themselves as an activist had a long track record of coaching pimps and gold diggers and Macs and gangster rapping and everything but activism, really. When this nigga become an activist? In his 40s? When did he first start the Hidden Colors grift? Was that in his 40s? Late 30s? I mean, I don't know. And again, there's levels to this. Just like Mans was in prison, quadruple murder attempt, he's saying, hey, well, you know, Tariq's a better guy than me. That's true. Guess what my track record is? Teenage realtor. Parlayed that into opening an insurance practice. Sold that, then opened a marketing agency. Sold that, then got into content creation. Year and a half ago, started a genealogy business. I never pimped, never schemed, didn't have to grift to get to where I'm at. People can book a genealogy consultation, or they can just watch my free videos and soak up some free game, but I'm not going to use the death of an unarmed black man to peddle no services. That's just so distasteful. Blah says Tariq was trying to find himself up until his 40s. Yeah, for all those people who still follow him and support him, they want us to believe that he was just like evolving and finding himself. So he found himself in his 40s. Okay. Do tell more. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we wrap up this broadcast, since we did do a little segue on the grifter that is Tariq Nasheed, leave some comments in the chat for me real quick before we wrap up. What do you think about the footage that I revealed? Do you see how once I discovered this about Tariq, I couldn't really rock with him no more? Do you see how once I found this out, I was like, nah, I'm looking at you way differently, dude. And do you see how some members of our community see all this information and think, oh, that's okay. He just evolved. He just grew. All right. So guys, a couple things. For one, go ahead, leave some comments on what you think about the whole Tariq Nasheed thing. And then also let me know, how long have you been tuning in? 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. We've been going live for 5.5 hours tonight. So let me know, how long have you been tuned in? And what do you think about the whole Tariq Nasheed thing? Do you identify as FBA, now knowing that FBA traces their origins in America to African slaves brought to the Carolinas by Spanish conquistadors in 1526? Hey. Vince says, I never heard of him, really. Well, you're not missing out. Let's Be Wisdom says, this is scary. Grimy is grimy at the core. Yeah, I feel you. Dr. Toya says, there's no way I can support that. Yep. No Cipher says, why mention him? Concentrate on your message. because somebody came on my panel and asked about him. And we've been focused on the message for 5 hours straight. So if we want to take a little sidebar, we can take a little sidebar to raise awareness about one of the biggest grifters in our community. Vincent says, you're shitting on FBA. No, I'm shitting on the leader of FBA, who's not a leader, but is a leader, but trademarked it, but is not a leader. That's who I'm shitting on. And I'm really not even shitting on him. I'm just exposing his hypocrisy. I'm exposing his behavior that he doesn't want the general public to know about. And if that behavior paints your idol in a bad light, I see why you're upset right now. Jabba says, my original brother. Right. Yeah, hey. People gonna come for me now. They say, don't meet your heroes. I just gave you a poor, oh so poor introduction to Tariq Nasheed. Y'all know half of that shit about him. And now you got an option. You either don't support the man or you support him anyways. And if you support him anyways, then you got to defend his honor, right? You got to tell us how he evolved and he's better now and he didn't really mean what he said and it was so long ago. And all right. Vincent says, you just saying shit. And you just watching me say shit, huh? At 4 a.m. Talk about obsessed. Dr. Toya says, question, are you able to help with state, not federal recognition tribe? Yeah. I can help you with all forms of tribal citizenship, whether state or federal. I've got many genealogy clients where we do the research and we find that their ancestors were actually a part of tribes that were affiliated with the state and not recognized by the federal government. And I still help them go down that pathway of citizenship. So most definitely. And if you need some personalized guidance, you know what to do. Check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. Gulori says Jesse Jackson. Yeah. Faith says, let the record speak for itself. Great place to awaken. Nice to see you, Faith. Let's Be Wisdom says, people don't want to know because they have their own skeletons. Hey, that's a good point. It's a very, very good point. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I have for you today. I will see you guys later. I hope you all take it easy. Stay vigilant. Don't fall for the grifters and the scammers and the charlatans. And I will see you later.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.